हमें खुशी की बात है कि हम आपको सुन पाएंगे। मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा, मंजरी शुक्ला जी एक प्रसिद्ध लेखिका, प्रसारक और ऑल इंडिया रेडियो की एंकर ब्रॉडकास्टर हैं, जिनका लेखन विशेष रूप से बाल साहित्य के क्षेत्र में जाना जाता है। इन्होंने हिंदी और अंग्रेजी में 350 से अधिक कहानियां लिखी हैं। दैट कॉल्स फॉर एन अपलॉज, दैट्स अ बिग नंबर। जो नंदन, बालहंस, स्नेह, संस्कार, टिंकल और अन्य प्रतिष्ठित पत्रिकाओं में प्रकाशित हो चुकी हैं। उनकी रचनाएं प्रमुख राष्ट्रीय समाचार पत्रों जैसे दैनिक जागरण, जनसत्ता, नवभारत और द हिंदू में भी प्रकाशित रही हैं। आप पीएचडी इंग्लिश लिटरेचर होल्डर हैं और वर्तमान में ऑल इंडिया रेडियो के प्रसारण एवं साहित्यिक कार्यक्रमों के माध्यम से बाल साहित्य को आगे बढ़ा रही हैं। इस सत्र में मंजरी जी की उपस्थिति से हम समझेंगे कि बच्चों की कहानियों का लिटरेरी और कल्चरल इम्पैक्ट क्या होता है और कैसे उन्हें लिखा जाता है, पढ़ा जाता है और कैसे बच्चे या हम उससे प्रभावित हो सकते हैं। मंजरी जी के स्वागत के लिए तालियां होनी चाहिए। इस बातचीत को दिलचस्प बनाने के लिए हमारे साथ मॉडरेटर के तौर पे यहाँ पे उपस्थित हैं रचना समंदर जी। आप सुपरिचित मैगजीन के संपादक हैं, प्रमुख हिंदी सेवी और स्तंभकार हैं, जिन्होंने संपादक के क्षेत्र में 3 दशकों से अधिक का अनुभव है। लंबे समय से आप दैनिक भास्कर के साप्ताहिक प्रतिष्ठित परिशिष्ट मधुरिमा और मासिक पत्रिका आहा जिंदगी की संपादक हैं। इनके संपादन में इन दिनों प्रकाशनों में पारिवारिक मूल्य, नैतिकता, संस्कृति और पर्यावरण जैसे विषयों पर विशेष ध्यान दिया जाता है। इस सत्र में उनका अनुभव यह समझने में मदद करेगा कि बाल साहित्य और पारिवारिक मूल्यों का आपस में क्या रिश्ता है और बच्चों तक सार्थक सामग्री कैसे पहुंचाई जा सकती है। इसी के साथ मैं मंच आप दोनों के हवाले करूंगा। एक बार दिलकश तालियां होनी चाहिए रचना जी के लिए और मंजरी जी के लिए।
धन्यवाद आप लोगों का। तो बातचीत को शुरू करते हैं। मैं इसे बातचीत के तौर पर ही लेना चाहूँगी कि हम सभी शामिल होंगे बाद में भी इसमें, और बीच में अगर आप लोगों को लगे कि आपको अपनी तरफ से कुछ कहना है मुझसे या मंजरी जी से, तो सबसे पहले जो बात कही गई है वो ये कि बाल साहित्य सबसे ज़्यादा मुश्किल काम है बच्चों के लिए लिखना, क्योंकि आप उस उम्र में नहीं हैं जिस उम्र के बच्चों के लिए आप लिख रहे हैं। उन्हें वो अच्छा लगना चाहिए, उन्हें वो उसको फॉलो करेंगे, ये उसकी दूसरी बड़ी चुनौती है। एक तो उनकी उम्र तक पहुंच के लिखना, और फिर उनको ऐसा कुछ लिख कर देना जिसका अनुसरण कर लें, उसे अपना लें तो अच्छा हो उनका। ये एक 2 बहुत बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं जो इस लेखन के साथ जुड़ी हुई हैं। फिर भाषा, फिर वो जो बात आपने कही, पारिवारिक रिश्ते पारिवारिक हों, सामाजिक हों, हर तरह से। तो जो चुनौतियाँ कहानी गढ़ने में महसूस की जाती हैं, अब उसमें जो जिम्मेदारी लेखक की बन जाती है, मैं उसके बारे में सबसे पहले आपसे बात करना चाहूँगी मंजरी जी, कि कैसे लेखक के तौर पर आप उसे अपनी जिम्मेदारी के तौर पर उठाती हैं।
जी जी, धन्यवाद रत्ना जी। नमस्कार। सबसे पहले आप सभी का आभार जो आप लोग यहाँ पर आए और आपने इस सब्जेक्ट को सुनने में इंटरेस्ट लिया। बाहर एक मुझसे बेटी बोली, आप ही लोगों की एज की, कि मैडम ये टॉपिक का मतलब नहीं समझ में आ रहा है। तो मैं सबसे पहले जो आप इसको कठिन समझ रहे हैं बता दूं कि बिल्कुल सरल सी बात है। समकालीन बाल साहित्य का परिदृश्य का मतलब है, परिदृश्य एक्चुअली उसको वर्ड समझ में नहीं आ रहा था, तो उसका मतलब होता है ओवरऑल सिनेरियो। कंटेम्प्रेरी जो आजकल लिखा जा रहा है, जो आजकल बोला जा रहा है, जो आजकल समझा जा रहा है, वो उसमें जो हमारा बाल साहित्य है प्रेजेंट में वो कैसे काम कर रहा है। रचना जी ने बड़ी अच्छी बात कही, जो आजकल साहित्य लिखा जा रहा है। तो इसमें मैं ये कहूँगी कि देखिए, बाल साहित्य पहले जब हम लोग किताबें पढ़ते थे या कहानियाँ पढ़ते थे तो उसमें अलग से हमें ये नहीं पता लगता था कि वो बाल साहित्य है। पर अब बच्चे अवेयर हो गए हैं क्योंकि बुक फेयर्स लगने लगे हैं, लाइब्रेरीज़ होने लगी हैं स्कूल्स में, तो उनके लिए अकॉर्डिंग टू द एज जिसे कहते हैं हम लोग किताबें रखने लगे। तो स्पेशली बच्चों के लिए अलग से एज ग्रुप बना दिए गए हैं। उस तरह से किताबें और कहानियाँ उनको ध्यान में रख के कि उनको क्या पसंद आ रहा है। जैसे मान लीजिए 3 से 5 साल का बच्चा आपके घर में है और आप उसके सामने कोई किताब रख देंगे जिसमें चित्र नहीं है, तो वो बच्चा वो किताब नहीं देखेगा। उसको क्या अच्छा लगता है? उसको चित्र अच्छा लगता है। सबसे पहले अगर उसमें एक आप चंदा मामा बना दें बड़ा सा और बहुत सारे सितारे बना दें जो इधर उधर घूम रहे हैं, तो बच्चा वाक्य पे ध्यान नहीं देगा। उसको कहिए 1 तारा टूटा, 2 तारा टूटा, तीसरा तारा टूटा, चम चम चम, रिपीटेशंस। छोटे बच्चों में रिपीटेशंस अच्छा लगता है। चंद्रमा की बात आई है या कहानी की बात आई है, तो बाल साहित्य में सबसे महत्वपूर्ण फैक्टर है वो है प्रेम, प्यार। बच्चों को अगर आप प्यार से कहानी सुनाएंगे, बच्चों की आप प्यार से बातें सुनेंगे, तो वहाँ पे बच्चे आपको सुनेंगे ही सुनेंगे। सूरदास जी का नाम मैं यहाँ सबसे पहले लेना चाहूँगी। सूरदास जी को हिंदी साहित्य में वात्सल्य जगत का सम्राट कहा जाता है, क्योंकि सूरदास जी ने, जो कि खुद देख नहीं सकते थे, उन्होंने जो पदों की रचना करी श्री कृष्ण जी के माध्यम से, उनकी बाल लीलाओं के माध्यम से, आपको कभी सुनकर नहीं लगेगा कि वो एक नेत्रहीन थे, जन्मांध, जिन्होंने बचपन से कभी चांद नहीं देखा। उन्होंने लिखा श्री कृष्ण की बाल लीला का रूप करते हुए कि मैया मैं तो चंद्र खिलौना ले हूँ, मुझे क्या चाहिए? मुझे चांद चाहिए, वो जो आसमान में दिख रहा है वो खिलौना मुझे चाहिए। तो इसमें जो बच्चे का जो मनुहार होती है, जो जिद होती है छोटे बच्चे की, वो दिखाया है। माँ क्या करती है? माँ लाके परात में पानी रख देती है, पानी में चंद्रमा का प्रतिबिंब लगता है और माँ कहती है ये रहा तुम्हारा चंद्र खिलौना। ऐसे ही जब घर में देखते हैं हम कि बड़े बच्चे होते हैं, वो छोटे बच्चों को टीज करते हैं, भाई बहनों को, और सताते हैं, तो इस पे उनके देखिए कितनी सुंदर पंक्तियां हैं। उन्होंने लिखा है मोसो कहत मोल को लीन्हो तू जसुमती कब जायो। बलराम दाऊ कह रहे हैं कि तुमने मुझे पैसे देकर खरीदा है और जो मैं तुम्हारा बच्चा नहीं हूँ। तो ये जो जिद है, ये जो छोटी मोटी बातें हैं जो हम बच्चों के साहित्य में अब पढ़ते हैं, वो सूरदास जी लाखों वर्ष पहले, हजारों वर्ष पहले लिखकर जा चुके हैं। तो इस तरह से बाल साहित्य का जो सृजन हुआ, वो हमारे जो कवि हुए हैं, जो हमारे रचयिता हुए हैं, उन्होंने बातों ही बातों में ऐसा बताया है कि उसको हम बाल साहित्य की श्रेणी में तो रख रहे हैं, पर उन्होंने अलग से कभी ये नहीं कहा कि ये बाल साहित्य है।
ये जो आपने टीज़ करने की बात कही, आज तो ये बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है कि और इसको हम बुलिंग या टीज़, स्कूल में ये बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा होता है। तो जो एक अच्छी तरीके से कही गई पद में ईश्वर के बचपन की बात की गई है, उसको जब आप कहानी में उठाएंगे तो रेफरेंस आप भले ही हम बोलें, लेकिन आज के लिए बच्चे को आप कैसे कहेंगे कि ये जो टीजिंग है, या जो आजकल इसको लेकर बहुत मेंटल प्रॉब्लम्स भी बच्चे फेस करते हैं, तो उनको आप कहानियों में किस तरह उठाती हैं? अगर आपके पास किसी कहानी का उदाहरण हो तो।
जी देखिए, हमारी जो कहानियाँ उठती हैं, जैसे आर के नारायण जी कह गए हैं, आर के नारायण जी का मैं रेफरेंस दे दूं तो उसको बहुत सरलता से सब लोग यहाँ समझ लेंगे। देवानंद की मूवी बनी थी गाइड, वहीदा रहमान के साथ में, तो उसके जो ऑथर थे, जो राइटर थे, कहानी जिन्होंने लिखी थी, वो आर के नारायण जी थे, और बाद में देवानंद जी ने उस पर मूवी बनाई थी। तो आर के नारायण जी कह गए हैं कि हिंदुस्तान का ये आलम है कि आप अपने घर की खिड़की खोलो और सामने कहानी है। तो हमारे जो पात्र हैं कहानियों के, वो हम कहीं दूसरी दुनिया से नहीं लाते। अभी मैं आप में से बहुतों को देख रही हूँ, और जैसे मुझसे उस बच्ची ने अभी पूछा कि परिदृश्य का मतलब क्या है, तो उसको हो सकता है कि मैं किसी अगली कहानी में लेकर आ जाऊँ। एक बार हमारी वर्कशॉप हो रही थी नेशनल बुक ट्रस्ट में, उसमें एक लड़का था। अब देखिए, बाल साहित्य ने कोई भी टॉपिक है ऐसा नहीं छोड़ा है जिसको छुआ नहीं हो, चाहे वो जेंडर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हो, चाहे वो रंग का हो, चाहे वो छुआछूत का हो, चाहे वो मतलब जिसे कहते हैं शारीरिक असक्षमता हम लोग कहेंगे उसका हो, मतलब कोई भी ऐसा टॉपिक, गुड टच बैड टच। पहले हम लोग इस पे बहुत डरते थे बात करने में, पर अब हम लोग बच्चों को गुड टच बैड टच के हिसाब से पूरा बताते हैं कि ये छोटी बच्ची है और अगर अंकल आपको ऐसे टच करें तो ये बैड टच है, आप अपनी हेल्प के लिए लोगों को बुलाइए। ये हमने अपने पहले ज़माने में कभी भी कहानियों में ये बात नहीं पढ़ी, क्योंकि लोग डरते थे कि बच्चा कैसे रिएक्ट करेगा। पर आज का बच्चा इतना ज़्यादा अवेयर हो गया है कि वो जानता है कि क्या चीज़ें हैं, और वो जब पूछता है तो एज अ बाल साहित्यकार हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बन जाती है कि हम उसको कहानियों के माध्यम से बताएं, क्योंकि ऐसे आप किसी को पर्सनली अलग अलग बुलाकर नहीं समझा सकते। जब वो कहानी किताब में छपती है तो वो हज़ारों लाखों लोगों तक जाती है और बच्चा उसको समझता है। टीजिंग वाली बात जो रत्ना जी ने कही, तो मैं नेशनल बुक ट्रस्ट में गई थी, 10-12 साल हो गए इस बात को। वहाँ पर एक बच्चा था, इनफैक्ट एक लड़का था, वो 16-17 साल का था। उसकी जो हरकतें थी वो थोड़ी सी लड़कियों जैसी थी। उसमें उसकी पर्सनली कोई गलती नहीं थी, पर उसको वहाँ पे लोग टीज कर रहे थे, उसके उठने पे, उसके बैठने पे, उसके चलने पे। अब हो क्या रहा था कि लड़कियाँ कह रही थी उधर सरक उधर सरक, वो लड़कों की तरफ धक्का दे रही थी। और वो आखिरी में लड़का रुआंसा होकर जब गया तो मैंने उससे कहा तुम मेरे पास आकर बैठो। हमने उसके लिए वो मंगवाया, वो मेरे पास आके बैठा। उसके घर जाने के बाद मैं बहुत दिनों महीनों तक जो है वो मेरे दिमाग से वो बच्चा गया नहीं, क्योंकि वो कितनी प्रॉब्लम फेस कर रहा है। तो फिर मैंने लोगों को समझाने के लिए उस बच्चे के ऊपर एक कहानी लिखी थी, वो मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहती हूँ। हम लोग उसका नाम, असली नाम नहीं रखे, अंशु नाम रख देते हैं मान लीजिए। तो जो अंशु था वो बचपन से उसको क्या शौक़ था, माँ का महावर लगाना, माँ की बिंदी लगाना, माँ की पायल पहनना, माँ की साड़ी पहनना। तो मतलब उस बच्चे ने मुझे ये बताया सब, तो मैं उसको लिख पाई। तो ये होता था कि उसको घर में मार पड़ती थी, और लिटरली मार पड़ती थी कि तुम लड़के हो, तुम्हें इस तरह से करने का हक नहीं है, तुम लड़के हो। पर अब वो मजबूर था, उसकी फिजिकल बॉडी, उसकी संरचना ऐसी थी कि वो उसमें कोई भी कुछ कर नहीं सकता था। वो धीरे धीरे क्या हुआ, उस घर में अकेले उसको माँ प्यार करती थी। जो पिताजी थे वो ठाकुर थे, राजपूत, तो उन्होंने तो उसको कह दिया इसको ले जाकर बाहर कहीं फेंक दो, मैं इसको देखना भी नहीं चाहता हूँ। दादी कहती थी हे भगवान, चाहिए तो पोता था, और पोते के रूप में भगवान ने पोती भेज दी, इसको ले जाओ। इस तरह से उपेक्षित होता होता उस बच्चे को कुछ लोगों ने माँ को सुझाव दिया कि ऐसा है, इसको स्कूल में ले जाओ, स्कूल में इसका समय व्यतीत होगा, तो जो घर में ये डांट खाता रहता है सारे समय वो नहीं खाएगा। ये सारा उस बच्चे ने मुझे अपना बताया था, ब्रीफ में बताया था, पर मैं उसको एलेबरेट करके आपसे बता रही हूँ। तो वहाँ पे माँ उसको स्कूल ले गई, सारे रास्ते वो हिरण की तरह बिल्कुल कुलाचे कुचाले भरता हुआ भागा स्कूल करता हुआ। माँ बहुत खुश थी कि चलो कम से कम 7-8 घंटे स्कूल में रहेगा, तो इस जो घर में दिन भर रोता रहता है वो इसका कष्ट कम हो जाएगा। स्कूल जब माँ उसको लेने गई तो वो बिल्कुल बदहवास सा, उसके बाल बिखरे हुए, टाई टूटी, शर्ट फटी। उसको स्कूल में बच्चों ने बहुत तंग किया, सारा दिन तंग किया, इतना तंग किया कि जब वो स्कूल से लौटा तो वो सीधा बिस्तर के अंदर घुस गया, और वो पलंग के अंदर से रात भर नहीं निकला। उसको वही सब डरावना याद आता रहा। माँ बहुत परेशान हो गई कि मतलब कोई ऐसी जगह नहीं है जहाँ पे कोई मेरे बच्चे को एक्सेप्ट कर सके, मतलब उसकी क्या गलती है। वो रो रो के पूछता माँ मेरी क्या गलती है, और माँ कुछ नहीं कह पाती। वहाँ पर एक दिन माँ मंदिर से लौट रही थी तो एक पार्वती आंटी मिली। पार्वती आंटी कोई महिला नहीं थी, वो किन्नर थी पार्वती आंटी। उन्होंने बच्चे को देखा और वो पलक झपकते ही सब कुछ समझ गई। पार्वती आंटी माँ को ऐसे जानती थी क्योंकि माँ ने एक बार अस्पताल में खून डोनेट किया था जो पार्वती आंटी को मिला था। पार्वती आंटी अपने जीवन के लिए उसकी माँ की बहुत एहसानमंद थी। उन्होंने उसको, वो देखते ही समझ गई, बच्चा उनको देखकर भी छुप रहा था। पार्वती आंटी बोली ऐसा करो, इस बच्चे को मुझे दे दो, वरना मेरे जो कम्युनिटी के लोग हैं वो उसको ज़बरदस्ती ले जाएंगे। माँ बोली मैं अपनी जान दे दूंगी पर अपना बच्चा नहीं दूंगी। पार्वती आंटी बोली तुम गलत समझ रही हो, मैं इसको पढ़ाऊंगी, मैं इसको लिखाऊंगी, मुझ पर एक बार भरोसा करके देखो, तुमने मेरी जान बचाई है। माँ को किसी तरीके से विश्वास नहीं हुआ, तब भी माँ के पास कोई चारा नहीं था। माँ ने सोचा एक बार इन पर भरोसा करके देखती हूँ। माँ ने रात में सारे गहनों की पोटली और पैसे और वो बच्चा ले जाकर उस किन्नर के सामने खड़ा कर दिया। पार्वती आंटी ने कोई गहने नहीं लिए, कोई पैसा नहीं लिया, उस बच्चे का हाथ पकड़ा और चल दी। बच्चा लेकर वो दूसरे शहर गई। बच्चा बहुत डरा, पर माँ ने कहा था कि यही तुम्हारी दूसरी माँ है, तुम इनको अपना समझ के रहना, तभी, क्योंकि मेरे पास कोई रास्ता नहीं है। पार्वती आंटी उसको लेकर शहर गई। शहर में एक मास्टर जी थे जो बहुत बहुत अच्छे थे। अच्छे लोग भी हैं हमारे समाज में, ऐसा नहीं है, मदद करने वाले भी मिल ही जाते हैं। मास्टर जी बच्चे को देखकर सब कुछ समझ गए। मास्टर जी ने बच्चे से एक भी शब्द नहीं पूछा, क्या पूछते हैं वो अगले दिन उसको लेकर स्कूल गए। स्कूल में प्रिंसिपल सर ने बच्चे को देखा, जैसे ही वो एंटर हुआ, वो थोड़ा सा जिस तरह से उसकी चाल थी वो मटकता हुआ, प्रिंसिपल सर कुछ बोलने वाले थे, उसके पहले मास्टर जी प्रिंसिपल सर के जूतों पर गिर गए। जूतों पर गिर गए, उन्होंने जूतों पर सिर रख दिया, बोले मैं नहीं उठूंगा, मैं तब तक नहीं उठूंगा जब तक आप इस बच्चे को अपने स्कूल में नहीं ले लेते। प्रिंसिपल सर खड़े हो गए, वो बूढ़े मास्टर जी रो रहे हैं जूते पे गिरे हुए। प्रिंसिपल सर बोले ठीक है, जहाँ इतने बच्चे हैं तहाँ एक और सही, पर मैं इसकी रक्षा नहीं कर पाऊंगा। मास्टर जी बोले कोई बात नहीं, मैं करूँगा, मैं नहीं करूँगा भगवान करेगा, आप इसको यहाँ पर ले लो। अंशु का एडमिशन हो गया। फिर वही दुर्व्यवहार शुरू, बच्चे इधर धकेले उधर धकेले, एक्टिंग करें, उसको मारें, उसको लड़कियों की तरफ करें, उसको कहें आज तूने बिंदी नहीं लगाई, आज तूने काजल नहीं लगाया। अंशु रोता रोता मास्टर जी के पास है। मास्टर जी कहते नहीं, किसी से नहीं डरना, सिर्फ पढ़ना है, इस स्कूल में सिर्फ पढ़ना है। ज्ञान का उजाला इतना ज़्यादा होता है कि उसके आगे सारी कालिमा, सारा अंधकार सब दूर हो जाता है, तुम्हें सिर्फ पढ़ना है। बच्चे ने पढ़ना शुरू किया, गूंगा बन के, बहरा बन के पढ़ना शुरू किया। सिर्फ एक ही रट थी कि माँ को दिखाना है कि मुझे फर्स्ट आना है, माँ को दिखाना है। धीरे धीरे बच्चा पढ़ता गया। वो लोग जो उसके पास आने से कतराते थे, उससे सवाल पूछने लगे, उसके पास आने लगे, उससे अपनी समस्याएं बताने लगे, और वो सबकी मदद करता। सबकी मदद करते करते वो बच्चा 10वीं में पहुंच गया। अब धीरे धीरे वहाँ पे जो बच्चों का व्यवहार था उसके प्रति बदल गया। ज्ञान होती ही ऐसी चीज़ है, पढ़ाई और शिक्षा आदमी के सारे अवगुण, सारी बुराइयां सब ढक देती है। जब 10वीं में अंशु ने टॉप किया, जब 10वीं में अंशु ने टॉप किया तो प्रिंसिपल सर बोले कि आज मेरा बेटा भी अगर टॉप करता तो मुझे इतनी खुशी नहीं होती जितनी मुझे तुम्हें देखकर हो रही है। प्रिंसिपल सर ट्रॉफी पकड़े खड़े हुए थे। प्रिंसिपल सर बोले अंशु ट्रॉफी क्यों नहीं ले रहे हो? अंशु कुछ नहीं बोला। कलेक्टर सर बोले लगता है अंशु किसी और के हाथ से ट्रॉफी लेना चाहता है। प्रिंसिपल सर ने बोला अंशु किसी और के हाथ से ट्रॉफी लेना चाहते हो? अंशु ने हाँ में सिर हिलाया। प्रिंसिपल सर ने पूछा किससे? अंशु बोला पार्वती आंटी। तो हमें कहानी के जो पात्र मिलते हैं, कहानी के जो लोग मिलते हैं, और मैं ये कोशिश करती हूँ कि मैं कहानी के व्यक्ति के उस पक्ष को छूं जो शायद लोग इस तरह से नहीं समझ पाए, जो कहानी के माध्यम से समझ सके।
बहुत सुंदर ये अनुभव और उससे जुड़ी हुई जो कहानी आपने लिखी, ये जो इंक्लूसिवनेस है सारे जेंडर्स की, ये इसके ज़रिए जब ये कहानी बच्चे पढ़ें तो शायद समझें कि वो उनसे अलग नहीं है, उनके ही जैसा है, और उसके भी वही सपने हैं जो आम बच्चे के सपने होते हैं। ये जो आपने माँ का साहस, दूसरी माँ का साहस और एक टीचर की साथ की जो बात कही, तो ये जो 3 हिस्से हैं अभी हमारे समाज में, जिनके बीच में अब मुझे लगता है पहले से था, उम्र का फ़र्क और पीढ़ियों के अंतर तो हमेशा से रहे हैं, अब ये जो फ़र्क आ गया है समझ में एक दूसरे की दुनिया का, ये ज़्यादा हो गया है। जैसे जो बच्चे हैं वो पेरेंट्स के बीच में काफ़ी गैप है और टीचर्स के बीच में भी काफ़ी गैप है। तो ये जो आपने कहानी अभी बताई, इस तरह से और बहुत सारी समस्याएं या बहुत सारी छोटी छोटी बातें भी घर में बच्चे अब उतनी अच्छी तरह से घर में नहीं बोल पाते हैं, तो ये ब्रिज बने पेरेंट्स के बच्चे के बीच में, बच्चे और टीचर्स के बीच में, और टीचर्स और पेरेंट्स के बीच में भी। ये अब आजकल मुलाकातें तो बहुत होती हैं आपस में, पेरेंट्स की भी और टीचर्स की भी, पर वो उतनी समझ बच्चे को लेकर विकसित नहीं हो पाई है। तो इन तीनों के बीच के पुल को कहानियाँ कैसे बना सकती हैं?
जी रत्ना जी, बहुत अच्छा प्रश्न किया है आपने। एक्चुअली जो शिक्षक होता है, हम में से इतने सारे लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, इसमें बच्चे पढ़ भी रहे हैं, कुछ की एजुकेशन पूरी हो चुकी है, पर देखिए स्कूल छूट गया, पुस्तकें छूट गई, क्लासरूम्स छूट गए, पर कौन नहीं छूटा? टीचर। हमारा कोई ना कोई ऐसा फेवरेट टीचर है जो हमसे नहीं छूटे, या कोई ना कोई टीचर की कोई ऐसी इंस्पायरिंग लाइंस जो हमसे नहीं छूटी। हम जिंदगी में सबको छोड़ देते हैं पीछे, पर एक जो होता है शिक्षक, जो हमारे बचपन के साथी, दुख सुख के साथी, वो हमसे कभी नहीं छूटते। कई बार ऐसा होता है कि बच्चा घर में अपनी वो बात नहीं कह पाता जो टीचर से कह देता है। मुझे याद है, अब तो 7th क्लास में जब मैं थी ट्रिनिटी कॉन्वेंट में विदिशा में, तो हमारे एक फ्रेंड थी, वो क्लासरूम में आई और बहुत रो रही थी। तो उसने हम लोगों को रीज़न नहीं बताया, हम लोग भागते हुए गए सिस्टर को बुलाने। सिस्टर जॉनसी आई, उन्होंने पूछा क्या कारण है, तो उसने बताया, उस टाइम पे हम लोगों को इतना समझ में भी नहीं आया कि उसकी 5वीं बहन हुई थी और वो बड़ी शर्मिंदगी महसूस कर रही थी कि लोग मुझ पर हंसेंगे, लोग मुझ पर हंसेंगे। अच्छा, उस टाइम पे जैसा आज का माहौल है वैसा नहीं था। उस टाइम पर इतना फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच नहीं थी, इतना हम लोग संकोच करते थे, घर में बोलने में संकोच करते थे। तो बताइए, वो लड़की वो अपने माता पिता से ये बात नहीं शेयर कर पाई, अपने घर वालों से नहीं कर पाई, उसने आकर हमारे स्कूल में सिस्टर से करी। तो सिस्टर ने उसको कंसोल किया जो भी उन्होंने कहा, और उसके बाद में वो 1 घंटे बाद बिल्कुल नॉर्मल हो गई। शिक्षक का व्यक्ति के जीवन पे इतना प्रभाव पड़ता है। अगर आप में से कभी कोई टीचर बने या आपके नॉलेज में कोई टीचर हो, तो इतना प्रभाव पड़ता है कि जब छोटे बच्चे घर में आते थे तो 100 में से 90 बच्चे टीचर बनना चाहते थे। क्या बनना चाहते हो? टीचर। यहाँ तक कि मेरी बेटी जो थी वो स्कूल से आती थी तो वो मेरा तुरंत सबसे पहले बिना खाना खाए दुपट्टे को साड़ी की तरह पहनकर खड़ी हो जाती थी। क्लास कीप क्वाइट, क्लास हेड डाउन, डोंट टॉक, डोंट टॉक, आई से डोंट टॉक। वो मुझे मैं कहती थी रिमझिम खाना खा लो, डोंट टॉक। आज तो वो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट में है, इतनी बड़ी हो गई है, पर उसका अभी भी वो वाइट बोर्ड वैसे ही रखा हुआ है, उसका वो सब कुछ दुपट्टा उपट्टा सब उसने अपना संभाल के रखा है कि ये मेरे बचपन का है। तो टीचर पे मैं एक बात बताना चाहती हूँ कि टीचर जो है उसको बड़ा, कई बार टीचर हम लोगों की इतने पूरी ज़िंदगी की दिशा बदल देते हैं। जैसे गांधी जी ने अपने स्कूल में एक नाटक देखा, राजा हरिश्चंद्र, और उस नाटक ने उनका जीवन बदल दिया। उन्होंने एक नाटक देख के कहा कि अब मैं कभी झूठ नहीं बोलूँगा, और गांधी जी अपने सत्य के लिए पूरे विश्व में जाने जाते हैं। इसी तरह से कई बार टीचर अगर बच्चे को डांट देता है तो आप ये समझिए कि उस बच्चे के सारे नंबर्स पे, सारे जीवन पे, आजकल हम बहुत सारी रील्स देखते हैं इंस्टा पे, आप लोग तो बहुत अवेयर हैं शायद मुझसे भी ज़्यादा, वीडियोस देखते हैं जिसमें हम देखते हैं टीचर ने ये बोला तो बच्चे को डिप्रेशन हो गया, टीचर ने ये बोला तो बच्चे को जो है बच्चा अच्छे नंबर नहीं ला पाया। पर उसी जगह बहुत सारे ऐसे टीचर्स हैं कि वो स्कूल छोड़ के जा रहे हैं तो हज़ारों बच्चे रो रहे हैं, वो कलेक्टर के पास जा रहे हैं एप्लीकेशन लेकर कि भाई इनका ट्रांसफ़र मत कराइए, हम इनके बिना नहीं रह सकते। तो वो टीचर कोई ऊपर से उतर के नहीं आए हैं, वो हम ही आप में से एक टीचर हैं। वैसे मैं बताऊँ, मैं जब टीचर थी तो मुझे हमेशा बेस्ट टीचर का अवार्ड मिला, हमेशा, थॉरोली, क्योंकि मैं उन तबकों में जाके पढ़ाती थी जिनके बच्चे सब्जी बेचते हैं, जिनके माँ बाप ठेला लगाते हैं, उन लोगों को उन बच्चों के लेवल पे लाना जो बच्चे फीस देकर पढ़ रहे हैं, और उनको इक्वालिटी का दर्जा देना, ये आसान काम नहीं होता है। उनके अंदर इतनी वो ऊपर से अपने आप को ब्रेव दिखाते हैं, इससे लड़ रहे हैं उससे लड़ रहे हैं, पर नहीं, अंदर से वो कमज़ोर होते हैं। जो ज़्यादा ऊपर से चिल्ला के बात करता है जितना बच्चा, वो अंदर से उतना सहमा हुआ और डरा हुआ होता है। कभी उससे अकेले में बात करो तब पता चले क्यों, क्योंकि वो अपने आप को तेज़ दिखाकर वो सारी अपनी कमियां जो है, अपनी गरीबी, अपनी उपेक्षा, वो छुपाता है। इसलिए वो बच्चे को वहाँ पे ला के रखना और उन बच्चों को साथ में लेकर आना, वो बहुत बड़ा काम होता है। इसी पे हम बताएंगे, मेरे एक टीचर थे, वो उनका हम लोग ना, मतलब मुझे तो छोड़ दीजिए, इनफैक्ट बच्चे बहुत मजाक उड़ाते थे, क्योंकि उनका नाम था बंसी शर्मा। तो उस पर मैंने कहानी भी लिखी है, वो छपी भी है, बाल भास्कर में छपी है वो स्टोरी। तो वो जो बंसी शर्मा को हमारे क्लास के जो लड़के थे, वो बड़े शैतान थे, वो बंसी मैडम कहते थे कि ये तो बंसी मैडम है उनको। पर वो इतने अच्छे टीचर थे, आखिरी में उन लोगों ने उनका इतना बच्चों का दिल जीत लिया कि जब वो गए तो हम लोग ऐसे रो रहे थे कि हमारे खुद के माता पिता जैसे कहीं दूसरे शहर में जा रहे हों। उनको याद रखे, वो जो बच्चा शैतानी करता था उसका नाम था सागर। तो जहाँ से वो बंसी सर निकलते थे तो वो कहता था धीरे से बंसी मैडम, और वो सर हंस देते थे। सर ने कभी नहीं डांटा। एक बार क्या हुआ कि वो बंसी सर निकले तो उसने अपने दोस्त अमित से कहा कि अरे मैंने ना कल सारी रात बैठ के पर्यायवाची याद करे हैं। तो अमित ने कहा अच्छा तू इतना कब से पढ़ाकू हो गया? तो वो कहता था अरे मैं बहुत पढ़ाकू हो गया हूँ, सुनेगा? तो अमित ने कहा हाँ हाँ सुना। तो उसने कहा बंसी का पर्यायवाची होता है बांसुरी, मुरली, वेणु, वंशिका। वो आगे कुछ बोलता है, इसके पहले अमित वहाँ से भाग खड़ा हुआ, क्योंकि उसने देख लिया था वो शैतानी कर रहा है। अब सागर की जो साइकोलॉजी थी वो ये थी कि उसकी मम्मी जो थी वो दूसरे शहर में रहती थी नौकरी के कारण, अकेले पिताजी रहते थे, वो ऑफिस का काम करते थे, साथ में इसको ट्यूशन भेजते थे। पर ये ट्यूशन में उतना नहीं पढ़ पाया जितना बेतवा नदी में तैरना सीख गया। वो वहाँ से चला जाता था तैरने, क्योंकि कोई देखने वाला नहीं था। इस कारण वो धीरे धीरे उसको मज़ा आता था कि सब लोग मुझे डांटे तो मेरा भी थोड़ी अहमियत पता लगे। तो वो जस्ट सेंटर ऑफ अट्रैक्शन बनने के चक्कर में वो शैतानी करता था। बंसी सर उसकी साइकोलॉजी समझ गए। बंसी सर निकल कर आए मुस्कुराते हुए, बोले पर्यायवाची तो तुमने बहुत याद कर ली है, अब बेटा ज़रा ये बताओ कि तुमको बंसी के बारे में कुछ और भी पता है? तो बोला हाँ, क्यों नहीं पता है, बंसी जो है हमारी सबसे प्राचीन वाद्य यंत्र है और पंडित हरि प्रसाद चौरसिया जी का विश्व प्रसिद्ध है ये बांसुरी वादन। तो सर बोले अच्छा ठीक है, तो ऐसा करना कल जरा इसके बारे में और जानकारी इकट्ठा करके आना। वो तो खुशी के हमारे बिल्कुल फूल के कुप्पा हो गया। उसने कहा ये बहुत अच्छी बात हुई, अब मैं इन्हीं के सामने बैठ के बंसी बंसी करके करूँगा और ये मुझे कुछ कह नहीं पाएंगे। इसी तरीके से दिन बीते, कुछ दिनों बाद टीचर्स डे था। टीचर्स डे पे एक्टिविटीज़ होना शुरू हुई, किसी ने गाना गाया, किसी ने डांस करा, कोई डिबेट्स हुए, बहुत सारे कॉम्पिटिशन जैसे आप लोग करवाते हो। प्रिंसिपल सर पोडियम पे आए और बोले पता नहीं एक बड़ी अनोखी प्रतियोगिता हमारे यहाँ होने जा रही है। शर्मा सर कह रहे हैं कि बच्चों को बुलाकर प्राचीन वाद्य यंत्रों के बारे में बुलवाया जाए और जिसको सबसे ज़्यादा आता हो उसको स्पेशल अवार्ड दिया जाए। बच्चे तुरंत आए, किसी ने हारमोनियम के बारे में बोला, किसी ने तबले के बारे में, किसी ने सितार, तानपुरा, वीणा, सब बोला। जब वो विनर का नाम अनाउंस करने आए तो बंसी सर बोले सागर से कि सागर तुम आकर कुछ नहीं बोलोगे? सागर सन्न खड़ा रह गया। उसने सोचा कि ये तो बोला सर मैं, बोले हाँ तुम ऊपर आओ। सागर की आंखों में आंसू आ गए, भर्राए गले से उसने बंसी के बारे में बोलना शुरू किया। उसने बांसुरी के बारे में इतनी बातें बताई कि वहाँ पर जो हॉल था वो पूरा तालियों से गूंज उठा। थोड़ी देर बाद प्रिंसिपल सर आए पोडियम पे, वो बोले हमें तो पता ही नहीं था बांसुरी के बारे में। बांसुरी के बारे में जितना आज सागर ने बताया है हम में से शायद कोई नहीं जानता, इसीलिए विनर वो है। और वो जो बच्चा था वो जो पूरा बदल गया था सिर्फ एक टीचर के पेशेंस के कारण, भरोसे और प्यार के कारण, आखिरी में वो सर से जाकर लिपट गया और सर से बोला सर हैप्पी टीचर्स डे, मुझे माफ़ कर दीजिए। तो ये इस तरह से बचपन के जो इंसिडेंट्स होते हैं उनको इस तरह से रूप में हम लोग लेकर आते हैं ताकि अगर ये शिक्षक पढ़े तो वो स्वयं को बदले और बच्चा पढ़े तो उसे समझ में आए कि हर शिक्षक की अपनी खासियत होती है।
बहुत सुंदर कहानी है ये और बहुत प्रेरक। हालांकि कहानी सामान्य तौर पे पढ़ ले इंसान, लेकिन वाकई कई कई स्तरों पर हर तरह के वर्ग को शिक्षक, बच्चा, शायद उसके पिता ने भी अगर पढ़ी हो तो समझेंगे कैसे मैं अकेला पढ़ा इसको पाल रहा हूँ, तो ये अपने आप को कहाँ कहाँ व्यस्त रखता है। बहुत सुंदर है। इस बारे में एक चीज़ मैं ज़रूर बताना चाहूँगी, जो ब्रिज करने की, जो गैप को जो भरने की बात है, उसमें शायद रोल मॉडल जो बनते हैं पेरेंट्स, जिसके बारे में हमसे एक बार चर्चा भी आपसे हुई थी कि कैसे आजकल पढ़ने और पढ़ाई में जो अंतर आ गया है कि पढ़ाई तो बच्चे करते हैं क्योंकि करना ही है स्कूल की पढ़ाई, पर उससे इतर ये जो सामान्य पढ़ना है ये थोड़ा कम हुआ है। तो इन्हीं कहानियों को जो आपने अभी बताई, अब ये कहानियाँ अगर पेरेंट्स पढ़ के बच्चों को सुनाएं या उन्हें इस तरह की कहानियों को पढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित करें कि आप भी पढ़िए इसको, क्योंकि पढ़ना बच्चों का तुलनात्मक रूप से अगर हम देखें पहले से अब में, क्योंकि व्यस्तताएं उनकी बहुत सारी तो स्क्रीन रिलेटेड है, तो वो उतना पढ़ नहीं पा रहे हैं। और पढ़ना यूँ ठीक है, आप कहानियों को जब किसी ड्रामेटाइज्ड वे में भी देखते हैं तो आप तक कहानी पहुंच जाती है, पर भाषा छूट जाती है और वो भाषा का भाव भी बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो जैसे कि एक डॉक्टर हैं जो नैरेटिव मेडिसिन में काम करती हैं, उन्होंने डॉक्टर सायंतिनी दास गुप्ता उनका नाम है, वो जब अपने पास ट्रीटमेंट के लिए, पीडियाट्रिशियन भी हैं, तो कोई बच्चा ट्रीटमेंट के लिए आता है तो जब उसकी बात वो समझ लेती हैं तो हर बच्चे के हिसाब से, उसकी एज के हिसाब से वो एक पेरेंट्स को लिख के देती हैं कि इसको 30 मिनट के लिए रोज़ पढ़ के सुनाइए कहानी। अगर बच्चा थोड़ा बड़ा है तो वो कहती हैं इसको थोड़ा सा आप खुद ही किताब पढ़ने के लिए दीजिए, या ऐसा कि आप इसे पढ़ने की, और वो डोज लिख के देती हैं 30 मिनट्स 20 मिनट्स जैसी उनको समझ में आती है। तो क्या गैप भरने के लिए, या जो ये कहानियाँ, इतनी सुंदर कहानियाँ हैं, इतनी प्रेरक कहानियाँ हैं, हर तरह से हर वर्ग के लिए घर में हर स्तर पर छुएगी लोगों को, अगर ये बड़े भी पढ़ें और बच्चे भी पढ़ें तो क्या ये गैप बढ़ सकता है?
मंजरी जी और रचना जी, मन तो कर रहा है आपसे बैठ के ये किस्से कहानियाँ हम दिन भर सुनते रहें, पर मैं क्षमा चाहूँगा, थोड़ा सा समय की पाबंदी है।
जी,
तो मैं चाहूँगा कि मैं मीनाक्षी दुआ जी को, जो कि सोसाइटी फॉर कल्चर एंड एनवायरनमेंट की सीनियर मेंबर है, अगर वो यहाँ पे हैं, अगर वो यहाँ पे नहीं है तो फिर मैं राघव चंद्रा जी को, द डायरेक्टर ऑफ द भोपाल लिटरेचर एंड आर्ट फेस्टिवल, उनको मैं चाहूँगा जी, हम ज्योति जी से निवेदन करेंगे वो आगे आएँ और अपने शुभ हाथों से हमारे ऑथर और मॉडरेटर को BLF मेमेंटो प्रेजेंट करें हम एज अ टोकन ऑफ लव एंड अप्रिसिएशन फ्रॉम द टीम ऑफ भोपाल लिटरेचर एंड आर्ट फेस्टिवल टू रचना जी एंड टू मंजरी जी। दिस BLF मेमेंटो जो आप पिछले 2 दिन से देखते आ रहे हैं is created by Padmashri Gond artist Durga Bai Vyam ji, titled Little Gorliya. The artwork draws from a tribal folk tale where a tiny bird blessed by the tribal god Burra Dev transforms into a maiden, bringing hope, devotion and joy to a struggling family. एक बार इन कहानियों के लिए बाल साहित्य के निर्धारक के लिए जोरदार तालियां। The next session is titled as How to Feel Proud of Our Bodies. A rather interesting and much needed session. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मंजरी जी और रचना जी। उनको सुन के पता चला क्यों बाल साहित्य में आपका इतना बड़ा नाम है और हम शुक्रगुजार हैं कि हम आपको सुन पाए। Check. So it's time we tell you about our next session.
How often do we truly feel proud of our bodies? Our next session will explore body image, health awareness, and personal dignity, examining how our physical well-being, self-worth, and societal pressures shape our relationship with ourselves and, more importantly, our bodies. Joining us for this session is Dr. Shiv Kumar Sareen. Dr. Sareen is a globally respected hepatologist and the founder director of the Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences, New Delhi. A Padma Bhushan awardee, he's played a transformative role in advancing healthcare, research, and public awareness in India. His work goes beyond medicine, engaging deeply with preventive health and human dignity. Let's welcome Dr. Sareen with a loud applause.
Round of applause, yes. As the moderator, we are delighted to have Mr. Ashok Lavasa ji, जिनसे हम पहले भी मिल चुके हैं. Mr. Ashok Lavasa ji is a former election commissioner of India and a senior civil servant with decades of experience in governance and public policy. He has also served in international leadership roles, including as Vice President of the Asian Development Bank. His career reflects a strong engagement with institutions, ethics, and human development. उनका पर्सपेक्टिव इस बातचीत को एक ब्रॉडर सोशल और पॉलिसी लेंस देता है, जहां हेल्थ एक पर्सनल कंसेप्ट नहीं बल्कि एक सोसाइटल कंसर्न बन के सामने आती है. एंड I'll request the gentleman to please begin the much awaited discussion with a round of applause from everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you and good morning everyone. I thank Bhopal Literary Festival for this amazing opportunity that all of you have to listen to one of the most renowned doctors in the world, Dr. Shiv Kumar Sareen. तो इससे पहले जो सेशन हो रहा था उसमें बच्चों की बाल कहानियों की बात हो रही थी, तो मुझे याद आया कि आज से बिल्कुल 60 साल पहले जब मैं स्कूल गया तो स्कूल के अंदर एक चीज़ लिखी हुई थी, इफ़ वेल्थ इज़ लॉस्ट नथिंग इज़ लॉस्ट, इफ़ हेल्थ इज़ लॉस्ट समथिंग इज़ लॉस्ट, इफ़ कैरेक्टर इज़ लॉस्ट everything is lost. We are not going to talk about character, we'll talk about health. And the other popular saying which all of you must have heard is a healthy mind resides in a healthy body. और आजकल इतना प्रोलिफरेशन जिम्स का और ब्यूटी पार्लर्स का हो रहा है that it seems that health consciousness is going up. Even the Prime Minister has, I think, at least on 3 occasions announced that we should be conscious about depression, we should be conscious about diabetes, and we should introduce millet in our food habits. तो ये है क्या? What is a healthy mind and what is a healthy body? Before I turn it over to Dr. Sareen, I want to narrate to you a very small incident. When I was in the Ministry of Finance as Joint Secretary, so we had an additional secretary and he would ask me कि तुम सुबह उठ के क्या करते हो? मैंने कहा सर मैं वॉक के लिए आता हूँ. ये क्या करते हो वॉक वगैरह सुबह? मैंने कहा सर haven't you heard that an early bird catches the worm? He said वो तो मैंने सुना है, लेकिन think of the worm, अगर वो सोता रहता घर में तो उसको कौन पकड़ पाता? तो अब ये it's a very complicated thing, and I think for answering many of these questions, you need to read this wonderful book called Own Your Body, and we have Dr. Sareen to answer your questions, to address and to educate us on what exactly it is. Now, one of the things I must warn you is that being a leading doctors in the world, he says that don't outsource your health to doctors. तो डॉक्टर साहब, अच्छा दूसरी एक चीज़ और है कि ये इस किताब में जो blurbs लिखे गए हैं, तो one of the blurbs is by one of the wealthiest man in India and in the world, and he has recommended this book. और एक शख्स ने ये भी कहा है कि reading this book can save your life. So I think it's a very serious thing, and I want to turn it over to you, Dr. Saab, कि ये प्रिस्क्रिप्शन लिखते लिखते किताब लिखने की क्या ज़रूरत पड़ गई? मतलब डॉक्टर्स तो बड़े साइंटिफिक और मेथोडिकल लोग होते हैं, लिखना विखना इमोशनल किस्म का काम है, तो आप इस झमेले में क्यों पड़ गए?
ये बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं. पहले मैं राघव जी का और BLF का शुक्रगुजार हूँ और अशोक से गुफ्तगू के लिए बहुत दिन से वेट कर रहा था. ये बात सही है कि उस ज़माने में शायर, मतलब जिसका दिल टूटा हो वो शायरी लिखेगा, या जो प्यार में हो वो अब और चीज़ें लिखेगा. तो लिटरेचर वाज रिलेटेड टू इमोशंस, बट एक्चुअली इट इज़ अ फैक्ट, and this book is written out of passion and out of a feeling that yes, as a doctor you are useless because you treat people when they come to you when they are unwell. So a good doctor should try to prevent. And every time when I would see a patient, sir, मेरे पिताजी को ये था, मेरे को ये है, तो मुझे लगता था कि यार पिताजी ने इसको समझाया होता तो शायद ये बीमार नहीं पड़ता. या लिवर ट्रांसप्लांट के लिए आया है और साथ में डोनर है, उसका भी लिवर ख़राब है. सर मेरे अंकल का भी ट्रांसप्लांट हुआ था, अब आपके पास. नाउ द फैक्ट रिमेन्स दैट पीपल, अब कल रात की बात है, एक मुझे आपके बहुत बेहतरीन बंदे हैं यहाँ पे जो मुझे मिले कि सर मेरे दांत में बहुत तेज़ी से दर्द हो रहा है, ये दांत का चिप टूट गया, तो दवाई ख़रीदने के लिए रुके रात को फेस्टिवल में. तो मैंने कहा आपको पहले कभी दांतों के बारे में ख्याल नहीं आया था? बोले नहीं. मैंने कहा जब चली जाती है चीज़, जब हेल्थ चली जाती है तब लगता है कि हम क्यों नहीं पहले से तैयार हुए. सो दिस बुक स्टार्ट्स द जर्नी फ्रॉम द मदर व्हेन शी कंसीव्स टू द चाइल्ड हु इज़ बोर्न and then he grows up, and the journey is to connect you to your grandchildren. So the whole book revolves around, and the emotion behind, आपने कहा ना क्यों लिखी, इसलिए कि every time I see somebody who is unwell, I see we have failed as a doctor. So this book is not to say that doctors should not do, but own your body, make sure. Do you agree with this or no? You all want to own your body? That's a great sound. दोनों हाथ उठा के जो कहता है ना वो पक्का ठीक होता है.
तो डॉक्टर साहब सवाल ये है कि ओन योर बॉडी, भाई किसी ने बनाई मेरी बॉडी, तो मैं क्यों ओन करूं? गॉड क्रिएटेड माई बॉडी एंड उसके अंदर ऐसी कुछ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कोई डिज़ाइन बनाई है जो हमारे समझ में तो आती नहीं है, उनको पता नहीं समझ में आती, लेकिन डॉक्टर्स को समझ में आती है। तो सवाल ये है that one of the things which I really liked about this book and the comments that were made, it was said that this book has lot of scientific wisdom. अब ये अपने आप में विरोधाभास है या नहीं कि साइंस भी है और विजडम भी है? तो wisdom obviously is something which you distill out of knowledge and experience. And as you very rightly said कि ये किताब कहानियों के ऊपर निर्भर है, सारी उसी से पैदा हुई है। तो आप कृपया करके ये समझाएं कि द बॉडी विच आई हैव नॉट क्रिएटेड एंड आई एम नॉट रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर, तो मैंने क्या ठेका लिया हुआ है?
आपका OEM कौन है? ओरिजिनल मैन्युफैक्चरर।
अब मुझे क्या पता कौन है?
योर मदर फादर।
हाँ, तो फिर मैं क्यों जिम्मेदारी लूं? Why should I be responsible?
एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट। मैं क्यों सो आप में से जिनकी शादी नहीं हुई, आप इधर वालों की तो नहीं हुई लगती, जिनकी शादी नहीं हुई है उन सारों की ये जिम्मेदारी है कि शादी से पहले अपना रॉ मटेरियल ठीक करें, नहीं तो प्रोडक्ट। अच्छा, जैसे मारुति है, जरा सा, मारुति नहीं, जैसे फोर्ड है, उसके जरा सा गियर में कुछ गड़बड़ हो, सारी 2 लाख गाड़ियां बुला लेते हैं। कैन यू ब्रिंग बैक द चाइल्ड हु इज बॉर्न? इज ऑलरेडी बॉर्न, आप उसको रिवायर थोड़ी कर सकते हो। So the first message in this book, and I really want you, इसमें 291 पेज पे 10 commandments, और the first commandment is make your family tree। हम सोचते हैं यार पिताजी से ज़मीन मिली और दादाजी से ये मिला, नाना जी से खेत मिल गया, एक गाड़ी मिल गई, और ये कभी नहीं सोचते कि मेरी मदर को क्या था, मेरे फादर को क्या था। सिमिलरली वाइफ के लिए उसको उसके परिवार से क्या मिला। तो एवरीवन, माय मैसेज क्लियर इज दैट यू शुड मेक योर फैमिली ट्री एंड यू शुड फाइंड आउट कि उनके यहाँ डायबिटीज़ थी, उनके यहाँ ब्लड प्रेशर था, मुझे क्या मिला, मेरी वाइफ के पिताजी को ये था, माताजी को, उन्हें क्या मिला, तो हमारा बच्चा जो पैदा होगा उसे क्या मिलेगा। डू यू एग्री विद दिस? कभी सोचते हैं आप इस बारे में? नहीं सोचते। अब जैसे एक एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ, 3 साल का बच्चा आया, उसके गॉल ब्लैडर में स्टोन हो गया। 3 साल के बच्चे में, सर कभी सुना ही नहीं हमने। दिस इज व्हाट यू विल सी एंड दीज आर कॉल्ड वॉकिंग जीन थ्योरीज। अब बच्चा 10 साल का है, पैदा हुआ, और 10 साल तक कभी उसको हेल्थ एजुकेशन नहीं है, तो बच्चा माँ बाप से नहीं पूछेगा कि यार आपको डायबिटीज़ थी, आप इतने हेल्दी थे, फिर क्यों मुझे पैदा किया। The child has a right to ask the parents, and he should have, she should have a right, if you were unhealthy, why did you produce me? You should have become healthy, then you should have produced me. And this is a fact, this book, the whole thread of the book is around that. I'll give you some examples. जैसे अगर दोनों पेरेंट्स ओवरवेट हैं या ओबीज हैं, तो 97% चांस है कि बच्चा ओवरवेट होगा। पानी उसको घी की तरह लगेगा। वो कहता है सर मैं कितना ही दौड़ लूँ मेरा वजन ही नहीं कम होता, मैं सर इतना सा खाता हूँ। बिल्कुल। अब इसमें पहली स्टोरी है, देयर इज ए जंबो ग्रुप एंड ऑल दीज आर रियल स्टोरीज बट द नेम्स हैव बीन चेंज। So this guy is IIT graduate who was going abroad and came to me when he was 27, 100 कुछ kg का था। मैंने कहा यार तेरी तो हेल्थ ठीक नहीं है, तू तो MIT में नहीं जा सकता। उसकी मदर वाज ए प्रोफेसर इन IIT, सिंगल मदर, एंड उसने कहा कि नहीं आप पूरा चेक करिए, जब तक आप नहीं कहेंगे नहीं जाएगा। मैंने कहा इसकी तो लिवर बायोप्सी होगी, इसका तो लिवर एकदम एडवांस्ड खराब है। एंड द बॉय वाज हेल्दी। नाउ मदर इंसिस्टेड कि तू पासपोर्ट जाने से पहले चेक करा और उसके बाद में बायोप्सी करा। बायोप्सी की, एंड दिस बॉय हैड एडवांस सिरोसिस ऑफ लिवर एट 27 फॉर नो मिस्टेक ऑफ हिज एक्सेप्ट दैट ही वाज ओवरवेट। और वो उसका पेट भरता ही नहीं था। ही वाज नेवर एबल टू स्टॉप। फॉर्चुनेटली द बॉय अंडरस्टूड, एंड बिफोर ही लेफ्ट ही अंडरस्टूड। 3 साल बाद जब वापस आया, he was leaner, fitter, and his cirrhosis has come down. The credit goes to the mother who is still teaching, and she says, "Thank you, doc." And now, for me, the best part is जब इस लड़के ने कहा सर अब मेरी एक गर्लफ्रेंड, पहले कोई गर्लफ्रेंड बनती ही नहीं थी, 115 किलो का था, कोई मानता ही नहीं था, अब कहता है सर मेरी एक गर्लफ्रेंड बन गई है, नाउ आई लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू मैरिज। आई सेड नहीं, तू शादी कर लेना, बच्चे मत करना। कहता है क्यों? मैंने कहा 10 साल वेट करना। If you are unhealthy, don't produce kids till you are healthy for 10 years. If you are 110, bring down. अब जैसे ऐसा पतले हो जाओ, भाई तुम्हारा कितना है वेट, तो हाइट कितनी है? 6 feet. तो दिस गाय, आई मीन, खड़े हो एक बार, ऐसा रोल मॉडल बन जाए। अब एक वो दूसरी है जो भी अनाउंसर है, दोनों ही खड़े हो सकते हैं। Both of you are role models, and Saloni is also a role model. So all of them. So the whole idea behind is, Ashok, you will agree, पहले कहते हैं पतली कमरिया, same style में, do not produce children till you are healthy. You have no right to spoil the next generation of India.
But Dr. Saab, I think you are being very unfair because you are declaring almost everyone guilty of having children without knowing whether we are perfect.
इस किताब से पहले का है ना वो,
अच्छा,
तो इंडिपेंडेंस से पहले
तो-
और इंडिपेंडेंस के बाद, नाउ दे आर गोइंग टू वर्क ऑन इट।
तो अब डॉक्टर साहब ने कहा कि भाई बच्चे को हक है ये पूछने का कि भाई क्यों, जब आप में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग डिफेक्ट था तो मुझे क्यों पैदा किया, ठीक है ना। तो आई वॉज रिमाइंडेड ऑफ एन इंसिडेंट वेयर अमिताभ बच्चन, व्हेन ही नरेटेड दिस इंसिडेंट, के जब यंग डेज में उनको नौकरी नहीं मिल रही थी, बड़े मायूस होकर घर आए और उन्होंने अपने पिताजी से यही सवाल किया कि आपने हमें क्यों पैदा किया, तो हमसे पूछा क्यों नहीं। तो उनके पिताजी ने कहा कि अच्छा, तो ऐसा करना कि तुम अब जब बच्चे पैदा करें तो अपने बच्चे से पूछ के उसको पैदा करें। तो खैर, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग
ये
कॉन्सेप्ट।
अभिमन्यु के साथ हुआ था ना, वो जब पेट में था तो उसको सारा पता था। हो सकता है आप अगर ये शुरुआत
नहीं,
करें,
लेकिन वो जो चक्रव्यूह को तोड़ना नहीं आता था,
हाँ, वो बस उसी समय
तो
तक
वो
गड़बड़ हो गई।
आप सिखाएंगे कि चक्रव्यूह को कैसे तोड़ना है। तो बात यह है कि डॉक्टर साहब ने एक बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग कॉन्सेप्ट इसके अंदर निकाली है। जैसे हम लोग जन्म पत्री कहते हैं, तो डॉक्टर साहब कहते हैं जीन पत्री होनी चाहिए। और बट एक चीज़ है डॉक्टर साहब, दैट aren't you being a little harsh when you say that you are liking human beings to automobile? तो भाई ऑटोमोबाइल के जज्बात तो नहीं होते, इंसानों के तो जज्बात होते हैं। तो how do you explain that, how do you reconcile these things, because human beings are also emotional in nature? तो आपने अपनी किताब में कुछ डिफेंस मैकेनिज्म्स, लाइफ लाइन्स के बारे में बात की, तो ज़रा उसके बारे में
पहले
बताएं।
2 बातें कहूँ। आप जैसे स्पेस क्राफ्ट है, आपने लॉन्च कर दिया, लॉन्च करने के बाद में मिड वे में क्या आप करेक्शन कर पाते हो? नहीं, वो तो ब्लास्ट हो जाता है। एवरीथिंग इज प्री डिज़ाइन, प्री डिटर्मिन एंड सेट बिफोर यू लॉन्च ए स्पेस क्राफ्ट और ए कार और समथिंग। फॉर ह्यूमन बॉडी दिस इज एन एवरीडे प्रोसेस, एंड देयरफॉर अर्लियर यू अंडरस्टैंड द डिसिप्लिन ऑफ लाइफ। छोटा छोटा इन्वेस्टमेंट अगर बचपन से करें तो आगे जाकर के इट बिकम्स एन इनक्रेडिबल वेल्थ, और छोटा छोटा आप इनडिसिप्लिन करें तो इनक्रेडिबल पेनल्टीज। सर वो तो 35 का था, चलते चलते ही गुड़क गया। अरे भाई कैसे गुड़क गया, क्या हो गया था उसको? सर पता नहीं, वो जिम गया था, थोड़ा सा उसने पहली बार में इतनी एक्सरसाइज कर ली तो उसकी तो डेथ ही हो गई, बिकॉज ही नेवर इन्वेस्टेड फ्रॉम। So my message is investment from early age in the child, and remember 10% up till 10 years of age 50% उसका काम खेलना कूदना एक्सरसाइज करना है। पढ़ना is a liability, उसके लिए health education should be more important. और you agree with this? Will Madhya Pradesh start it? भोपाल लिटरेरी फेस्टिवल का बिगेस्ट मैसेज है मेरे लिए कि हेल्थ एजुकेशन इन फर्स्ट 10 years इज़ ए बिगर एजुकेशन देन स्कूल एजुकेशन। अब इसके बाद आपने जो कहा कि क्या हम लोग, नहीं मतलब इतना ज़्यादा डिसिप्लिन और ज़्यादा हार्श होना, ये हार्शनेस नहीं। अब मैं इस किताब के अंदर एक एग्जाम्पल दूंगा। एक लड़की थी, इसे रियल फैक्ट, बिल्कुल मतलब ऐश्वर्या राय की डुप्लीकेट कॉपी, 15 साल की थी और उसके गॉल ब्लैडर में स्टोन हो गया। उसकी माँ आई साथ में, और ठकुरानी मतलब राजस्थान के एक ठकुरानी घर से थे। मैंने उससे पूछा कि भाई क्या इस लड़की का तो सर्जरी करना पड़ेगा। फादर ने बड़ी विनती की, मत करो साहब, निशान हो जाएगा। मदर ने कहा, मैंने कहा अच्छा मदर का भी टेस्ट कर लेते हैं। वो बोली मेरा 39 ईयर है, किया, उसके भी गॉल ब्लैडर में स्टोन था। हाउ डिड दिस गर्ल 15 years suffered because her mother had fatty liver and she was a ठकुराई। बोला ठाकुर है, पूरी उनकी रियासत होती थी एक छोटी सी, खाओ पियो, 2 मुर्गे 2 बोतल, वो ऐसा वाला हाल था। नाउ दिस मदर ऑनेस्टली टुक टू सोशल मीडिया, उसकी लड़की की सर्जरी हुई, एंड शी इन द बिगेस्ट बेस्ट स्कूल इन द वैली मेड श्योर दैट एवरी मदर एवरी चाइल्ड अंडरस्टैंड्स कि यार ये बीमारियां जेनेटिकली हो सकती हैं, अपनी हेल्थ करें। अब उस बच्ची जो 15 साल वाली, शी हैज़ बिकम ए फिल्म स्टार इन दिस एरिया, that do not let your gallbladder become stone worthy, do not allow, and this becomes, you have fat in the liver, this fat will go and deposit into the gallbladder. Please remember, an extra fat in the liver which is genetic and because of your indulgence from early age. हर बर्थडे पे 4 केक, साइज ऑफ द केक 4 साल का है 4 किलो का केक, 5 साल का है 5 किलो का केक, ऐसा होता है। तो उसके हिसाब से मेक श्योर that the fat in the liver does not get deposited in gallbladder. That fat will go and circulate and get deposited on your arteries. You get hard arteries and blood pressure. That fat is the cause that you do not get insulin in the liver and you get diabetes. So diabetes is a liver disease. Fatty liver is the basic cause for hypertension, heart disease, kidney disease. And the simplest way, as my colleague here, the anchor said, remain underweight. If you are underweight, half the problem is over. और उसके लिए बड़ा है, अब जैसे आप भोपाल में आ जाओ, इतनी बढ़िया होटल में रुको, अब खाना नहीं खाओ तो लोग कहते हैं यार कैसा आदमी है।
नहीं तो आप जैसा करो ना, जिम में जाते हो और दौड़ लगाते हो। लेकिन वो जो 4 लाइफ लाइन्स आप बताते हैं वो ज़रा बताइए।
4 लाइफ लाइन्स जो हैं इस बुक में, 50 टिप्स हैं। मैं ज़रूर चाहूँगा कि ईच वन ऑफ यू, 100 कितने लोग 100 साल जीना चाहते हैं, हाथ उठाएं, और हेल्दी जीना चाहते हैं तो दोनों हाथ उठाएं। सब हेल्दी जीना चाहते, इस किताब को पढ़ें। इसमें 50 ऐसे टिप्स हैं। पहला टिप है कि नहाने के बाद डेली अपना वजन तोल लें। एवरी डे कीप ए वेइंग स्केल एंड वे योरसेल्फ, वे इन ग्राम्स, इफ पॉसिबल लेस देन ग्राम्स। डू नॉट अलाउ खर्चा ज़्यादा, कमाई कम। इसका पहला टिप है, जो लाइफ लाइन है, वो मैं कौन बनेगा करोड़पति, उसका ही एक लाइफ लाइन है कि यू हैव टू रिमेन स्लिम एंड फिट, एजाइल एंड यंग। अब जैसे पहले इंडियन टॉयलेट्स होती थी, आप उकड़ू बैठते थे और खड़े होते थे। अब वेस्टर्न टॉयलेट्स, अगर आप बैठ के खड़े नहीं हो सकते तो गए जोड़ा। So remember, what you use, the body will use. If you do not use, the body will not use. Therefore, first is to remain slim and fit. And slim के बड़े simple formula हैं। I know यहाँ बहुत बढ़िया fashion है, but आप देखोगे, and Bhopal has done the best in the country as far as screening, you know. तो अगर आप अपनी कमर नापें, फीमेल की कमर 80 सेंटीमीटर और मेल की 90 सेंटीमीटर से ज़्यादा नहीं। कितनों की 80 से कम है? एनीवे कोई देख नहीं रहा है, आप ना वैसे भी हाथ खड़ा कर देंगे, कोई जना नहीं पकड़ेगा। सो फॉर ए मेल less than 90, because it is this fat which makes you bad. The message is, do not allow this to, पुराने ज़माने में हलासन होता था, अब कोई करता ही नहीं। The best आसन you have. So my message to you is, and if you want to own and remain healthy for 100 years, remain absolutely thin at your waist area. So fit means you have to do exercise, and there is a very simple formula, and I know you love it, is called talk test. मतलब आपसे पूछे आपका क्या नाम है, आप मेरा नाम सर शिव कुमार। आप एक्सरसाइज करें और एक सेंटेंस पूरा नहीं कर पाए, प्लीज एक्सरसाइज टिल दैट लेवल इफ पॉसिबल, इफ नॉट ग्रेजुअली इंक्रीज इट. And this is the way the lungs and the heart should be. And the second lifeline is, of course, what to eat, when to eat, and how much to eat. And remember, start with a dessert plate, not with a full plate.
तो डॉक्टर साहब, इफ़ आई कैन इंटरप्ट यू, और ये जो बात खाने की चल रही है, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कोई बैलेंस भी होना चाहिए ज़िंदगी में. लेकिन ये जो आप डॉक्टर्स कहते हैं कि भाई दवा दारू कर लिया,
दारू नहीं कहते.
ये कहते हैं ना?
नहीं नहीं, वो तो लोग कहते हैं दवा दारू. डॉक्टर कब कहते हैं दवा दारू दे दिया? कमाल करते हैं.
नहीं, तो आप क्या ये कह रहे हैं कि वो दूसरा वाला छोड़ दिया जाए बिल्कुल?
नहीं नहीं, मैं वो कफ सिरप में मिला के लोग पीते हैं, कोई कैसे लेते हैं. बट यस, अल्कोहल, बेटर अल्टरनेटिव्स आर देयर. अल्कोहल इज ए सोशली एक्सेप्टेड पॉइजन. So I would only repeat socially accepted poison. I think our time is coming to an end.
है अभी, है अभी.
Okay.
एक नहीं, मैं उसी पे आ रहा हूँ.
Do you have a question? Start. Anyway. All right. Okay. नहीं, अभी तो अशोक की बात नहीं पूरी हुई. अशोक.
नहीं, मैं before we have the question round, there is one thing which I think I want Dr. Saab to explain, and that is that he is a founder, director of the Indian Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences. अब ये लिवर क्या बला है? मतलब जैसे हम पहले कहते थे कि दिल लो, जिगर लो, जान लो, या कलेजा,
जिगरी दोस्त होता था.
हाँ, जिगरी दोस्त होता था. या कोई ताकतवर नहीं है, उसको कहते हैं तेरे में जिगरा नहीं है. तो कैन यू प्लीज एक्सप्लेन टू अस कि ये
बहुत
है
बढ़िया
क्या?
सवाल है. आज
और
से
साथ साथ आप लिवर ट्रांसप्लांट के बारे में भी कुछ बताएं.
लगभग क्राइस्ट से 2000 साल पहले जो मंदिर बनते थे रोम में या ग्रीस में, उसमें सिर्फ एक ही चीज़ रखी जाती थी, वो लिवर था. 2000 ईयर बिफोर. एंड दिस इज़ द वे. अगर आपका लिवर सफ़ेद है तो उसे कहा जाता है लिली, कावर्ड लिवर. A lily liver or a coward liver. Liver was worshipped till about 16th century. 16th century में हार्ट का पता लगा. हार्वे ने कहा कि यार ये भी कोई चीज़ है, अदरवाइज सब कुछ जिगर ही था. अब आपको याद हो कि who brought the fire to mankind? Prometheus. तो दिन के अंदर उसका निबल करता था वल्चर लिवर. रात को सो जाता था, सुबह नया लिवर बन जाता.
क्या बात.
And this is a fact. If you allow rest and do not eat at night, the liver will regenerate. Number 2, you can donate your liver. 60% of your liver I can donate you or anybody, and it will grow back in about 4 weeks time. जैसे बाल काटते हैं दोबारा. How many of you will become donors? Raise hands. Everybody. If you want your DNA to live in the next generation for immortal time, आपका लिवर किसी में लगा तो आपका डीएनए चलता ही जाएगा, पुश्त दर पुश्त चलता जाएगा. तो लिवर ट्रांसप्लांट इज ए रियलिटी. डू इट, बट ऑल्सो रिमेंबर यू हैव टू लव योर लिवर. डोंट इंसल्ट. एक समय तक तो झेलेगा, उसके बाद में दगा दे देगा. डोंट इंसल्ट इट एवरी डे by alcohol or by fat.
That's
So can we now turn it over to
Yes.
the audience?
That's really
The
some scientific
gentleman
wisdom.
right at the back.
Thank you, Dr. Saab, for the lovely talk.
One by one. हाँ, बोलिए आवाज आ रही है.
So the first question is that when we have, say, there is fat accumulated in the body, right? Undoing that, they will require discipline. But if there is fat accumulated on the organs, can you tell us that what can be done to undo that? Because that damage is done. So that is the first question.
I can only allow one question. बहुत सारे सवाल हैं.
Just one
Please try to understand.
And
Okay, हम
second-
उसका आंसर
second-
लेंगे.
Just
Fat
one
in the
second.
liver.
Yes.
Fat in the liver
That's-
is because of overweight, but mainly genetic. And sugar. Your sugar goes to two places, one to the muscle, one to the liver. If your muscle is working, the sugar will be burnt there. Remember it. If you are exercising, that sugar is gone. But if you are not exercising, this sugar goes to liver. वो कहता है यार बहुत ज़्यादा पैसा आ गया, उसे fat बना देता है. So the fat in the liver is not by fat what you eat, but it is the sugar. The culprit is sugar. keep total sugar in the diet to 5 to 7% of your calorie requirement. आपकी कैलोरी रिक्वायरमेंट 2000 है, उसका 5 से 7% शुगर हो, नहीं 5 ऑरेंजेस खा लिए, शुगर कोटा खत्म हो गया. इट इज़ ऑल इन द बुक. आपका यूरिक एसिड हाई है, सर मेरे तो प्रोटीन कम. इट इज़ यूरिक एसिड इज ए शुगर, इट इज़ फ्रुक्टोज. So remember, if you have a high uric acid, it is because you have eaten too much maize, you have eaten too much of sauce which has corn syrup. So that is the crux of the matter.
Thank you. Please, सामने.
सर फैटी लीवर की प्रॉब्लम एडल्ट्स में बहुत ज़्यादा हो रही है.
माइक पकड़ लीजिए
देखने
please.
में आ रहा है, और यदि ये बच्चों में होता है तो कैन इट लीड टू द सीरोसिस? इन 80s के दशक में इंडियन चाइल्डहुड सीरोसिस वाज वेरी कॉमन. नाउअडेज प्रोबब्ली इट इज नॉट सीन. व्हाट इज योर एक्सपीरियंस सर?
फैटी लिवर बच्चों में सबसे पहले, अगर बच्चा पैदा हो और 6 महीने में उसे आपने टिंड फ्रूट जूस दिया, मैंगो जूस 6 महीने में, 5 साल तक के बच्चे में फैटी लिवर हो जाएगा. 2 साल के बच्चों में 4% और 5 साल के बच्चों में करीब 13% में फैटी लिवर है. एडल्ट में ज़्यादा बढ़ा नहीं, लोगों को थोड़ी समझ आ गई है. एंड आई एम श्योर आपके माध्यम से हर आदमी अपना फैट लिवर का कम करेगा. हाइट -100 फॉर मैन, जैसे इनकी हाइट है 6 फुट, उसको इंचों में करें. 1 इंच का 6 फीट मीन्स हाउ मेनी इंचेस?
12 inches.
नो,
Oh, sorry. 72, yeah.
72. उसको आपने 72 को एवरी 100 पाउंड्स यू मल्टीप्लाई एट 6 पाउंड. जैसे आपकी अगर हाइट है 5 फीट 10 इंच, तो आपने उसके अंदर ऐड कर देने 60 पाउंड्स. पर सिंपल फॉर्मूला इन सेंटीमीटर इज हाइट -100 फॉर मैन एंड हाइट -105 फॉर ए वुमेन. पर अगर मदर फादर को डायबिटीज़ या ब्लड प्रेशर है तो 5 किलो और कम. फैटी लिवर.
Okay. Please, माइक पीछे पास कर दीजिए.
मतलब दिल
please.
बड़ा होना चाहिए, जिगर बड़ा.
Like-
दिल बड़ा होना चाहिए देने के लिए.
Yes. Quick question, please.
Sir, good morning, sir. Myself, Dr. Anuja Saxena.
Where are you?
कहाँ हो जा?
खड़े हो
okay,
जाइए,
all
please.
right.
नहीं खड़े
Sorry,
मत हो.
sir. एक्चुअली मैं अभी आपने अभिमन्यु की बात करी थी, तो उसमें था कि आपने कहा कि जेनेटिक पहले से ही आपको प्लान कर लेना चाहिए कि कैसा वेट है. तो क्या कभी जैसे अभिमन्यु को उसके जो एनवायरनमेंट से उससे फ़र्क पड़ा था,
बहुत.
तो क्या जेनेटिक के अलावा भी कुछ और ऐसे फैक्टर्स हैं जो इसको आपको इफेक्ट कर सकते
आई
हैं?
एम सो हैप्पी यू आर ए डॉक्टर. अगर मदर को ये टुडे, दिस इज पब्लिश टुडे मॉर्निंग इन द बेस्ट जर्नल कॉल्ड नेचर. नेचर के अंदर आज सुबह मैंने पढ़ा, अगर मदर को ब्रोंकियल एस्थमा है तो उसकी एंटीबॉडीज़ बच्चे में जाएंगी. पॉल्यूशन के कारण एस्थमा है. और जो बेबी होगा, दिस इज एनिमल माउस एक्सपेरिमेंट, द बेबी विल हैव एस्थमा मच अर्लियर. So everything what mother has is processed and goes to the baby. And therefore, to read what your child will be, the parents have to be exceptionally careful in wiring. If they are overweight, if they are indulging into different things, the child will suffer for rest of the life.
ठीक है, यहाँ से. So sorry, no cross question, please. Time बहुत कम है. Very sorry, ma'am. Very sorry. Next question, please. Very sorry.
सर मैं डॉक्टर मनोज वर्मा, आई एम डायरेक्टर टीबी सेंटर. सर जितना हार्श आपने लिखा है उससे ज़्यादा हार्श मेरा क्वेश्चन है. आपने बोला मेरे पेरेंट्स ने जेनेटिक टेस्टिंग नहीं कराई, मुझे पैदा कर दिया. नाउ यू आर सेइंग आई हैव टू गो फॉर द जेनेटिक टेस्टिंग. अगर मैं फेल होता हूँ, मैं मोटा हूँ, मेरी वाइफ हेल्दी है, बच्चे नहीं करे, तो क्या हम माता पिता के सुख से वंचित रहें? उस फेज में जबकि बच्चा आज जो मेरा पैदा हो रहा है, सर्जरी इतनी एडवांस हो रही है, मेडिसिन इतनी एडवांस हो रही है, definitely after 30-40 years medicine science will be somewhere else. Immediately ठीक है, that time.
I'll briefly answer. So now
Thank you.
the genotype is, since you are a doctor, but for सब लोगों के लिए there is called PHEVAS, phenotypic, you know how you will become. The simple message is, अगर आपकी गाड़ी सपोज करिए उसमें हवा कम है पहिए में, तो आप धीरे चलाओगे. अगर आपकी गाड़ी में खराबी है तो धीरे केयरफुल रहोगे. तो मैसेज इज, इफ यू आर वायर्ड जेनेटिकली डिफरेंटली मैन्युफैक्चर्ड, यू आर ए डिफेक्टिव पीस, रिमेंबर यू हैव टू वर्क हार्ड. तो इस बुक की जो 3 बातें हैं कि आप रेड लेन में हैं, आप येलो लेन में हैं कि ग्रीन लेन में. येलो लेन में, रेड लेन का मतलब मदर फादर डिफेक्टिव, मैं भी डिफेक्टिव, और मैंने ज़िंदगी में कुछ नहीं किया, हेल्थ के लिए दौड़ा नहीं, भागा नहीं, खाना ठीक से नहीं खाया। आई एम गोइंग टू हैव दिस डेस्टिनी। The yellow lane is mother fathers are defective, but I am healthy because I am working out every day, my diet is careful. And the third is mother father भी ठीक है, मैं भी ठीक हूँ, तो मेरी जिम्मेदारी है ग्रीन लेन वाले की यार ज़िंदगी भर ग्रीन में रहूँ, बच्चे भी ग्रीन लेन वाले हों। येलो वालों की जिम्मेदारी है कि मैं येलो के जगह से मेरे बच्चे ग्रीन लेन वाले हों, और रेड वालों की जिम्मेदारी है कि मैं आज से शुरू करूँ येलो और हो सकता है ग्रीन में। There is nothing against. The whole preface of the book is written on this. How you are manufactured, you should know, and plan for your grandchild. You have to live for your grandchild. बच्चे तो हो गए, उनके बच्चों के लिए आपको, and this is a science paper 2013, live for your grandchild, because for the child everything has been done.
Thank
I
you.
hope it ends.
Gentleman here,
Good
and then
morning. Good morning,
followed
sir.
by lady. There.
Good morning, sir. Myself Navdeep Prakash Agrawal. मैं रिटायर्ड सिविल सर्वेंट हूँ। हालांकि आपकी किताब पढ़ने के बाद तो ज़रूरत नहीं है किसी मेडिकेशन की, ऐसा मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है, लेकिन फिर भी हमारी थोड़ी लालच है। क्या हम ILBS की ब्रांच भोपाल में देख सकते हैं इन फ्यूचर?
ये तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जवाब देगा, पर मैं बहुत खुश होऊंगा। आई विल बी माई हैप्पीनेस। पर बाय द वे, ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर्स अपना लिवर कैसे हेल्दी करते हैं? इतने सारे सीनियर ब्यूरोक्रेट्स हैं, हाउ डू यू कीप योर लिवर हेल्दी? मैं बताऊं क्या करते हैं? एक दो आपके लिए नुस्खे हैं कि लिफ्ट इज फॉर पेशेंट्स, स्टेयर्स आर फॉर पीपल, नॉर्मल पीपल। कभी सीढ़ी नहीं, आपने लिफ्ट नहीं लेनी। अगर इतना सा याद रखेंगे ना, चाहे 10 बार जाना पड़े, बट रिमेंबर। और दूसरा, ईट। सपोज सर मेरा तो इतना टेंशन है, डॉक्टर अशोक जी इतना डांट लगा देते हैं, ये इतना कर देते हैं। स्ट्रेस इज ए वे ऑफ लाइफ टू रिएक्ट, इट इज़ नॉट ए कॉज ऑफ फैटी लिवर। ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस हो, थोड़ा सा घूम लीजिए, और उसके अलावा अवॉइड ईटिंग एज ए वे आउट।
तो डॉक्टर साहब, मैं एक इसमें आई थिंक इट विल बी वेरी गुड फॉर द ऑडियंस, लॉट ऑफ यंगस्टर्स। आजकल बहुत ज़्यादा फैशन है कि प्रोटीन्स खाओ, सप्लीमेंट्स खाओ हेल्दी रहने के लिए, उसके बारे में आपकी कोई राय है?
खाते हैं क्या लोग प्रोटीन्स हेल्दी रहने के लिए?
बहुत ज़्यादा सर, बहुत ज़्यादा खाते हैं।
बहुत ज़्यादा खाते हैं।
Yes, I am a clinical nutritionist. I had 2 questions. One was regarding these protein supplements. Besides that, I take histories and I find to my horror, Gen Z not sleeping before 2 or 3 in the morning. So what is the impact of that? I would like you to please,
This
talk
is the
about
third
this.
lifeline.
Yes.
Thank
कि
you for
साहब,
that
a
question.
restorative
Wonderful.
sleep. रेस्टोरेटिव स्लीप में आपको बिल्कुल अपनी दिनचर्या रखनी है कि 10 बजे सोएं और 4 या 5 बजे उठें। यू विल ऐड लाइफ as well as years to your life. There is no denial, and the 2017 Nobel Prize was on this, on the clock genes. And coming to proteins, you take protein as a food. Do not take protein as a supplement. Supplement तो उनको देते हैं ना जो सब्सिडी वाले, जैसे गरीब हो, खाना नहीं मिला सप्लीमेंट ले लो यार, तो ऐसा मत करना। अच्छा खाना खाना, and vegetarians have good proteins.
On the right, please.
हेलो respected sir, I am marathon runner, athlete के रूप में मैं आपसे थोड़ा सा ये पूछना चाहूँगा सर कि अभी हमारे लाइफस्टाइल में हम लोग जो पाम ऑयल खा रहे हैं, पाम ऑयल एक ऐसा सप्लीमेंट है जिससे हमारा फैटी लीवर वगैरह सभी चीज़ें सर मैं आपके माध्यम से सभी को बताना चाह रहा हूँ कि हम लोग डिटॉक्स कैसे करें हमारे फैटी लीवर को, जिससे हम लोग हमारी एक्टिविटी डेली रूटीन लाइफ में हम लोग अपना एफिशिएंटली और इफेक्टिवली वर्क कर सकें।
Okay, thank you.
देखिए पाम ऑयल जो है, इनफैक्ट इट्स ए वेरी सैचुरेटेड, वेरी थिक ऑयल, इट्स नॉट ए ग्रेट ऑयल, बट हाँ अगर आप लेना ही है तो मस्टर्ड ऑयल इज़ ए गुड ऑयल, इट इज़ वेरी यूजफुल। और देसी घी या मक्खन, इनफैक्ट 7 जनवरी को जो रॉबर्ट कैनेडी ने अभी नई US की गाइडलाइन हेल्थ की दी है, उसमें नंबर 1 में उसने बटर लिखा है, ऑल्दो उसके साथ चिकन भी लिखा है, पर वो ठीक नहीं है। बट द फैक्ट इज बटर इज़ गुड, होम मेड बटर इज़ गुड, बट उसको पचाना है, लिमिट उसकी 20 ग्राम से ज़्यादा पूरे दिन में ऑयल की, फैट की नहीं होनी चाहिए। बट आपके माध्यम से, आप मैराथन रनर हैं तो याद रखिए कि आप अपना हेल्थ चेकअप जरूर कराएं। आई विल टेक हाफ ए मिनट टू टेल, आई हैव ए बॉय हु आई सॉ व्हेन ही वाज 13। मैंने उससे कहा तो कभी मोटा मत होना लाइफ में। अब वो 30 साल का हुआ तो लंदन में मैराथन दौड़ता है। अभी मिलने आया और आके कहता है अंकल मैं आपको सिर्फ दिखाने आया हूँ, स्लिम लाइक दिस। मैंने कहा मैंने क्यों कहा था उस समय, तो बोला पता नहीं। मैंने कहा तेरा हेल्थ चेकअप कराते हैं। उसका कोलेस्ट्रॉल 198 था एंड ही इज़ ए मैराथन रनर 42 माइल्स। मैंने कहा तेरे फादर बैठे थे, उनको ब्लड प्रेशर था, डायबिटीज़, मदर के गॉल ब्लैडर में स्टोन थे। तो द फैक्ट इज इफ़ ही वॉज नॉट रनिंग ही वुड हैव बीन 30 पे उसको ब्लड प्रेशर हो जाता, हाइपरटेंशन के साथ साथ सारी बीमारी, बट ही वॉज रनिंग। सो ऑल ऑफ यू फॉलो मैराथन रनर इफ यू हैव ए डिफेक्टिव जनरेशन।
Thank you. The lady from the back. Last two questions, one and हम एक far right चलेंगे,
Sir,
please.
excellent presentation. I'm Dr. Nikita. I'm a gynecologist and infertility specialist. Sir, as you said that most of the diseases have genetic basis. So, but the awareness among the population is not there. So that is number one. How do we increase the awareness? Especially among the young, and as ma'am said, what we are seeing in the Gen Z, so they are ultimately again going to become parents and grandparents. So that is number one. How do we increase the awareness?
Just we can allow one question,
So,
please. We are really running very
just
short
in
of time. Very
continuation,
sorry.
But in
Very
the other
sorry.
ways, aren't we increasing
Only
stress?
one question, please.
So,
Very sorry.
very interestingly, another very recent paper, maybe 3 days ago, कि अगर आप ब्लास्टोसिस्ट लें, जिससे हम लोग पैदा होते हैं, जाइगोट से ब्लास्टोसिस्ट, अगर मदर को आपने एक्स्ट्रा फैट या शुगर दी, 6 डेज से फैटी लिवर के जीन्स बनने, 6 डेज ऑफ एम्ब्रियो. So it is a transformation which happens as early as that. As a gynecologist, you have two main responsibilities. यार इसमें किताब में पूरी कहानी है गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट की. उसने मदर को बच्चा पैदा होने से मना किया कि जब तक तुम पतले नहीं होगे बच्चे पैदा नहीं करना. They became the girl. So for you are the most important person. Make sure that nobody goes without a health advice and the mothers are healthy, so the boy and the girl are healthy.
Thank you. Last question from my far right, please. खड़े होकर.
Good morning, sir. I'm Shuk. So, as you said, you talked about the parents that they should have the genetic test or they should be fit before giving a birth to a child. So, like, what would you say to a child? Like, I'm in my Gen Z.
आप सही बात बताइए आपने. देखिए मैंने नहीं कहा मदर को टेस्ट कराए, फादर को टेस्ट. ये तो आप लोगों के लिए है. जैसे आपको लड़की ढूंढनी है, मतलब शादी करनी है या मतलब फ्रेंडशिप करनी है, तो उसका सबसे पहले SGPT कराना. ब्लड टेस्ट होता है, हीमोग्लोबिन होता है ना, वैसे ही SGPT. अगर उसका SGPT लड़की का 19 से ज़्यादा और लड़के का 30 से ज़्यादा, वो शादी के लायक नहीं. कहोगे यार कैसा डॉक्टर है यार, शादी बनवा दी है मेरी, और लड़की कहेगी कैसा आदमी है यार, इसने तो बिल्कुल गड़बड़. बिकॉज those who have an SGPT above, this is a liver inflammation test which everybody should get done. 10 रुपए में टेस्ट होता है. अगर SGPT हाई, आप लोगों ने नहीं कराया ना, ये अभी करा देंगे आपका, राघव जी करा के देंगे सब लोगों का. अगर SGPT सबका करा देना, पैसे बराबर आ जाए. अगर SGPT हाई है, that person has inflammation in the liver and then both the partners must know यार हम डिफेक्टिव पीस हैं, हम रेड लेन में हैं या येलो लेन में. रेड लेन में मतलब SGPT हाई, रेड लेन से येलो में है, पेरेंट्स हैं, हम नहीं हैं. देन द जीन पत्री, द क्वेश्चन विच यू आस्क्ड, देन इट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट टू हैव जीन पत्री एंड दिस विल हैपन इन फ्यूचर इन 5 to 10 years. जीन पत्री विल बिकम मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट देन जन्म पत्री एंड आई डू होप एवरीवन रीड्स. देयर इज़ ए 71 पेज पे उसके गर्दन में काली लाइन है. तो बंदा बट आज सुबह एक मुझे मिले बंदे जब मैं नाश्ता कर रहा था, और उन्होंने मुझे कहा आप ही के उसमें ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में हैं, एंड ही टोल्ड मी, हाँ ही इज़ राइट देयर. ही सेज कि सर मेरे को ये काली वो गर्दन थी तो मुझे किसी डॉक्टर के पास भेजा और मेरा कोलेस्ट्रॉल बहुत हाई था, और उसके बाद से रीडिंग बुक 10 किलो वज़न घट गया. मैं चाहूँगा, आई एम नॉट देयर एज ए डॉक्टर, I am here as one of you because I have seen life the other way. हर अगला पन्ना हम नहीं पढ़ पाते, कुछ डॉक्टर्स पढ़ पाते हैं, और इसलिए अगर हम अगला पन्ना देख लें तो आज your tomorrow will depend on the choices you make today. And do not say, because a difference between choice and habit is, आज मैं मना कर दूंगा, but habit will be I accept wrong choices to have a bad future.
Sareen जी के लिए तालियां, please everybody.
No, with
Yes,
his
Ashok ji.
permission, I want to disclose one thing. कि वो डॉक्टर्स के लिए लोग ये कहते हैं कि किसी ने डॉक्टर से कहा कि भाई आप ये सारी सलाह देते हो तो आप खुद क्यों नहीं करते? तो डॉक्टर ने कहा कि देखो ऐसा है, वो जो साइन बोर्ड होता है ना या माइलस्टोन होता है, माइलस्टोन आपको बताता है कि आपको किस तरफ जाना है, वो खुद तो नहीं जाता। बट डॉक्टर साहब की ये खासियत है दैट ही एक्चुअली प्रैक्टिसेस व्हाट ही प्रीचेस एंड दैट्स व्हाई ही इज सो फिट।
Wow. Well, this is going to be a never-ending discussion, but all good things come to an end.
But one statutory warning. I am not delivering this warning. Mark Twain said, "Be careful when you read a health book, because you may die because of a misprint." but there are no misprints in this book.
Okay. Okay, so it's a good news for everybody. We have time for couple more questions. पीछे से वो सर काफी समय से हाथ खड़े कर रहे थे, वहां से विल ट्राई टू कवर सर। हाँ,
भगवान की दया से हिंदी एडिशन आ गया है, आप खरीदिए। आ गया है,
मंजुल पब्लिशिंग हाउस पे आपको मिल जाएगा, आप खरीद लीजिएगा।
The books are available in the stall. बाहर जो book stall है वहाँ ये book available है।
एंड साइन भी करवा लीजिएगा। यस, वहाँ पीछे माइक पास कर दीजिए प्लीज।
हिंदी एडिशन आ गया है, मराठी आ गया है,
Volunteers please.
और वी हैव द पंजाबी एडिशन, 4 एडिशन।
तो अभी कुछ टाइम ट्रांसप्लांट हुआ है, तो वी हैव सम
माइक आ गया है।
लीजिए। या
We have the mic for you, sir, on your right.
इट्स ऑन, बोलिए आप। Please hold the mic closer.
Well, this is also discussed in the book about milk. Milk is the best restorative biological product ever made. Milk has a regeneration capacity. What I am saying, every word has a meaning because these are taken from best journals, Science, Nature, New England Journal, like that. So, the milk has properties of regeneration. Milk has property of the best sleep, and there is no confusion in my mind. Everybody should have milk, and there is no doubt that whatever theory you are saying is incorrect. Clearly, if you have milk allergy, then don't take. Milk is a wholesome, good food.
Thank you.
Sir, something about tandem mass spectrometry.
Well, it's not part of the book, but what you are saying has a lot of science in it, and mass spec can always be helpful. If you are wanting to find out minerals or metals, or you are finding out the structure of the tissue, tandem mass may be a very useful method. But for general people, do you know what percentage of your total body should have fat? Raise hands. Anybody? 20 पैसे से ज़्यादा बॉडी में, अगर आप 100 मतलब 10 किलो के हैं, तो उसके अंदर 2 किलो फैट हो सकती है. Most people just do a simple body composition analysis. If your body has more fat, it is unhealthy. How much should be your muscle? How much should be your bone density? Everybody should get your composition of the body analyzed, and this is mentioned very clearly in the book. अच्छा, एक बड़ी मज़े की बात इसमें जन्म पत्री और जीन पत्री पे है. पुराने ज़माने में जब होता था ना राजा महाराजा, तब देखते थे कि यार इस नक्षत्र में इस समय में अगर you have the sex and then you have the child, तो इस समय में बच्चा अच्छा पैदा होता. वो बड़ी अच्छी साइंस थी. आजकल कोई नहीं देखता कि कब बच्चा अच्छा पैदा होगा और कब बच्चे को. एंड गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट कैन हेल्प इन दैट. यू मस्ट डिसाइड द बेस्ट टाइम, बेस्ट हेल्थ फॉर योरसेल्फ. दूसरा एक इसके अंदर बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग वाकया है जो मैं चाहूँगा. इट्स ए रियल स्टोरी ऑफ ए पुलिसमैन, एंड आई मेट सम very senior police officer yesterday. I don't know if he is here or not. He represents the whole of Madhya Pradesh, and he says he will come. The story is this policeman who used to come, he was representing a state and was never able to lose weight till the time I told him that in Washington, 7 out of 10 people in the US police are overweight. Why don't you make a change? He started making a change. From 104, he came down to 88 or so. And what he did, it's a real story, he made every police station healthy. उसने हर जगह पे एक्सरसाइज लगाया एंड देयर इज ए जेनेरिक उसको थायराइड थी कहता कि सर मैं मोटा हूँ बिकॉज आई एम हैविंग थायराइड एंड आई सेड अगर आपकी बॉडी इतनी बड़ी है थायराइड इतना है दिस थायराइड इज़ गुड फॉर दिस बॉडी पर आपकी बॉडी इतनी बड़ी हो गई तो ये थायराइड छोटा हो जाएगा यू रीसाइज योर बॉडी और गेट ए थायराइड सप्लीमेंट ही अंडरस्टूड दिस सिंपल लैंग्वेज कि आई वुड रीसाइज माई बॉडी and now he is off thyroid medications.
Thank you to the gentleman in the green shirt. Please pass the mic to him.
Sir, as aging sportsmen, you know, gradually and slowly, we've played sports all our life. As aging sportsmen, our body takes a lot of time to recover. You know, the next day it becomes a problem to play. So can you please tell us?
There is no aging sportsman. Milkha Singh, कितने साल रहा? There is no sportsman. Stop playing sports, but a sportsman never ages.
No, I know, but like I'm talking about like we continue to play sports, but like the next day becomes very tiring. So how do we, what do we do to sort of?
I really disagree on this part. A sportsman never ages. You can always play, but yes, I would say that training and rest both are very necessary. If you are able to have your muscles ache, it means you have achieved lactic acid production. And that means you are healthy. If you are unable to have your muscles say, मतलब सुबह आप जाओ जिम में या खेलो अब यार सर पैर दुख रहे हैं वो पैर दुखना पूरे दिन चलना चाहिए and that is the reason that you will make hormones called endorphins and you will have very good sleep. पर अगर आप उस लेवल तक नहीं पहुंचे कोई फायदा.
In fact, I entirely agree with you, and I want to share with you and the audience that I have a friend who is 66 years old. 10 years ago, और अच्छा उसने अपनी ज़िंदगी में कभी स्पोर्ट्स नहीं खेला, कभी वॉक नहीं किया, कभी दौड़ने नहीं किया, कुछ नहीं. 10 साल पहले he met Fauja Singh. Fauja Singh, as all of you know, was a person who ran even at the age of 100. Something happened to this man, and today there is not a single marathon in the world that he has not run. So, but Doctor, one anxiety which I think many of us have is that increasingly we are hearing that people, youngsters in the age of 30, 35, 40, they are suddenly collapsing.
That's what I said. That is what I said. Because you have not trained yourself early enough, I think you should start that early. But whenever there is a parental bad history, the child and the young man must be very careful. You should get complete checkup done and gradually increase your training schedule, not to extremes immediately.
Well, let's give it up for Mr. Serene and Mr. Ashok Lavasa. That was some really scientific medical wisdom.
The books will be available at the bookstall outside. We began this session by asking everyone, how often do you truly feel proud of yourself? Siddharth here definitely does because he has an endorsement from Dr. Sareen now.
वो जब से आपने उठाया उसके बाद तो आप मेरे favorite बन गए. Jokes apart, but that was really an enriching session. And to felicitate our guests, I would like to invite the director of the festival, Mr. Raghav Chudraji, on stage to present them a token of love and memento on behalf of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival 2026. मैं जानता हूँ आप सभी के बहुत सवाल बचे हुए हैं and मैं जानता हूँ I always have to be the bad guy, but don't worry, वो यहाँ रहने वाले हैं. आप उनसे मिलेगा, बातचीत कीजिएगा, अपने सवाल ज़रूर पूछिएगा. For now, we have the BLF memento on stage. The memento is created by Padma Shri Durga Bai Vyamji, titled Little Godliya, which is a gone tribal tale. You can see a tiny bird blessed by the tribal god Burradev, which is the mascot and the memento of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival 2026. Let's give all the gentlemen a large round of applause, everybody. That was, as I said, a much-needed session.
And please remember to buy the books and get it signed by the author.
Yeah, that's a golden chance.
अरे यार बोलने दो उसको।
We have an announcement. The session remembering the inimitable Anglo-Indians of India and McCluskey Ganj will be held at SBI Rangdarshini as planned earlier. We regret the inconvenience.
Sure. Just an announcement, everybody. सबसे निवेदन है जो कॉरिडोर है उसको प्लीज खाली
India's reshaping the world far beyond its geographical borders. Soon we will have Mr. William Dalrymple joining with us. It will be an online session. He'll be with us virtually.
So मैं आप सबको बता दूं हमारे पास अलग से बहुत सारे मैसेजेस रिक्वेस्ट आई थी विलियम जी के लिए. He's quite unwell. That's why he couldn't be here. But we will be having him on the screen virtually, getting connected to us. So please stay seated. I'll request everybody to empty the corridors, please. And we'll now let you know in further detail about the session.
One of the most distinguished historians and writers of our time, internationally acclaimed voice for his work on Indian history, William Dalrymple's books have brought rigorous scholarship together with compelling storytelling. He's online and going to be with us soon in conversation with Mr. Chandra. And yes,
friends, we've had a very, very tense last 2-3 days because our friend William Dalrymple, the great stalwart historian, was taken very unwell. He was very keen to come to Bhopal, and it's just unfortunate that he fell ill. And then, pardon my saying that, but this morning his internet also failed. But we are all lucky that William Dalrymple is back with a bang, and there he is, a little unwell, a little shaken up, but there, William Dalrymple. Give him a big hand. We need to hear William Dalrymple, please. Can you arrange to get his sound through? William, are you sure you're not muted? Can you unmute yourself, please? Would anybody like to suggest how he should unmute himself? Can you call him up, Parul, and talk to him? You use my phone? So we're getting a good peep into your house and your farmhouse, William. And there's some very interesting artifacts there. Yes, we can hear you.
All we need now is to share the screen with the PowerPoint.
Yes.
And we'll be ready to go.
Yes, yes, I will. So friends, it's a great privilege to welcome the acclaimed historian and best-selling author William Dalrymple to our session today, even though it's virtual, but it's still magnetic enough, I'm sure. He's the prize-winning author of White Mughals, The Last Mughal, Return of a King, City of Jinns, Anarchy, 9 Lives, The Age of Kali, and In Xanadu. He's been awarded the President's Medal by the British Academy for his outstanding literary achievements, and that resonates particularly with me for being the co-founder of the Jaipur Literature Festival. He's the co-host of the chart-topping podcast called Empire, along with Anita Anand. And today we are going to discuss his book through a PowerPoint presentation by him called The Golden Road, which you can see here, How Ancient India Transformed the World. William takes us on a captivating journey through time and geography, revealing India's most often overlooked role as the intellectual and cultural heart of ancient Eurasia. And in particular, this is relevant today because there is a lot of conversation about how Macaulay suppressed Indian creativity, Indian education, Indian culture, and yet we find Indian culture rebounding. In the last few days, we've had several books and discussions around how India has been reborn civilizationally, culturally, and therefore, it's particularly appealing to us when Dalrymple confirms that India has been the most predominant soft power in the world, even before the phrase soft power was coined, and at a time when we often hear of the Silk Road centered on China, the Golden Road of India compellingly argues that India's maritime networks preceded and rivaled it, infusing the world with transformative ideas. We've had books written along these lines, for instance, the famous historian A.L. Basham's The Wonder That Was India, but that was more encyclopedic and academic and focused primarily on India rather than how India radiated outside to the rest of the world. What William updates is with recent findings of archaeology, personal travel anecdotes all across Southeast Asia and the world, especially Western Europe, and a stronger thesis on India's forgotten centrality versus the much touted Silk Road of China. Through his vivid storytelling and meticulous scholarship, this is a reclamation of India's soft power, as I said, without too much hyperbole or without colonial understatement. So now we will start off with his presentation, and after which we'll have a few questions, and I'll ask a few questions, and we can throw it open to the House. So please allow William Dalrymple to begin his PPT.
Thank you so much. Who's got control of the slides? I don't think I can move them. So can we have the first slide, please? I think it's controlled. There we go. That's fantastic. The thesis of the Golden Road is that India was one of those places which very early on came up with a set of profound ideas that answered the basic question that humanity asked itself. Why are we here? What is the relationship of this earth to the heavens? What is the relationship? What is the size of this earth? What is the scale of the heavens? Now, India was not alone in asking this, but it was one of the countries like China, like Greece, which came up with a set of extraordinary answers to these questions. The Chinese, I think, have been much better about making their contribution to world civilization known. And the idea of the Silk Road, if we can go back 2 slides, I think we seem to have started in the middle of the, we find in the slide of the Silk Road. Next slide, please, maybe. How are we doing? Who is controlling the slides? I have a PowerPoint, yes, no, which is on my screen. If I can control it, that would be much easier. Do we have that option? The PowerPoint you're putting up seems to be malfunctioning. It's not the right order. So would you like to run the PowerPoint? Yes, if I have got on my
Praveen, can you do that?
the correct PowerPoint. If we can. Have you got that? Yes. I'm not quite sure what's happened with your version of the PowerPoint, which is sort of random. There we go.
Can you upload your PPT and run it yourself? You have the rights.
Yeah, I have. I've got it up on my screen.
Yeah, you go ahead. You play that. You please. Can you share it with us?
I'm trying to do so.
You have the rights to do it. No, but can you overrule this? Yes, you can. You can overrule our thing. Yeah. See if you can play your thing.
Here we go. It's up on my screen.
Can you share it with us?
It says I'm screen sharing.
Are you getting an option which says share the screen?
I pressed it. Share.
Share.
It's coming up.
Hi, William. Let me handhold you through this. You press the share button. Now,
I am pressing it.
thereafter you get options whether to share tab, screen or full window. Take your pick. Go ahead.
Screen, I've got that.
Click it.
You're getting it.
Once you click it, then you click on that screen and the bottom share button will become blue.
It says I am screen sharing, it says.
Well, we can't somehow see it yet. See if there is a share button at the bottom right.
Hang on.
Okay, then can we do without the presentation and can we do a conversation?
we could do a conversation.
Okay.
I think that's probably the best option at this point.
Yes,
Because
yes.
We've had a perfect storm of technical errors, but now I think a conversation is probably the answer.
Yes, we've had divine errors and we've had technical errors. So now let's get on to the human thing and let's carry on with the session.
Excellent.
So William, I want you to, give us a synopsis of what you've written about in this book, about how India's thoughts, India's ideas, India's culture, India's religion, how that pervaded the world and how it went across. And I'm going to read out just a few lines from your book to get you fully hooked onto this subject and to get your thoughts in place. But for a millennium and a half before that, from 250 BC to 1200 AD, India was a confident exporter of its own diverse civilization, creating around it an empire of ideas which developed into a tangible Indosphere where its cultural influence was predominant. During this period, the rest of Asia was the willing and even eager recipient of a startlingly comprehensive mass transfer of Indian soft power in religion, arts, music, dance, textiles, technology, astronomy, mathematics, medicine, mythology, language, and literature. And now I want you to carry forward.
Yes. So I have divided into three the areas of influence which I think it transformed the world. The first is the whole package of Buddhism, Buddhist thought, and Buddhist literature. The Buddha initially preached in the Gangetic Plain, and for the first 200 years, his ideas barely moved out. But with the accession of Ashoka and Ashoka's move to expand the spread of Buddhism, missionaries, what he calls Dharma ministers, were sent out not only all over India and to Sri Lanka, but to Bactria, up over the Himalayan, China, and by 300 or 400 years later, Buddhism had reached as far as Korea, Japan, Vietnam, Laos, Burma, even as far as the Philippines. It's one of the great moments of not only Indian ideas expanding out across the world, but arguably the most successful example of soft power in history. No other example is there which shows how religious, philosophical, and intellectual ideas could pass over such a vast area of the globe without an arrow being fired, without a sword being unsheathed, without any military force at all. Buddhism spread along the Silk Roads by thanks to merchants and thanks to monasteries en route. And this is the period that you see not just ideas of salvation in Buddhism, but Prakrit and Sanskrit literature spreading out over the entire width of Asia. There is then a second wave of Indian influence at the end of the probably about 400 or 500 AD, when Sanskrit and applied Hinduism spreads all over Southeast Asia. And you get this extraordinary spread of Sanskrit, of Indian courtly ideas, of dance, of music, of literature, of art, and the entire glory of Sanskrit learning, spreading particularly to Southeast Asia. This is the period that you see the largest Hindu temple in the world erected, not in India, but in Angkor Wat in Cambodia. You see the spread of Pallava-style temples across the Bay of Bengal and spreading out all over Southeast Asia. You see different varieties of Indian schools of sculpture and art taking root in countries such as Vietnam, Laos, Burma, Sri Lanka. And you see an extraordinary rechristening of the landscape of Southeast Asia. A new Ayodhya is erected outside of now Bangkok. A new Kurukshetra appears in Laos. And the central river of Southeast Asia is renamed after the Ganges, or Marganga, or as Marganga is pronounced Khmer, Mekong. The Mekong River is the second Ganges, although we've forgotten that today. And then the third body of Indian thought, which I read about, is the ideas of mathematics, the idea of zero. And this starts with the work of Aryabhatta and Brahmagupta, who between them come up with the concept of zero as a number, not as just a placeholder, but as a number in its own right with its own properties. Brahmagupta defines 40 different rules for zero, such as zero is the number that you get when you subtract a number from itself. And with this, you get the beginnings of the Indic number system, one of India's greatest contributions to humanity. An idea which allows you to express with the numbers and zeros any number up to infinity. And this, in the years after Brahmagupta and Aryabhatta spreads all over India, by the 6th and 7th century it reached Cambodia. By the 8th century it's been taken up by the Abbasid caliphs in Baghdad. And then much later, in the 12th century, it makes it to Europe when Fibonacci takes the Indian number system as used by the Arabs in North Africa over to Italy. And in centuries to come, it becomes the universal way of expressing numbers and mathematics.
Very interesting. Indeed, very, very interesting. So, what really inspired you to write The Golden Road? Was it one of those moments where you saw something in Borobudur or Angkor Wat or Ayutthaya in Thailand, or was it sheer serendipity?
No, it was, as you correctly indicated, it was traveling Southeast Asia and realizing quite how much of the civilization of that region has its origins on the banks of the Ganges and the Yamuna. When you go to Angkor Wat today, you see in the corridors images of Krishna and the gopis in Vrindavan. You see images of Kurukshetra just outside Delhi. You see battle of Lanka and the Ramayana. And this is something which always surprises Indians who visit. I think that your education curriculum does not prepare you to see quite so much Indian influence so far away from India. And the way in which India and Indian ideas molded the thought as far away as Cambodia and Laos is something which simply hasn't been, I think, brought home to the people of India in a way that it should have. It's one of the great achievements of Indian civilization.
In terms of the cultural values of the larger India or Bharat, what are those values that you find still resonating and finding eminence in these Southeast Asian countries that are essentially and intrinsically of Indian origin, maybe by some other name, in terms of family values, in terms of customs, in terms of language, apart from monuments and structures and buildings, did you find the Indian thought sort of pervading Southeast Asia and these countries where Indian influence pervaded?
So obviously the biggest and most important contribution of India in the sense of philosophy and ethics and morality is Buddhism, which remains the principal religious system for many, many people across the whole width of Asia. And if you fly into Japan, you find not only Buddhist monasteries and Buddhist images, but coming with that, often to the surprise of visitors, Hindu deities who are part of the same snake skin, might say. You find, for example, images of Ganesh in many Japanese temples, surprisingly. The idea of ahimsa, of non-violence, a whole variety of ideas of karma and dharma, and the idea of reincarnation. These are ideas which are deeply impregnated across many, many countries in Asia, largely through Buddhism, but Hinduism, of course, still survives in some areas, such as Bali and Nepal. Although just as Buddhism in the long run has largely disappeared from India, so Hinduism has disappeared from most of Asia, even the areas where once the dominant religions, such as Cambodia and Vietnam. But it's important to emphasize that it's not just a direct, if you like, blood transfusion of ideas from India, because you find these ideas transformed by the different countries which they arrive in. So, for example, in Khmer art, you have images of the Khmer emperors holding the conch and the discus, the attributes of Lord Vishnu. Now, you never get that in India. You get an image of, for example, Raja Chola with Lord Shiva, but you never see him depicted as Lord Shiva. So there are subtle differences in the way that Hinduism and Buddhism received in Southeast Asia. It's not exactly the same as the Indian version. And that's particularly true, I think, of the forms that Hinduism took in Southeast Asia. You have, for example, women Brahmin in Southeast Asia officiating in the temples. There is always pork eaten in Southeast Asian Hindu culture. Beer is drunk very widely. So it's not that there is a direct transfusion. These ideas are received differently in each region, and you see the same with art and architecture. When Tagore went to Angkor Wat, he summed it up very nicely in 1926, I think. He said, "Everywhere I could see India, yet I could not recognize them." In other words, the architectural forms which were rooted in Indian forms had developed in their own way, slightly differently in Khmer land. And so I think it's important to understand that these ideas are not taken bag and baggage and received as a sort of IKEA kit, which is then reassembled. These ideas take on a new life of their own in the way that they're received in Southeast Asia.
And I know you're not a teacher of comparative religion, but based on what you just said about Hindu religion transforming itself, taking on new forms, new icons, and iconography, do you think that from your studies that there is something so deep and intrinsic and basically indivisible about Hindu religion that allows it to transform itself from the exteriors to different forms and shapes, and therefore that has been one of the reasons why despite so many centuries of conquest, Hindu religion has still survived?
Yes, I mean, I think you find different things appealing to different audiences. For example, the figure of Agastya, who is a fairly minor figure in some of the Indian temple art. He is one of the principal icons all over the Southeast Asia, far more prominently than you do in India. You see different stories from the Mahabharata or the Ramayana appealing and being reached for. But it's extraordinary how much these epics in particular have taken root in Southeast Asia. When you go to Indonesia, the state airline is Garuda. And despite the fact that Indonesia is now largely Muslim, the Ramayana is performed everywhere. It is the principal dance live, and it remains, at the heart of Southeast Asian culture. Although obviously it's a story which came from India and now is very close to the heart of Indian ideology and thought.
I had been going to Thailand very often, many decades ago, but most recently I went to Bangkok, and I was surprised to find that the Brahma temple next to the Grand Hyatt Erawan, which used to have barely about 10 or 15 visitors, today at any given time it has something like 200 people there. That cross section of Sukhumvit and Rachaprasong Road. So it's amazing how the religious iconography and most of those people, in fact almost all the people were Thais. They were not Hindus who were worshipping the Brahma temple. So I found that extremely exceptional.
The relationship between Hinduism and Buddhism varies from place to place. There are areas in some places in history where Hinduism and Buddhism have competed, but in other areas you find them living very much side by side. You go to Sri Lanka, I was there last week, and you find Hindu deity in almost every Buddhist temple, just like you find sometimes the Buddha as an incarnation of Vishnu in some Hindu temples. So these ideas spread backwards and forwards, varying as the different cultures receive them slightly differently. Each of them take different aspects for themselves that appeal to them. And in this way, it's a dynamic and changing relationship with Indian food.
William, will you tell us a little about how ancient Rome perceived India, and especially about the monsoon winds, which in school geography we read of them as trade winds, and they were actually the alternative to the Silk Route, and how India's maritime movement across the oceans, how that contributed to exports and commerce from India, and how it was a cause of concern for the Roman Empire that India was doing so well in exports and in its handicrafts and what it was producing in terms of the textiles and handlooms. Please tell us a little about that.
Correct. So I think people have taken on this idea of the Silk Road in a way that the historical sources, particularly for the ancient period, do not warrant. There is no reference in Marco Polo to a Silk Road. There is no Chinese or Roman source which refers to a Silk Road. It's an idea which was actually invented by a German geographer, Baron von Richthofen, in the 1870s. And since then, the Chinese have been very good at promoting it, sponsoring exhibitions in New York and Washington and London. And people now assume that it's a real thing that unequivocally was there, like a sort of motorway, like the road from Bhopal to Sanchi, something which was a real signposted, named, real thing in the real world. The Silk Road wasn't. It's a notion that came up in the 19th century to explain continental travel over land. Now that's all very well, but there's clear evidence today that in the classical period, I'm talking the period of the you get far more contact by sea. Overland is difficult, particularly with Rome, because Persia was always at war with Rome, and it was difficult for merchants to travel through Persia. It's often a closed border, like India, Pakistan today. And what you find is that there's far more trade over particularly the Red Sea route. It takes only 6 weeks with the monsoon winds to travel from Kerala to the Roman Egyptian coast at Eridike. And thanks to its wind system, the monsoon, the winds reverse themselves, so that for 6 months they blow in one direction, then for 6 months they blow back again, which allows merchants to go from Kerala or Gujarat or the Konkan coast or the mouth of the Indus in Sindh to through past Aden, past Ethiopia, to the Red Sea shores of Egypt in just 6 weeks. You could do the journey there and back in 1 year. And so popular was this route, and so profitable the things being sold by India, exported from India. Pliny, the Roman writer of the first century, calls India the drain of all the precious metals in the world. And indeed, long before Trump came up with the idea, the Romans charged a 30% tariff on Indian imports at the Red Sea ports. And we have documents. There's a famous invoice called the Muziris Papyrus, which is literally a shipping invoice of the sort which is made out in offers every day in India. And it has a quick survival that shows the contents of one container going from Muziris in Kerala to Alexandria in the 1st century. And it has 3 columns. It has the goods, the prices, and the custom price of the individual good. And what is clear from that is that your ancestors, your trading ancestors, were ripping off my European forebears in a very ruthless manner. Pepper and ivory and silks and cotton were hugely expensive. Things that actually cost very little to produce, like pepper, was being sold at a rate in the way that oil, for example, obviously hugely inflated and massive profits for oil-producing countries. The same was happening with Indian exports, which were all high-value luxury goods. And in Rome, they were a symbol of wealth. Like today, you might turn up at a smart polo match with an Hermes scarf or a Louis Vuitton bag. We have records of rich Roman ladies, for example, Lolita Paulina, who was the mistress of Nero, turning up with Indian pearls in her hair, Indian garnets in her tummy button, and Indian rubies on her shirt, wearing very see-through Indian silk, which or Pliny, who was a very conservative Roman, regarded as sort of porno wear, sort of Victoria's Secret, because you could turn up with a layer of this, and it was possible, these were sort of semi-transparent garments, which shocked the old guard in Rome. So for people like Pliny, India was associated with luxury, with sensuousness, with high fashion, and we have other descriptions of his contemporary, Strabo, who's a geographer based in Egypt. He says that when he took the Roman governor on a tour, he saw off the Red Sea port of Myos Hormos 250 vessels waiting for the monsoon to change so that they could make the passage to Kerala. So on one hand, we have a Silk Road, which is really no more than a German theory from the 19th century. And on the other, we have evidence from scholars such as Pliny and Strabo of fleets making huge trading fleets passing between the Red Sea and India. Something which is, again, just not made it onto your education system. People are not taught about this. I don't think they're aware of how rich India became from trade with the Roman Empire. And what's important about Southeast Asia is that that develops when Rome falls. Indians have got so rich and so used to gold pouring into India from Rome that when Rome falls in the 5th century, they have to find a new source of wealth. And it's in the 5th century that you find trading guilds, very important institutions based in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, pivoting eastwards. And this is the period when they begin to look for new sources of gold. Where? In Savarnabhumi, the lands of gold. Or Savarnadvipa, the island of gold, Borneo. And so you get in the Ramayana, the Jataka tales, references to sailors looking for gold in Southeast Asia in this period. But this was, in a sense, the second phase. The first phase was looking for gold through trade with Rome. And it's only when Rome falls that India, as a default, to make up for the loss of the gold coming from Rome, starts looking eastwards to Savarnabhumi. To this day, when you land at Bangkok Airport, it's Savarnabhumi Airport, a Sanskrit name for the capital, the airport of the capital city of Bangkok.
The land of gold.
Land of gold.
And in terms of discoveries from, which were the creations of Indian astronomers and Indian mathematicians like Aryabhatta, Bhaskaracharya, and its relationship with the discoveries that were touted as to be from the West or from Arabia, you have made some very, very clear remarks, and we'd like to hear them.
So I don't think there's much dispute about the passage of numbers from India, first to the Arab world, and then to Europe. The only thing that happened is that in the course of the 19th century, for reasons I'm not clear, that the Indian number system, which had always been called in the Arab world the Hindu number system, got renamed in Europe the Arabic number system. Because, of course, that was where the West got it from. They didn't get it direct from India, they got it via the Arab countries. So it's not an unfair name, but the Arabs got it from the Indians. So there's two stages in this transmission. Brahmagupta and Aryabhatta work spread out within the Indosphere, within the areas of independent secrets. And in the 8th century, the Abbasid caliphs appointed as their viziers in Baghdad a family of Sanskrit literate former Buddhist abbots. Their name was Pramukh in Sanskrit, which gets Arabicized to Barmakin, they're called. And 4 generations of Barmakids are the viziers of the Abbasid caliphs. And the first thing they do when they come to power is they set an embassy to the nearest Hindu court, which is over the Indus and Sindh, for copies of Brahmagupta and Aryabhatta's books. And we have the full account of this embassy arrived not just with the books, but with a whole cohort of Brahmins to explain the contents, because Aryabhatta and Brahmagupta's work was both written in Sanskrit poetry, in a very abbreviated and intense form that needed commentary. So the Brahmins come with the book to explain it. And it arrives, this embassy arrives in Baghdad in the year 886. We have pictures painted of this occasion, several different accounts of the arrival of it. And it takes a couple of generations to get a really good translation of these works. There's an early attempt by someone called Al-Fazari, which is very flawed. But eventually, Al-Khwarizmi, who is from Khwarazm, as his name suggests, the man from Khwarazm, Al-Khwarizmi, which is modern Kipur in Uzbekistan, he comes to Baghdad and he makes a perfect translation of the book. It's more than a translation, in fact. It adds in ideas from Euclid and Ptolemy. And this book has the snappy title of the compendious book of Hindu calculation according to Confucian and balancing, not the makings of a bestseller. So people know it by a nickname, and that nickname is Al-Jabr, the word which gives the modern English word, algebra. While Al-Khwarizmi's name is the basis for our word algorithm. So Al-Khwarizmi's algebra spreads across the Arab world, right up through Islamic North Africa into Islamic Spain. And by the early 9th century, monks in Barcelona, on the borders of Islamic Spain, are using the Indian number system and calling it the Hindu number system. This is not, it isn't that anyone thinks this is something that originated in Baghdad. It's acknowledged and celebrated as something that came from India. And already in Islamic Spain, you have texts, I quote in the book, praising Indians as the greatest mathematicians in the world, the people with the greatest facility for numbers. Now, although it's used in Barcelona in the 10th century, the numbers do not take root in Europe for another 2 centuries. And what happened is that in about 1120, the Italian trading town of Pisa sends a trading mission to Algeria, the other side of the Mediterranean. And the chief of the trading mission brings his kids who go to school in Algeria and learn Arabic and learn Al-Khwarizmi's mathematics, which by then is the standard text. And when they return to Pisa, the boy writes a book explaining to his friends the Hindu system of mathematics. And luckily for us, that genius Italian who wrote that book is Fibonacci. And Fibonacci, having picked up Indian numbers in Islamic Algeria, takes them quickly. His ideas, his book, reaches the Holy Roman Emperor, who is called Frederick II. Frederick II calls him to court, and he makes the Indian number system the number system used at court and then across the Holy Roman Empire. So the 12th century, these ideas spreading. And the painter Piero della Francesca takes on Fibonacci's ideas. He writes 3 mathematical treatises. They are carried by his friend Fra Luca Pacioli to Milan, where Fra Luca shares them with his flatmate. His flatmate is painting the picture of the Last Supper in the convent of Milan, and his name is Leonardo da Vinci.
Wow, very, very interesting.
From Leonardo to Aryabhatta in just 4 leaves.
Fantastic, very interesting. Very
Leonardo to Piero della Francesca, Piero della Francesca to Fibonacci, Fibonacci to Al-Khwarizmi, Al-Khwarizmi to Brahmagupta to Aryabhatta. So from the genius of Aryabhatta in Pataliputra, the Gupta era, to the genius of Leonardo in Renaissance Italy, it's just 5 minutes. Extraordinary story.
extraordinary.
And I think this is India's greatest contribution to the world. Everywhere in the world now uses the number system. It's on every laptop, it's on every mobile phone. And yet, in the West, no one knows these numbers come from India because we know them in America and Britain as Arabic.
Fantastic. William, before I close this superlative treatise from your side, I want to ask you a few slightly more academic questions because you're a hardcore historian.
Sure.
You know, today we find that public history is becoming a bit of a battleground. You know, a battleground for seizing the narrative, for assertion of ideologies. How much do you think historians are able to hold their own and remain objective? And what must they do to remain objective? Because they're students of history here, they're young people. What's your sense of where the world is going? And what must honest historian do to remain objective and fair and not carried away by ideology or by an urge to seize the narrative and please any particular dispensation?
So any country in the world, the school curriculums are set by a government. So wherever you are, whether you're in the United States, whether you're in Algeria, in Italy, or in India, or in Bali, your government will give you a version of your history. which is often a very nationalistic version, which is set by the government of the day. It's up to individuals to read, to educate themselves, and to satisfy themselves that they have broken out, in a sense, of the ideology they're spoon-fed, and to develop their own ideas independently. For historians, it's very important to be as objective as you can, to go back to primary sources, to always tell the truth, to back up your claims with sources in primary texts. You will never succeed in being completely objective. We are all flawed human beings. We all have our own prejudices and ideas, even if they're invisible to ourselves. But it's a battle which is not unique to India. This is something which is true in any country. And only by breaking out of your national ideologies and those that have been spoon-fed to you at school, and informing yourself and educating yourself, can you responsibly come to a conclusion. And this is, as I say, this is not unique to India. Just look at the way that Trump is manipulating Greenland at the moment. It's important for historians to stand independent of government and to tell the truth bravely as they see it, as best they can.
Indeed, indeed. You know, history teaches us that we must look always at the future. As Santayana said, that those who ignore history are condemned to repeat it. So, before I ask the audience for a couple of questions, one salient thing that I want to learn from you is, and all of us would want to know, what are the lessons India should draw so that its cultural re-emergence, and we are seeing a lot of revivalism, a lot of renaissance happening in India, that is not culturally appended on the global stage. What is the sort of advice that you would render both to those in the government and those who are objective historians?
Well, I think that the success of the Chinese in promoting their narrative of the Silk Road, which has become then the basis for the Belt and Road, which is a thing in the real world, actually affecting geopolitics in countries across the globe, shows that it is possible for a nation to project its narrative successfully across the globe. It's now for India to give its version of events. First of all, by updating its own syllabus, so that people in this country are aware of the achievements in this country. Many people here do not know it, but also, for example, the Indian invention of zero is known by virtually no one outside India. Certainly in the West. I think in Arab countries people know about it because they still call them Hindu numbers, but in America and Britain, India has not given its version successfully yet. And there are many different ways of doing this: writing books, promoting academic chairs at university, sponsoring exhibitions at major institutions, giving the Indian version. Because there's a whole narrative here which has not been successfully projected, either internally and even less so externally. And I think another thing that needs to happen, and this is something I'm very critical of the current government with, is there needs to be more money put into archaeology and heritage. The ASR has a tiny budget that barely conserve the glorious monuments around Bhopal, such as Vidisha or Sanchi or Bhimbetka, but also wider India. It's a scandal that only 10% of the Nalanda University has been excavated by now, and that the museum at the site is crutty little 1950s museum with dusty cabinets and lit by strip lights that hasn't been 20 years. This should be a glorious institution with, amazing narrative projection telling the story of Indian achievements. There are examples of great museums in this country. I'm thinking particularly of the CSMDS in Bombay, which is privately run and has just put up an amazing gallery telling exactly the story, partly based on ideas from my book. But at the moment, the government institutions are simply not funded sufficiently for this to be true. And any government that they champion of Indian culture and civilization, could easily turn this around by just making provision in the next budget.
Yes, indeed. Government of India, as I know, both as a former administrator and otherwise, is that it is focusing a lot on archaeology and correcting the course. In some ways, we are happy that the British didn't excavate more, because we would have had more of India in the British Museum and contributing to it. As they say that, you know, the only reason why the pyramids are in Egypt is because the British couldn't lift them. So
that's true. I think we are now seeing obviously a flow, a return of looted colonial objects coming back.
Yes.
And that will increase in the decades to come.
So William, I want the audience to ask you.
To receive them.
So one or two questions, yes. So just 2 or 3 questions, because we are running late for the last session because there was a glitch in William's internet. So this gentleman here, please give your name and ask the question quickly. Or if you can ask me, I will translate it for him. अपना नाम भी बताइए और
Hello, I'm Lajpat Srivastava.
Mr. Lajpat Srivastava asks.
Yes. And my question is that, William, in this book, have you also covered, the Indian lifestyle, like yoga, meditation, and so many other things? Today, you see less and less of patience and tolerance in the world. And somehow these Indian traditions, Indian yoga systems and all, yeah. So these things are very, required today to maintain a very, very good quality of life. So is there some coverage in your book on that?
Is there any coverage in your book on yoga and Indian lifestyle systems, which was so useful for the human being?
No, I think, as we all know, yoga is a thing that has gone completely international, and in many ways has been taken away from its Indian context. You see the yoga taught as a sort of fitness technique rather than as a spiritual technique. And it would be very nice to see it reimposing itself on yoga teaching with more with a greater fidelity to the original yoga text.
Yes, one last question. This gentleman here.
Thank you, sir. My name is Mr. Anshul Tiwari, and my question here is that during your research on and studies on various topics like English, art.
Rudrangshu Mukherjee in the front row there, looking at his phone.
Sorry?
That Rudrangshu to your right here. Keep going.
Thank you. So my question is that during your research and your studies on various topics like science, arts, literature, commerce, etc., which is that one profound topic or school of thought which has had the most impact for the Indian history towards the world, across the history, and also was the world ready to absorb that impact? Like we see in technologies, there are many devices which were way ahead of their time. So was the world ready to receive that impact or not? Thank you, sir, and get well soon.
If I had to choose just one thing, it would be the idea of zero. To my mind, is greatest philosophical and scientific contribution to world civilization.
The idea of zero, the shunya, Atal Shunya ki Anant Sambhavna, as Raza, the famous painter, used to say, William. S.H. Raza always, he was from Madhya Pradesh. He was from Madhya Pradesh, and his school teacher, yes, he was from Vidisha, which is 1 hour away, and you mentioned it.
I know Vidisha well, there's a wonderful museum there.
Vidisha.
Which could also incidentally do with
Mandla Vidisha, and he used to say that his school teacher told him that the zero is very much an Indian invention, and it is shunya, and the teacher would say, Atal Shunya ki Anant Sambhavna. That is, Atal is that is which is immutable, which is everlasting, and Anant is infinite. So the infinite possibilities of the eternal zero. Thank you very much.
I think just to answer that, you're absolutely right. That it is no accident that zero as a number with covered in India, because it has linked so closely with that central Hindu Buddhist concept of shunya, the void. And so you see Indian philosophy and Indian science going from a common root.
Thank you very much, William. Despite extremely poor health and extremely poor internet, he's managed to recover, do an outstanding session for us. And we want to present you virtually, since you are present virtually, we'll present this to you virtually, the painting done by tribal Padma Shri artist Durgabai Vyam, especially for the Bhopal Literature Festival, called Little Goraiya, which is about the little sparrow's family story about how it rescued a young boy and saved the family. And we will
I'll have to come back to Bhopal to pick it up.
No, we will have it delivered at your place with a promise that the next BLF you will not miss it for any reason. Thank you.
BLF, I will come even on a stretcher.
No. I don't mean that. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming and apologies for the technical hiccups.
Thank you. Great job. And now we'll have the next session.
Thank you so much, and let's show some appreciation to our audience who was so patient, and our technical team as well, to bring this session live to you. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, the next session is going to be for everybody who is intrigued and interested by army operations, people here who are from army backgrounds and fellow citizens like us who are interested to know how the army actually works and what goes inside an operation. We are here to discuss General Sundarji, brass tacks, blue stars and Bofors. I request all the gentlemen to please take their seats and maintain silence. All your mobile phones on silent mode, please. Meanwhile, I'll welcome to the dais Prabal Das Gupta ji. He's going to be in conversation with Lieutenant General Milan Naidu ji. एक बार तालियों से स्वागत करेंगे हमारे guest army veterans का. जोरदार तालियां, please, everybody, for people who serve the nation. This topic is going to be about a critical examination of the key moments in India's military and strategic history that shaped national security, civil military relationships, and defense thinking. Let me brief you about our guest for this session. We are delighted to have Prabal Das Gupta ji with us. He is an acclaimed author, Army veteran of 11 Gorkha Rifles. That calls for an applause, everybody. A senior defense analyst. His recent book is General Brass Tacks, the Sundarji Story. He has led multinational consulting firms in India and South Asia and now runs his own advisory firm. He is also the author of Watershed 1967, Camouflaged, and the upcoming, or the one that's already here, General Brass Tacks, the Sundarji Story. His writings have appeared in the Times of India, The Hindu, First Post, and other leading publications. इस सेशन में उनका ऑन ग्राउंड मिलिट्री एक्सपीरियंस और रिसर्च बेस्ड अप्रोच हमें ऑपरेशंस के स्ट्रैटेजिक और पॉलिटिकल पहलुओं को समझने में मदद करेगी. We are also delighted to have with us Lieutenant General Milan Naidu ji, former Vice Chief of the Indian Army. Definitely a larger applause, please. He was commissioned into the Rajput Regiment in 1967 through the NDA. In a distinguished, rich 41-year military career, he commanded his battalion during Operation Pavan in Sri Lanka, earning the Yuddha Seva Medal. His leadership roles included command of a brigade in the deserts, the Red Eagle Division, a corps in Ladakh, and the Army Training Command. Now based in Bhopal, he is also the author of Nizam-e-Bhopali. उनके एक्सपीरियंस के साथ इस सेशन में हम सिर्फ हिस्ट्री ही नहीं, ग्राउंड रियलिटी से जुड़ी बातें भी डिस्कस करेंगे और उनके द्वारा हमें पता चलेंगे. I would request the gentlemen to please start the conversation and we should support them with a large round of applause, everybody.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for the introduction. I'll just add a few lines regarding the author. He postgraduated from Columbia University in New York, and he was at that time Brown Myers Fellow, Tata Scholar, and R.D. Setna Scholar. Of course, as he told you, he's from the army. Thereafter, he graduated to consulting as a financial assistant and also risk management to various national and international companies in South Asia. His very first book was Watershed 1967, a very well written, researched article. And that was also, if you recall, was the first incident where we stood our own against the Chinese. And this was immediately after the 1962 drubbing that we got. This book was listed in the BBC as the Book of the Week, Asian Age, Hindustan Times, Times of India, and the Hindu. It also featured in the BBC and Discovery Channel. It was also listed as the Book of the Week of Hindustan Times. Thereafter, he wrote a book, Camouflaged. This is also available in the bookstore today. And this is about forgotten stories from the battlefield. This book has been reviewed extensively, actually still on that circuit of interviews regarding the second book, a very well researched book, and is called the Book of the Week by the Deccan Herald. And now we come on to this book that we discussed today, is General Brass Tacks, regarding General Sundarji. This book covers the entire life history of General Sundarji, right from his birth, his early days, his commission into the British Indian Army, the division of assets during the partition that he was witness to, thereafter protection of the refugees, then on to the cremation of Mahatma Gandhi. He also went to US to train in the staff college. After coming back, he went as a staff officer in the Congo Brigade under the UN. Thereafter, he came back. He was participating in the Bhuj conflict, 1965. And of course, he was in the driving seat during Op Blue Star, that is the Golden Temple operation. Subsequently, when he became the chief, he had very exciting challenges or exciting times that he had to face. Starting off with the excise brass tax, which led up to Op Trident. Thereafter, Sumdrog incident, which was the Chinese being checkmated in the NIFA, and finally Op Pavan in Sri Lanka. What really only bothered him must have been his statements or his jumping into the Beaufort issue, which was quite controversial. Now tell me, Prabhu, that we have so many generals, both illustrious, famous, and otherwise generals in the Indian Army post-partition. Why did you choose only on General Sundarji?
Thank you, sir, and thank you for all the kind words and a very kind introduction here. I'll just begin with a big thank you to BLF, Raghavji, Abhilashji, Sulakshana ji, and all the team for having me over here. I must add a bit to the introduction that I have a connection with Bhopal because in the 80s, which covers the large part of the Blue Star brass tacks that we talk about, I lived here and studied at a boarding school in Indore. So, so there is a connection that I share with the city, and it's great to be back here and speaking here, which is what I wanted to add to the introduction, that, you know, there is a special one here, connection with Bhopal. So to your question, let me, I mean, there is a cross-section of civilians and ex-army officers, veterans, serving army officers, all of you are here on a Sunday. So let me give you a little bit of a context, and then, you know, sort of that leads to the question, why General Sundarji? Well, 1980s, let me start with that. 1980s was a stormy, tumultuous, tempestuous decade. You know, one that cast a deep and profound impression in our minds, in our collective minds of memories and conscience, and also shaped the destiny of the country in that decade very much. Every day was drama. Every month was an event. Every year had twists and turns, and the entire decade was pure box office theater. And, you know, you had India sending the first man to space, which we have forgotten now. And we also won the Cricket World Cup for the first time, early 80s. There was also the rise of the Khalistan movement. The Punjab militancy became paramount in the 80s. Then you had a massive gas tragedy, similar to Chernobyl, here in Bhopal. You know, the current generation would know, may not know, but this was also there. So there were the highs, there were the lows. The Indian Army fought in the deserts of Rajasthan, in the Himalayas of Kashmir, in the hills of Arunachal, in the jungles of Jaffna, in the swamps of Northeast, and also towards the end in the island of Maldives. All of this had bore the imprint, the legacy, the signature of General Sundarji, who actually straddled the entire decade like a colossus. And he was one general. Why him? He was one general who actually, one military leader, I would think, who actually shaped the political thinking of the country. I mean, they're all, with due respect to all, many of the chiefs and the generals, General Sundarji was one who actually shaped the political thinking. And the interesting part is, whenever I went to speak with various people, the sources, no one had one opinion on him. They had several opinions. I would go to 20 people, they would have 25 opinions on him. So, and it all cut down the middle. People either revered him or reviled him, liked him or disliked him. There was always a debate on him. But no one said, well, I have no opinion on him. So that's why General Sundarji evoked a lot of drama, evoked a lot of, for all historians, leadership professionals, HR professionals, people who look at political science, etc., there's a bit for everybody in his story, which is what I found was quite amazing.
Thank you. And I believe his name was actually Krishna Swami Sundar. How did he become Sundarji? Could you just
that's an interesting story, which I actually stumbled upon it while I was researching. So you start with, you think you know the subject, but you realize that you know only 10% of it once you start the research. And that's the beautiful part of it. When you embark on the journey, you don't want it to end as an author, because now your journey ends and the journey of the reader starts. And you would want to be reading more about it. So to your question, so the book starts with the journey of Mahatma Gandhi. So Mahatma Gandhi was, he was in the center of all news in the 1920s. So towards the end of 28, General Sundarji was born. When he was 4 years old, there was a discussion at his home. People would discuss about Gandhi and the exploits of the Mahatma, whether it was the Round Table Conference and everywhere else, and how he had actually pushed back the British. So there would be discussions at home about the Mahatma. So the parents were discussing and they said, well, this is what he did. So this little boy asks his parents, why do you call him Gandhiji? He says, that's an honorific. So he says, I would like to have that honorific. So Krishna Swami Sundar was registered in school as Sundarji.
During Operation Blue Star, though Sundarji was not the chief of army staff, he was the army commander. And Operation Blue Star was conducted under his control or his direction. Do you think there was any other option available to him? Did he consider any other thing which could have, made the operation sort of pull through differently?
So there's always, again, like I said, there's always a debate on all the actions and decisions that he undertook during his tenure. On this, I remember speaking with General Bulbul Barar, who actually, I spent half a day with him about how they went about undertaking that operation, what happened then. He was of the view that the state of Khalistan was going to be announced on the 9th of June. This happened on the 5th and 6th of June. Operation Blue Star, and had they waited, there was an option that they could wait, they could lay siege, and squeeze the militants. But the fact is, there was no idea how much weapons and arms they had stockpiled, which could have made them last for beyond few weeks. And what they had understood, the intelligence that the DIF commander General Barar and General Ranjit Singh Dayal and others had got was that there was going to be all of these people from the border villages, Bhindranwale supporters, they were about to be marching to Amritsar, and that was what was feared, that it would be a mass uprising. So that was the basis on which they decided. Now what is not known is that there were 7 gurdwaras in different parts close to the border, and Amritsar is very close to the border, about 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers. So there were gurdwaras where actually there were simmering rumblings of dissent, and this was happening. There was another gurdwara near Patiala where here there was a former army general who was leading the militants. I'm not talking about General Shabik. This is General Gurdial Singh, and he had also he had pushed back the army, and the CRPF and the others. So actually Bhindranwale was quite sure that nobody would come in. So one of the tenets is that when the adversary is expecting you to do something, and you actually play to his plan, I'm not sure that would have been a great thing. So my point being that the Punjab problem had started in the late 1970s, when Zail Singh and Sanjay Gandhi actually went to the villages in Punjab in trying to look for a leader who could stand up to the Akalis. And they found this man in the village of Moga who was an outstanding speaker, and he could command like this hall, he could have so many people attending him. So they chose Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale there, and the entire problem started to evolve thereafter, and Bhindranwale became a demon who was beyond control. He would roam around the streets of Delhi and Bombay brandishing weapons, and his followers would be everywhere. So finally, when they congregated in the Golden Temple, they were allowed to run their writ. The DIG of Punjab, A. Satwal, was killed on the steps of the Golden Temple. There were attempts made by the government then, and Mrs. Indira Gandhi had tried to attain a rapprochement, but Bhindranwale thought that he had gone beyond everybody else, and there would be nobody who would really take him on in the Golden Temple. So I think there are two views there. But from what I understand, the view of General Barar and everyone, they had undertaken. I asked him this question. So they had undertaken this operation in the belief, with the intelligence, that if they had not, and they'd only laid siege, it would have led to mass uprising across different districts in Punjab close to the border, and that would have led to a more difficult situation.
Thank you. Regarding brass tacks, there was a lot of controversy over brass tacks because it created alarm in Pakistan. And what he used to propound as a deep thrust into the hinterland of the adversary Do you think it had a beginning or the seeds were sown when he was a battalion commander during the Bhuj operations in 65?
Yes, I think he made notes of many of these aspects which had, the Bhuj operations. He realized that the deserts were an area which could be exploited. And thereafter, there was an exercise in Betwa in 66, 67, wherein they had, thought of the canal crossing. They had also thought of mounting similar kind of an exercise as brass tacks. But, General Sundarji over the years, whether it was the Bhuj experience, whether it was the experience in 1983 when he conducted exercise Digvijay, where he made tanks which were rolling at 10, 15 kilometers an hour, and he just upped the ante completely. He actually pulled the entire thinking of the Indian Army, which had fallen into a stupor after the 1971 war, hauled the entire thinking by the bootstraps and took them forward. So his entire thinking was based on the collective experiences or little points of information that he had mined over the years, and his exposure in the US at in Kansas at Fort Leavenworth, and all of these actually accumulated to form a thinking which was more aggressive in nature, and brass tacks was again an outcome of a lot of these thinking. Outcome of also his ability to convince the political system of the day that India could have such a big exercise. So when Rajiv Gandhi called the three chiefs and asked, have we really exercised our ability to fight a big war? Everybody said no. So he said, well, let's do it. So, the biggest exercise the NATO had done was Autumn Forge, which had 1,25,000 troops. Sundarji, one legacy that I always believe he left is to propel everybody to think big, So he planned an exercise that was 4 times bigger than the NATO exercise. It was the biggest ever exercise that the world had seen since the Second World War, which really shook Pakistan. And there's a lot that happened with General Zia-ul Haq and others, which brought a dramatic closure to brass tacks, because it pushed him so much. It scared General Zia-ul Haq, because what he had thought, General Sundarji's plan was to hold Punjab, was to hold the Pakistani attacks in Punjab and launch a counteroffensive through the deserts of Rajasthan. That was the aim. I mean, we'll come to whether that was actually the aim, but the idea was, if you could launch a counteroffensive through the deserts of Pakistan, to the deserts of Rajasthan, 500 miles into Pakistan, you could dismantle the fledgling Kahuta nuclear reactor, which was coming up at that point of time.
Okay, but why were the Pakistanis so perturbed about this exercise? Because the axis of the exercise was north-south. But why did they think that something was to go wrong? And it had to the General Zia had to come all the way for his cricket diplomacy and things like this.
Right. So in conjunction with brass tacks, there was another exercise that was that's very less known. That's Op Trident, which was about reclaiming parts of POK. So sometimes it's debated whether brass tacks was a smokes and mirrors to actually launch Trident to win back certain places in POK, which was actually planned at that time. So all in all, Pakistan, General Zia-ul Haq knew that General Sundarji was a general a maverick general who could really, sort of go ahead and do this. He also had a hold over the political thinking of the day with Arun Singh and Rajiv Gandhi, particularly both of them being close to him. Also the axis, like you said, the axis of the exercise were north-south. Now, if the exercise were to be, if you had to put it in a layman sort of language, if you take your mind back to the map of India and the alignment of Rajasthan and to Pakistan, if you have an exercise north-south, it doesn't worry Pakistan. But the fact is that the size, the scale, the ability to mobilize so many divisions, which was one thing that was worrying. There's another thing that had happened was that these axis, it is said, had moved, which is again something that people's, if you ask, if you look at someone who's written a book, then if you ask people who had been around later, I spoke with a couple of American analysts. Devin Haggerty says differently. Kenneth Waltz has written it differently. The idea was to, they thought that India could move in. India could provoke Pakistan to make the first move, which could then give Sundarji the excuse to move in through Rajasthan and at Kahuta. And also General Zia-ul Haq was scared because Kahuta was just being developed. They didn't want India to exploit their gains there. Also, if you remember, there was a nuclear scientist in Pakistan who had stolen nuclear secrets from Sweden, and so yes, so he was building that up. So General Zia's scare or worry was this. So what happened? I'll just add to that. The General Zia took the flight to India, came to Delhi, went to Jaipur to watch the India-Pakistan cricket match and proposed peace. General Zia had been the dictator in Pakistan. He's authoritarian. He proved no opposition. Rajiv Gandhi had a good image internationally. Maybe he thought of the highest peace award then. We talk about people talking about the new Nobel Peace now, wanting to claim one. That was General Zia's style. But the thing that happened after that is he proposed peace. Rajiv Gandhi accepted. The two countries moved towards, sort of sorting out their issues, whether it was demilitarizing their border, whether it's Siachen. So they actually started with conversations in Geneva. That's the closest they came. In Geneva, in Amman, secretary level talks started, and Zia was moving close towards peace when he was assassinated after attending a parade in Bawalpur, and his plane crashed. And I write about it in the book, so we'll have to read the book and rather me revealing all of it.
No, I agree. But this also raised the issue of Northeast India simultaneously. It was almost simultaneously. If you see, just following a couple of weeks later in the summer, Chinese came in Sumrong-ju, and we reacted in a very, very, you can say, speedy manner, very positively, and we managed to checkmate them. So how did he manage to do that?
So it is in keeping, I mean, if I were to put it this way, it was the predictability of unpredictable approach so it was a consistently dynamic approach that had its, tenets and elements of unpredictability. One of the things, I'll take you back 20 years into my first book, Watershed 1967, and General Sagat Singh, and this is again towards the east in Sikkim, he had taken the initiative, and he had, in successive battles in Nathula and Chola in 67, he had pushed back the Chinese. So those were the two victories that India had registered, which led to China's not interfere, which was part of many reasons, apart from Indira Gandhi signing accord with the Soviets, etc. This was one of the reasons why they did not interfere in 1971. 20 years later, General Sundarji would take a leaf out of General Sagat's playbook. And what he did was not wait for the Chinese to make the move, but he heli-lifted an entire brigade, Zimitang, that was the place. And so they occupied the Hathungla Ridge. I don't want to name those areas because it will not be very much easy to sort of consume. But he occupied the higher ridges, the heights there. Interestingly, this was around the same place that India had suffered a devastating blow quarter century earlier in 1962. That was the historical sort of connect there. And General Sundarji had avenged that 25 years later without firing a bullet. He had made the Indian troops, this was an amazing thing that happened, that the entire brigade was heli-lifted and placed there, and the Chinese suddenly found themselves on the floor of the ridges, whereas the Indians were on top. General James Singh was the div commander. He had told General Sundarji during a briefing that, well, I don't think it'll take me a long time to get my mules go up to the various posts, to the various heights, carrying these weapons and weapon and equipment. Now, just to give you a little context, you know, mules have been used traditionally for many years by the Indian Army from the British times in Second World War, to carry transport, to carry equipment and weapons into difficult areas. So General Sundarji, while listening to his briefing, he said, "Why do you want mules today? We should have helicopters." That's how he thought. He would use the helicopters to transport the equipment, and that is what shook the Chinese. The surprise, the scale, the speed, all of this was employed, and it's again from the General Sagat Singh playbook. If I may add, sir, here, there was also, you know, the Chinese had always been seen as 10 foot tall, you know, sort of people who we wouldn't be able to counter. General Sagat disproved that theory 20 years earlier, and General Sundarji did so in '87. You know, in Delhi, there was also a discussion that, look, we should not be annoying the Chinese, which was happening in Delhi. General Sundarji was called, and General Sundarji was asked that, you know, by bureaucrats in Delhi whom he differed with. So he was asked as to why he was doing that. The Prime Minister was not happy with his decisions of taking on the Chinese and taking forward postures. So he in response said, if the Prime Minister is not happy with the advice, please ask him to have a different advisor. So he had the ability to stand on his ground and you know, and sort of take a course that he had defined. It's very, very clear about how we'd go about it.
Thank you. But what do you think of this episode of this Sri Lanka foray of Pavan? And coupled with that was also the fact that he was also involved in the controversy of Bofors. So what any comments on that you have?
Yeah, can I tell you a little anecdote, a little story there? And this is just so that, you know, it makes a little story-like kind of a thing, which I kind of pursued through the book, the approach. So we all know, I'm sure we all know that Prabhakaran was initially trained in India. You had the LTT, you had the PLOT, the other Tamil groups, militant groups who had been brought into India and trained. Now what happened was, they wanted to, India and Sri Lanka were planning to sign an accord, and the initial role of Indian troops was to be peacekeepers, and they became peace enforcers. From peacekeepers, they became peace enforcers pretty quickly. It was IPKF, Indian Peacekeeping Force, but it was the role was never defined. Now I'll come to that in a bit. Prabhakaran, so the Colombo Accord was to be signed between India and Sri Lanka. The Rajiv Gandhi was to go and you know, sign with the Sri Lankan president. But before that, there was a dissenter, and that dissenter was sitting in Jaffna, Prabhakaran. Now Prabhakaran needed to be brought into India. I see the irony of the story. And so from the Indian embassy, a second secretary goes to Jaffna in a helicopter, quietly, and Prabhakaran is got taken into the helicopter, and the second secretary there in Colombo assures the local person that, you don't worry, we'll bring Prabhakaran back in one piece. And Prabhakaran is brought to Madras, then Madras. And this bureaucrat who had come with Prabhakaran, I must tell you, is Hardeep Singh Puri, who's the minister now. So Hardeep Puri and Prabhakaran were sitting in the lounge in Madras, having the lunch. So Hardeep Puri sees that Prabhakaran is having chapati and chicken. So Hardeep Puri asks him, why? I thought you would have rice, right? More of rice. Why chapatis? So he says, no, you see, I have moved to having chapatis from rice because rice slows my finger on the trigger. So Prabhakaran was brought to Delhi. Prabhakaran wouldn't agree, and he thought that there was something fishy. He trusted Mr. Hardeep Puri, he trusted a few others, but he didn't trust the larger Delhi circle. I'm sorry if there are Delhiites sitting here, but you know, he was not very much sort of convinced about it. So they took him to meet the Prime Minister, and he wore a capsule around his neck. You know, he wouldn't take that off. The Prime Minister's security wanted him to take that off. He wouldn't do that. Mr. Rajiv Gandhi asked him to be brought in, and there were 2 tables put between the 2 of them, and the security team stood around them as they discussed. At the end, so he agreed to be a part of the accord and give his consent to the accord. In the evening, they had dinner, and the Prime Minister was very happy. Everybody was very happy that Prabhakaran is on board. While he was leaving, and he was giving him a send-off, okay, thank you very much, and we have you on board. So Rajiv Gandhi tells Prabhakaran to wait. Wait a minute, I got something for you. He tells Rahul, who was very young then, he says, go and get something that I've kept on the chair. Rahul goes inside, comes back with something. Rajiv Gandhi wraps it around Prabhakaran. He says, this is a bulletproof vest. It'll keep you safe.
Okay.
So to your quick question, quick answer to your question is that, you know, it was always building up. We at the start, we did not send the, you know, there was no complete strategy. There was no exit strategy. It was just building out. We had sent division, then we increased the complement of troops. So I don't think there was a plan to that. I think General Sundarji and the entire leadership team underestimated the ability of the LTT. I don't think the Indian Army had that kind of an opposition and insurgency. They fought insurgency in the Northeast, but this was something different which they encountered, and they were walking into what has been sometimes called as India's Little Vietnam.
No, okay. But did his UN experience sort of push him into having tight timelines in Sri Lanka? Was it that?
So in Congo, there was success that he had got, and this was a success in the 60s when India was actually encountering the Chinese here. I think to an extent that could be argued that yes, he had success in Congo. He had success in 65, the limited skirmish they had at Kutch at the start of the war. But I think the Congo experience, where he had encountered a very different kind of militant organization there, would have probably paved the way for his thinking, because he was always he was very keen to quickly end, and he believed that could happen in Sri Lanka as well.
In your research, have you been able to come across some interesting incidents or interesting stories which perhaps it came to you later, or maybe you realized later, which have not been brought out in the other 2 books, the recent ones, the last 2 ones? So is there any story like that?
So I thank you, sir. I was reminded of a story which I wish my previous book has 10 stories from different eras, mostly unpublished. Now this is a story that is not there in my book, and so I can share it with you. This is from 1917, and it was the Battle of Neuve-Chapelle in Belgium. It was like a ding-dong battle with bullets flying and artillery shelling going on, and people were dying left, right, and center. And there was Subedar Manta Singh, who was part of the Sikh regiment, who was fighting there. He was part of the 14th Sikh battalion there, and he saw his company commander, Captain George Henderson, hit and critically wounded, mortally wounded and dying. Manta Singh, without caring for his life, leapt up from his trenches, lifted George Henderson, a very badly injured George Henderson, into his arms, looks around, seals a wheelbarrow, deposits him into the wheelbarrow and wheels him out of the battle. In the process, both Manta Singh and George Henderson are badly hit. They are very badly hit. Manta Singh is hit on his arm and his legs, and Henderson as well. So they are out of the battle. Henderson is taken to the nearby hospital. He recovers in a couple of months. After 9 months, Manta Singh is taken to a hospital in Brighton. After 9 months, Manta Singh's news comes in to George Henderson. George Henderson gets the news that Manta Singh's leg has been amputated. 12 months later, a year later, news comes to George Henderson that Manta Singh has died. George Henderson is devastated, he's sad, he's deeply upset. Needs to do something. He goes to Punjab, seeks out his young son Asa Singh, brings him over to England, makes him study, gives him the resources to study, and Asa Singh grows up to join the British Army as a commissioned officer. Asa Singh, in the Second World War, Asa Singh and George Henderson's son, Robert Henderson, fight shoulder to shoulder against Rommel's troops in North Africa. An incredible story across 2 generations.
Can we have the slide, please?
No, yeah, so I'll show you the one previously. So this is an incredible story, but these are the 2. Just hold the slide. This is an incredible story of these 2 gentlemen. But the story doesn't end there. The story moves to the next generation of Asa Singh and Robert Henderson in North Africa. The story doesn't end there either, because after independence, India and England are 2 different countries, right? We all know that. The next generation, Asa Singh's son Jaimal Singh and Robert Henderson's son Ian Henderson served together in Africa, in the UN. Don't go anywhere. The story does not end. Why does the story not end? We are here in 2026 at the BLF. From then onwards, the 2 families have met every 2 years. And, do you want to know how they look like? It's like a mini literature festival. They meet every 2 years at Brighton, which has the Chhatri Memorial, the memorial for Manta Singh. George Henderson was so upset that, he did this. The families have continued to be in touch. I think we talk about fighting in the trenches, Esprit de Corps, the saga of, extended care. This is a story that tells me all of it across 100 years, 1917, 2026. The families have stayed together. I'll show you the picture, slide. How they look like today. This is from 2022. Cousins, sisters, brothers, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, any questions, please? Come on to the first slide. This book is there in the bookstore, and a limited number of copies are here.
Sure.
So, first come, first serve. I suppose you would like to take a copy. And the comments and verbs that have come on this particular book, one is by good old Shashi Tharoor and then Jalal Malik. So
just a request, please keep your questions short and simple. Yes, please. Ha, sir, towards the back.
Whether Rajiv Gandhi's agreement or truce, whatever you call, was a wise step, or just Rajiv Gandhi wanted some sort of publicity?
See, I think there in 1985, before that, this entire thing about the Tamil militancy was always there. So Rajiv Gandhi believed at that time that that could be resolved with an accord, which was rather politically simplistic to think, given the cross wires that existed in Sri Lanka during that time. So I would think that going into an accord was a hasty call. Calling Prabhakaran, and Prabhakaran was not fully convinced. And there's a very detailed answer within the book, because I spoke with somebody who had accompanied Prabhakaran in the flight back to Jaffna, and he was a Tamil officer. and military officer who spoke with me, and he came back and gave a feedback as to why the accord wouldn't work, but we didn't listen then. But that's the short answer to your question.
So, get the book, please.
Yeah, it
So,
comes
sir,
on. Yeah.
So, sir, is there any reference to Siddharth this side? Is there any reference to Prabhakaran having hidden himself in Madhya Pradesh?
I don't know of any, but if you know of one, please do let me know.
Yes, he was
You must
somewhere.
know.
He was here in some
Yep.
place near Ashok Nagar,
Right.
and the
Right.
then collector had looked after him. And so, is
Wonderful.
there any reference? I was wondering.
No, there is no reference to that, but that's wonderful that you brought that out.
Thank you.
Prabhakaran was brought and he was kept in Delhi at Suite 418 in Ashoka Hotel, which is where he was there but yes, he could have been brought here because there were lots of Tamil militants being brought in to India, and they were being moved to different places for training, so he would have visited. But that's the great trivia that you brought up. Thank you.
जो किसी को नहीं पता था वो खांडेकर जी को जरूर पता
बिल्कुल,
होता है. Okay, gentleman from my left.
So my question is reference brass tacks. More than 500,000 force was involved. Complete mechanization was involved. My question is, did the army achieve the aim that it was conducted for?
Thank you.
Great question. Yes, the army had achieved the aim because, if you look at brass tacks, this is what laid the foundation for future thinking. When foreign dignitaries were brought in and they were showed the various, ops rooms, operational rooms and brass tacks, they believed that this was an army which had far exceeded their expectations, and this was army as good as any. So the integrated battle concepts, the ability to mechanize mobilize such large troops, such large body of troops, the ability to synthesize different formations, that was done for the first time. And we talk about several things today, integrated battle groups, modern warfare, etc. The basis of all of that was laid then. Sundarji started the concept of computer gaming, which was not there before earlier. So a lot of those things came about. So I think the army did manage to attain its objectives very much at that time.
Thank you. Any other? Yeah, from the
Hello.
far right.
I am Ashish Kolarkar, and I really admire Sundarji. Who can forget his iconic statement in front of Swarna Mandir? We did not go there. We did not go in anger, but sadness, with a prayer on our lips and humility in our hearts. That was
Wow.
iconic kind of statement. So I'm curious to know how the equation between Rajiv Gandhi and General Sundarji was, because both were the iconic figures, the flamboyant guys, so leaders in that time. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So this one is there in the book, by the way. So you see, he had impressed everybody with his ability to think beyond, to think forward, to look at technology as a means of, as a major part of warfare, look at nuclear doctrine. That's something that he did. He's somebody who wrote India's nuclear doctrine and its use, no first use, etc. So Rajiv Gandhi, where I'm coming from is, all of this was in sync with the temperament of Rajiv Gandhi, who had come from outside the political arena, and he was also, he was a big fan of technology. He was a big fan of modernization, all of that. So they were on the same page regarding that. There was, over the decade, over the years, that relationship did change, did suffer, because it's like, when you have a winning cricket team, you have a happy dressing room. When you have setbacks in Sri Lanka, you do not agree to certain things that are happening. So there was General Sundarji, as was his wont, he had given his thoughts that Sri Lanka LTT could be conquered pretty quickly. So all of this didn't come to fruit. So when that happened, there were differences that were there between the two. What were the nuances of the differences? Again, we talk about it. There is also the role of Arun Singh, who was the Minister of State for Defense. He was very close to General Sundarji. So there was this little. I would think the equation changed a bit. Started on a high, but ended on a low.
Great. Any last question? वहाँ से हाथ खड़ा हुआ है वहाँ पे. Yes.
Hello, sir.
In your research, what did you came across about the Bofors scam?
उसके लिए एक और सेशन लगेगा. So, what did I come across? I mean, I wouldn't really talk about the entire thing. Well, Bofors was a scam, and I would ask a reverse question. I mean, I would ask you a question as to how much was the scam worth? You know, I don't know if you are aware of it. 64 crores. There was just 64 crores, which in today's terms you'll probably take as much money to probably repair a street. So that was there. But to your question, General Sundarji's role was very clear in Bofors, and that's what I write about. And because it is essentially his story, his role there in Bofors. He had chosen a gun, and there were 3 guns that were shortlisted. He had chosen a gun. Why he chose a gun? All of that I've talked about. So the Bofors, I would just, you know, answer your question with one expression. I think there was lack of transparency in the overall deal, which General Sundarji also pointed out. He was one of the few people who emerged clear in Bofors, though he had his other controversies in Sri Lanka and some other decisions he took. But Bofors, he was one of the few people who came out clean, and despite the lack of transparency in the entire deal and everything that went around it. And how Rajiv Gandhi and Olof Palme actually decided is also something that over a morning walk, which is what I have, and the book has 5 assassinations. I won't talk about all of that, but please go and read what are these assassinations, and then you know, they're all connected somewhere or the other.
Well, the curiosity has absolutely kicked in. And thank you so much, gentlemen. Please give a big hand to both of them, Prabal ji and Lieutenant General Naidu ji. मैं चाहूँगा Brigadier Sanjay Agrawal ji, the member of a Society of Culture and Environment, यहाँ पे इस मंच पे आए. उनके शुभ हाथों से हम एक token of love and appreciation हमारे author और हमारे guest के लिए present करें. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for bringing your experience and expertise to this table. I will be requesting Sanjay Agrawal ji to present the BLF 2026 memento to our guest, which is a painting by Padma Shri artist Durga Bai Vyam ji. Ji, sir.
Rather than me presenting it, ladies and gentlemen, we have the gracious presence of Lieutenant General Arvind Chauhan with us. He is the General Officer Commanding in Chief of the Corps, which is resident in Bhopal. Who better than him to do the honors?
Absolutely. There it is, the official memento of the BLF 2026, which is titled as Little Gorlaiya, a story of a tiny bird which was blessed by the tribal god Burra Deva, resulted in solving the struggles of a family, bringing hope and joy to the particular family. There it is, the Little Gorlaiya, everybody, created by Padma Shri artist Durga Bai Vyam ji. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now let us introduce you to our next session.
Yesterday, this hall witnessed
I'll request everybody to please settle down. Have a seat, everybody. And मैं निवेदन करूंगा जितनी भी बातचीत वार्तालाप हो आपस में आपके बीच, मैं निवेदन यही कर सकता हूं, कृपया हॉल के बाहर आप कंटिन्यू जरूर कीजिए. फिलहाल के लिए प्लीज settle down, everybody. I'll request our guests to please take their seat on the dais. And मैं सभी हमारे मेहमानों से निवेदन करूंगा कि कृपया विराजमान हो जाएं, बैठ जाइए प्लीज. We'll request everybody to please empty the corridor so that others can walk in and have their seats. A humble request to everybody who's standing up right now. And please empty the stage area as well, so all our viewers, listeners, our guests can have a good look towards the author and the guests.
Ex-Ambassador Ashok K. Kant is a former career diplomat who served as Secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs and as the Ambassador to China, Sri Lanka and Malaysia. He is currently Subhash Chandra Bose Chair Professor of International Relations at the Chanakya University. Mr. Kant is also a Distinguished Fellow at Vivekananda International Foundation and Chair of the Core Group on China at CII. Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimha is a retired infantry officer with over 40 years of service in the Indian Army. He served as Defense Attaché in China, is qualified in Chinese and has been a member of the National Security Advisory Board and is the first Director General of the Center for Contemporary China Studies. He's currently an adjunct distinguished fellow at Gateway House, non-resident senior associate at CSIS, Washington, D.C.
And as the moderator for this session, we are delighted to have Amreen Khan ji with us. She is a media marketing and communications expert and an adjunct professor of media studies at MCRC, Jamia Millia Islamia and the Jindal Global University. She is currently the head of communications at the Indian Express and also serves as a marketing advisor to the Taj Hotels. Passionate about promoting Indian art and culture, she curates events that bridge media, culture and public disclosure. I believe उनके moderation से ये discussion sharp, structured और insightful रहेगा. Complex topics को हम आसानी से समझ पाएंगे. And I'll be requesting Amreen ji to please begin the session. एक बार तालियां होनी चाहिए हमारे सभी guest authors के लिए.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. As you mentioned, that it's a very complex topic, but complex makes life more interesting. Huh? So does that mean China makes us more, makes the diplomats and the military generals more interesting? Huh? And to do exactly what we should do in 50 minutes, how do you unlock complexity and make it more interesting is my role today. Now, when you sit between two super experts on China, very complex matters and very complex issues, how do we make it little less academic and make it more interesting? So my first question is little less academic but relevant, which comes from my husband, who's serving right now in Ladakh as the Chief Secretary, and he's visiting Kargil just now. So his first question, he said, "Meri taraf se ek sawal zarur puchna," which I must share and ask both of you, that how difficult is life of a soldier who's serving right on the top, whether the border is here or border on that side? That's my first question to you, which I represent. Please, please.
First of all, thank you very much for Raghav Chandraji and others. Sanjay, precisely, to have got me here. The life of a soldier, if you look at it, I mean, contrary to the belief that you have, because of the kind of training and the camaraderie and the support that he gets, we tend to make him forget the difficulties of the service that he has to do in those areas. The way that we do it is quite unlike the civilian side and the industry, basically to have a homogeneous, well-knit kind of an organization which will stand in for any kind of requirements of his whenever he is deployed there, how his family is taken care of. All those things put his mind to rest on the other issues that actually bother him. And he starts concentrating on the job that he has to do. So while physically it is tough, in the sense if you are sitting at minus 30 degrees trying to give a sentry duty for 2 hours, you are frozen. In Siachen, it is just about half an hour, because beyond half an hour you can't stand in that cold. But what makes him go through all this is the kind of camaraderie that we build in the units and the formations. That helps him both mentally and physically to sustain himself out there. So from that angle, if you see, I think it is not so difficult.
Well done. And big round of applause for people who serve this country sitting on the borders. And Lieutenant General Narasimhan himself has served for 12 years on the border. So kudos to you all that you keep us warm and comfortable here and lead a very, very difficult life. So thank you from everybody's side. And the second question, okay, is also a representative of the border's question, is that how, as a diplomat, and I know that Mr. Akbaruddin is also sitting here, who's done a very good job, and he was the spokesperson for military for the MEA. My question to you is, Ambassador, how do you handle pressure as a diplomat? When you have complex China on one side, equally complex India on this side, how do you navigate your every little thing, whether it's the border tension or it's definitely, diplomatic relationships, and certainly between China and India, you have a situation of high trade going on. What exactly, just as an independent, not right now as an ambassador to China, a former ambassador to China, but purely as a diplomat, क्या आप करते हैं, क्या सोचते हैं, what is your modus operandi? Tell us about that.
Well, let me also begin by thanking Raghav, Sanjay, and other colleagues at BLF for inviting me and for joining this conversation with General Narasimhan, an old friend, and Amreen. Amreen, before I come to your question, let me add something to what General Narasimhan said. Whatever he said was perfectly fine. I had the privilege during my diplomatic career of working very closely with armed forces, because largely by choice, partly by circumstances, I was dealing with countries like China, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Nepal for extended period, which involved working very closely with armed forces. So I can tell you, we have the finest army in the world, finest armed force in the world. But circumstances under which they operate, difficulty should not be underestimated, especially at this point of time. You're all aware of the fact that in summer of 2020, Chinese PLA made multiple transgressions across line of actual control in eastern Ladakh. They brought in fairly large number of troops, and we matched very quickly by counter-deploying troops. And that situation hasn't changed. In eastern Ladakh and along other sectors of India-China line of actual control, we have ongoing high deployment. So we are today in a situation where, apart from dealing with Pakistan, front border, which, as you know, we discussed yesterday, Op Sindoor, complexities involved there, we have fairly high deployment along the borders with China. This has led to situations where, for instance, peacetime postings. They don't want to talk about these things, but someone should talk about these things. Get really reduced. And these are very important. You know, you are in high pressure situation when you're dealing with adversaries like China and Pakistan day in and day out. And China, you know, they try to probe your defenses. They try to see what are the chinks where they can make some incremental gains. So it's a really, you know, higher tension situation they have to deal with. We should not underestimate that. Now coming to your question, Amreen, you know, as a diplomat, like in any other profession, first thing is to prepare yourself. You need to know, if I'm dealing with China, you know, it's very important to understand how the Chinese mind works, what makes them tick. So in case of China, at least, we tend to do some specialization. Just to give you my example, I've done 3 stints in China, including the ambassador. First assignment dates back to 1981, before most of youngsters here were born. Spent long years at headquarters working on China. And I'm not, you know, I'm not an outlier. There are a whole lot of people like me who have devoted their career because you need to understand. You need to understand the China challenge. I don't want to call it adversary because no, that becomes sort of wish fulfilling. But need for us to look at our largest neighbor, which is today and is going to be our #1 strategic challenge in foreseeable future. There's no doubt about it. You know, we can't just depend on how Western countries look at China. In fact, they keep making mistakes all the time. You know, just to give you one example, recently, President Trump, you know, announced tariff of 145% on imports from China. He thought China will buckle under, and he'll have a deal soon. He was in for a surprise. China retaliated so strongly that it's USA which blinked. So understanding situations, preparing for it, and doing it from a position where there are huge asymmetries between capabilities of India and China. I started in 81 where asymmetries were minimal. We are today in 2026. Their GDP is 5 times larger than ours. In terms of, you know, military prowess, they are well ahead of us. In terms of research and development, I was just looking at a report, which a technology tracker, which is comes out from Australian Institute. Out of 74 technologies they track, China is ahead in 66. US is ahead in only 8. I'm giving you examples. These are the challenges. How do you understand? How do you deal with asymmetric situation? How do you keep your eye on the bottom line all the time? This is what, no, I will not accept anything which is less than that. How do you maintain your national interest? How do you maintain your personal and national dignity? So it's an ongoing challenge for a diplomat, but I think our diplomats have done fairly well.
Okay, I'm sure. Now, just before we move into a very specific China, a conversation, I want to ask both of you one question, and I'll request both of you to keep it slightly brief so that we can move into a bit more academic. So my question is that China claims and China believes and China is aiming, and they will, the way they are. I have also been a consultant with a company like Huawei. So I've worked very closely with the Chinese. So I know exactly how they operate, and I've worked with them for 4 years when Ambassador Jaishankar used to be our ambassador in Beijing. So my question to both of you is that China wants to be the world leader. They are not considered as the world leader, but they want to be the ultimate world leader in 2049. India wants to be and achieve Viksit Bharat in 47. How do you see, and do you see how achievable it is? And do you think that that we are competing, if we are competing with them, and where do we stand today?
This is a very important question, Amreen, because this is going to be one of the fundamental questions shaping, future of Asia and beyond. Because here we have a situation of simultaneous re-emergence of two civilizations, which were historically the leading civilization in the world. There are a lot of studies which show that around 17 AD, India was the largest economy in the world, followed by China. That situation changed because of colonial period and inability of India and China to keep abreast of technology. Now, China, as you mentioned, has a narrative that the historical norm is China as the preeminent power in the world. They would like to start as the preeminent power in Asia, and eventually by 2049 they would like to become preeminent power in the world. That may not happen, but as part of that, how do they accommodate simultaneous rise of India? I think that's a big question. The feeling we get is that they're not willing to accommodate that. They're not willing to give us space. We are not seeking, sort of hegemony. We are not seeking number one status either in Asia or the world. But they're not even willing to concede a multipolar Asia.
So does that mean that they are the hardest negotiators?
I will not say, as negotiators, I will not say that we are less, forceful than the Chinese. But they have a certain narrative. They have persuaded themselves that this is their future. Unfortunately, a whole lot of people outside China often buy into that narrative, which is only partly based on facts.
And as a military man, do you think that they are very hard negotiators? And what is it that we need to be equally hard as negotiators?
Two things. One is the first question that you answered, and the second one is on the negotiation part. On the first one, I think they have set themselves for a goal of 2049 to become a world leading power in the world. And in that, they have got certain kind of breakdowns. They want to have the most powerful military by 2049, which can win wars all over the world. That is stated. I'm not saying anything on my own. It is stated by Xi Jinping and others, and it is recorded. The other thing that you brought out is about the 2047 Viksit Bharat. The problem arises the moment you start comparing both. Because Viksit Bharat does not have the kind of aim which the Chinese have set for themselves in 2049. Viksit Bharat typically says we want to become a developed nation. We are not looking for an increased role anywhere, a military kind of a role or hegemonism. We are not looking at that. So therefore, there is a difference in the way both Chinese look at it and we look at it. Having said that, there is a problem there because when we want to develop to that level, and China also wants to develop to that level, you have a conflict of interest coming up in various places in the world. And that is where the competition is going to start increasing. So if you plot it on the world map, there are 7 areas you can plot really, all east of Atlantic, basically falling into this common kind of a competition. You look at Africa, Europe, ASEAN, Pacific Island countries, settled Asian republics, South Asia, all these countries. If you look at it, these groups of countries is the way the competition is going to build up. So we need to be prepared for it, and I am sure the government is already working on it to be prepared for it. That is one aspect. That puts the China-India relationship in a question mark. Because if you say that, 15 years ago, if you had asked me, I would have said, resolve the boundary question, everything become all right. I'm not so sure anymore. Because of the kind of competition that you're going to get into in future till 2047, that is something that you need to be looking at. So if you look at 2049 and 2047 as the target years, then we are going to be in for an increased competition in and around us, not only in and around us, across the world, wherever this competition is going to take you. So that is the way we need to think about it and then plan for it. Coming on to your second question of how to negotiate or how to become not, I mean, we are already hard negotiators. He has been one, we have been one. The thing is, I mean, this is what I have learned over a period of time. I'm sure Ambassador Kant will bear me out on this. If you want to negotiate with the Chinese, you have to do 2-3 things. One, you need to be prepared well, as he mentioned. You should know the entire background of the issue that you're going to discuss with them. They come with a lot of institutional knowledge, institutional memory. So we need to have that institutional memory. That is number one. Number two, dig your heels. You need to dig your heels in case you need to negotiate with Chinese, or for that matter with anybody, but with Chinese more. And the reason why I say this is Chinese respect strength. Chinese respects your own strength. If you negotiate with them from a position of weakness, then you are going to be getting into a bit of an issue. So therefore, you need to prepare yourself well, know the case well, know your position well, where you need to draw a line well, and then stick to it.
Dig in your heels. So one question, why this topic of India-China so relevant? You know, and it just does not for every household, everybody, each household, every human being is interested in China. So is it China that do we fear China? That's question number one. If we do, we saw in last year, 25 was only about thawing. We thought that the relationships were settling down, and then we see a lot of U-turns, okay, if I may say so. I'm not an expert on China. I'm not an expert on external affairs, but I, as obsessive I am, not with the US, but with the Chinese, I want to understand from both of you that 25 was very focused, hard focus was only on sorting out the relationship, as they say, thawing the relationship, and now is on early harvest. What are the hard issues you think that now, being futuristic, we should focus on as a military general and yourself as a diplomat? What would be your advice to the government, to the diplomats, what to focus on and how to align that focus?
You know, you rightly pointed out that last year focus was on essentially ensuring that borders became once again stable and extricating ourselves from a very messy situation Chinese had created by violating all agreements on CBMs we had signed with them. What they did was completely brazen, it was completely unacceptable, and very clear message that was conveyed from our side that, look here, you know, unless peace and tranquility is restored in border areas, there's no way we can look at normalization of relations or even moving in that direction. So first order of business was disengagement of troops, which was more or less achieved. Only then we could start the process of step-by-step normalization of relations. This is actually very calibrated process from our side, whereas Chinese would like us to, you know, pretend that border issue doesn't exist. Let's go ahead developing our relations elsewhere. We tell them, no, buddy, we cannot do that, because border issue remains a very major concern from us, even though disengagement has been largely, though not entirely, achieved. As I mentioned earlier, there is still very high level of deployment of troops. So border areas is stable but not normal. So we need to deal with that. It's a very risky situation we have in border areas. Now, secondly, how do we calibrate this process of normalization of relations? We have different views. We are moving with baby steps, and rightly so. We don't want to make haste. We don't want any reset of relations. We would like certain structural problems in the relationship to be addressed. And those problems keep manifesting all the time. You know, yesterday we were talking about Op Sindoor, one issue which didn't come up yesterday. Narasimhan can talk about it. But we saw a pattern of behavior on part of China during that 87-hour conflict, which was unprecedented, where they were providing operational support to Pakistan, not only in battlefield, but in terms of amplification of Pakistan's propaganda worldwide. In battlefield, in fact, one can call it battlefield collusion. It was so extensive. So this is not signal coming from a friendly country. I can give you a whole lot of examples, but none of those structural problems ranging from border issue to the fact that last year we had trade deficit $110 billion, to the fact that they're building a mega hydropower project just 40 kilometers from a border, which will have major impact on us, to the fact that what we discussed earlier, they're not willing to look at India as a peer or near peer nation. In fact, assessment we make is that they do their best to sort of slow down rise of India, keep us down. So these are fundamental problems we have, and Ajal Narasimhan brought out looking ahead, whether we look up to 47 Viksit Bharat goal or 49, what they call Great Rejuvenation or Chinese Nation goal, this will continue.
So according to you, this normalcy is not yet set in, and we are saying that the borders are still disputed. And if I may ask you another question, and then you can share with us your insight. The other critical question is that there is a mechanism in place for border management, and recently we read and we follow and we hear from experts on borders. The critical question is that there is a border. How effective basically is the new border management mechanism? Okay, what is it that we are doing to kind of avoid or calibrate the deterrence? Take us through that.
You see, if you look at particularly the line of what we call as line of actual control, which is actually supposed to be the boundary with, at the moment, the working kind of alignment that we have, it is not marked on ground. The first point we need to understand is it is not marked on ground with pillars or any kind of line, nothing. It is just if you go there, you will just see a piece of land. It is for you to, where the line of actual control is, and then he will start imposing his own perception of the line of actual control in some form somewhere. So what we have already resolved is, we have done a number of agreements with China on this. We are all aware of it. I don't want to reiterate for the sake of time. But physically on the ground, you have a number of procedures. Like for example, two patrols come face to face. Then what is the procedure that the patrols have to adopt is decided between both the sides. And the moment you meet the patrol, then you show a banner showing that this is Indian territory, please go back. So then once they agree, then you go back one bound and he goes back another bound, and then you say that, we'll resolve it with our people at the back, okay? There are a number of drills like this which have already been tied down. So which is being in use, and the problem comes up when one side, mostly it has been the Chinese side, when they don't agree or follow these standard operating procedures that have been laid down. Then it starts escalating. And once it starts escalating, then the power of the tactical commander to get into decision making gets taken away. Then it goes to the Beijing as well as Delhi to start reacting to it. Okay, that is one issue. The second issue is, of late, you find when 2020 happened, we have a temporary moratorium on patrolling in certain areas, which is another way of managing the border. Like for example, you don't have a common understanding of a line on a particular place. Then you say, okay, you stay there, I stay here, we don't come in between. It's a temporary moratorium on patrolling. So that is something which is there in a couple of places, in fact 4 places. Then you also have some kind of an arrangement of coordinated patrolling. Like the day I come, I inform him, he doesn't come. The day he comes, then I don't go, so that the face-offs cannot increase. So there are many mechanisms that have been worked out. In addition to that, there are also local kind of, you have the flag meetings. If something goes wrong, you call for a flag meeting at fixed places. Then you sort it out. Then you have border personal meetings, where it's on a fixed kind of dates, you meet the other side and then discuss the issues with them So there are many such mechanisms which are already in place. But the problem comes up when these mechanisms don't work at some point.
No, but why doesn't it work? And then my following question would be when they say कि अच्छा आप Chinese अरुणाचल में घुस आए हैं, अब ये उधर से आ रहे हैं, तो ये आते हैं तो हम इनको कहाँ तक रोक पाते हैं और क्या reality होती है? It will be good for all of us to understand that and can't get better than yourself.
आपको याद होगा दिसंबर 2022 में ज़्यादातर चाइना की ट्रूप्स जो हैं वो यांगसे के एरिया में आए थे. क्या वो घुस पाए हमारे इलाके में?
पर जगह घेरते तो हैं ना?
ना, जगह ऐसे नहीं घेरते.
This is all perception. I'm also part. I would sit across and I'll ask that question.
ऐसे नहीं घेरते, हम उसको घेरने नहीं देते. Because they came with more than 600 to 700 troops in that occasion. We were prepared for it and we didn't allow them even to come in 1 inch. So in places like this, when the kind of push takes place from the Chinese side, you remain prepared to take care of that. That is our job. So when you say that, you get to listen, lot of things you'll get to listen. Paper mein, in every 3 to 4 months, you'll get to listen, Brahmaputra mein pani kam ho gaya, Brahmaputra mein pani kala ho gaya, whole lot of things you'll get to hear. But I think you all need to do a lot more research to understand what exactly it is. So you get to hear a lot of things, which is fine, which should be there, but also you all need to do a lot more research to see, get to the bottom of it to see as to where the truth is.
So do you think 1993's the agreement that we had for peace and tranquility, has it deviated to some extent? Agar hai deviated, to what extent has it deviated?
See,
I want you to speak from your heart.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm not speaking an official position. He is also not speaking on the official position. Okay.
I'm going to ask him a diplomatic question.
We have left the government long time ago. No, the point is this. These agreements did have an implication and an importance. 1993 and 96, he was there negotiating those agreements. So he may throw more light on this. So these agreements brought in a sense of stability along the line of actual control. That is something that we need to keep in mind and we need to understand it very clearly. However, the point which, not only that, then you signed 1996 conference building measures, then you signed 2005 political parameters and guiding principles for resolution of the boundary question, then you signed border defense and cooperation agreement in 2013. So all these agreements do have an importance and they bring stability along the line of actual control. The only problem is what I mentioned to you. If one side agrees to violate any of those principles and any of those standard operating procedures that we have agreed upon mutually, then the problem comes up. Then the agreements lose their value. So the question, again, what we need to ask for is, should we go for another agreement? Should we then tweak these standard operating procedures? I would say if these 4 agreements which have been signed have been violated in some form or the other and they're not holding good, another one also will not make good. So therefore, I think what we need to do is to actually tweak these agreements to an extent that the violations can be taken care of in some form. Not with 100% surety. It will take, again, both the sides have to agree and it's an ongoing kind of a process. My own understanding is that we need to tighten these agreements and studies have been done. Let me tell you that also. Studies have been done to do that. I'm sure the government will take a call on whenever they need to take that call. But the fact of the matter is that this is the way to go and ensure that such things do not happen on the line of actual control. But again, it will take 2 hands to clap.
Which hand is harder?
Can I come in on
Yes,
this?
absolutely.
Let me answer that question in one line.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
I insist on that.
I know, I know that you are insisting on it. For this audience, let me tell you, our hand will always be harder.
As we say, inshallah.
I fully agree with everything, General Narasimhan has said. In fact, very often we are together in discussions and we seem to complete each other's sentences. Well, we have fairly similar, approach on these issues. But if I could just, step back a little bit, and mention a couple of things just for audience to understand border issue better. You know, we have 6 formal agreements with China on border-related issues. I happen to be lead negotiator for 3 of them, so I have been involved with this process quite a bit. We work on the assumption that China will act in bad faith, and they have consistently doing it. Going back to, 50s, they gave one set of line in Western sector. 56, they expanded in 1960. We had certain interpretation of that line. We thought that's the claim line in Western sector, and they have come up to that claim line. We found in 2020 that no, they want to go beyond that, and they made a very determined effort to change the status quo. Even with that, they're not satisfied. I was in a track 2 or track 1.5 conversation recently, where a colleague, retired officer from PLA, who is very sort of well respected, he told me that, no, we haven't yet reached our claim line in Western sector. Keeping open the possibility of further ingress. This brings me to a fundamental problem we have with China. They want to maintain ambiguity on line of actual control because their basic approach is to keep changing the line through incremental gains, which is sometimes called gray zone operations, which they have deployed elsewhere also. Don't go into an outright military conflict, keep nibbling little bit, see how much you can control. That becomes a new normal, nibble little bit more. So you are dealing with a country which uses ambiguity as a pressure point, as an opportunity, and which is not interested either in clarifying line of actual control or settling the boundary question. So we have a serious problem there. Only answer for us is to have effective asymmetrical deterrence so that we can prevent them from changing the status quo. Signing any number of agreements will not help. In fact, it's meaningless adding more agreements. We need to strengthen our deterrence on the ground, which cannot only be defensive in character. A very important aspect of deterrence looking ahead will be that if you come in this area, I can embarrass you by going inside in some of the areas, which is sometimes called quid pro quo operation. So this is, the border management is a tricky subject, but at one level it's very simple.
Okay, so from border management, we move to diplomatic relations now. So diplomatic relations with China, as again, followed by what we read, we follow, and definitely your pieces that you constantly write for our paper, the Indian Express, or with Hindustan Times, and your last piece. I want to understand that Prime Minister Modi visited the summit, right? And immediately after that meeting, lots of things opened up, including visas, direct flights. I remember I used to travel to China, I used to take a direct flight, and then everything got shut. And then suddenly there was a change last year. So the year of thawing was that open this, and add and expand Kailash Mansarovar's, pilgrimages, and the numbers also increased and everything. Then suddenly again the deficit of trust. Why does this happen constantly? And as in reality, what is it? Where do we stand in our relationships? How do we navigate this relationship better? Tell us about that. How could we get better in what we are doing and not, is there any way we can eliminate this deficit of faith and trust that we constantly deal with as Indians?
No, my short answer to that is no. We are unlikely to get over deficit of trust with China because mistrust, distrust is deep-rooted, and it emerges out of a pattern of behavior on part of China, and also a certain conflict in our interests. We would not like China to become the top dog in Asia, or let alone the world, and that's what they want to achieve. They have a hierarchy of nations where they'll be, the preeminent power, and we must, settle for a subaltern role, a sort of junior partner's role. We also have certain sense of history and a sense of our destiny. Will not accept it. So it will continue. Distrust will continue. It's a given. Within that, we have to manage this relationship. So one given is that it's a fraught, difficult, challenging relationship. That fact will not change. We have to accept it. Now you are referring to certain steps we took. We had made it very clear that we must have disengagement in borders, relative peace and tranquility in borders before resume the process of normalization relations. Dr. Jaishankar had given a very important statement in Parliament on 3rd and 4th December, 2023, where he had 2024, where he had spelt out that primary preoccupation is border, but if that's taken care of, we will make some, soft incremental gains. And these changes will be mainly people-centric contacts. So this is what we are doing. They have resumed Yatra to Kailash Mansarovar. We have liberalized visa procedures to some extent, direct flights, though it's still very, very difficult flying to China. But we are in no hurry to return to some kind of status quo ante as of say April 2020. Because they are not restoring a status quo ante as of April 2020. We still have a difficult and challenging situation. Looking ahead, Amreen, if I could put it in a slightly bigger perspective, just for our friends in the audience to understand. Article she is referring to, I have been writing, that in many ways the task of navigating our relations with China has become more difficult. It has become more difficult because changes, you're all aware, that have taken in international geopolitical situation, where you have Mr. Trump with his disruptive behavior. But there are two aspects of behavior that have a very direct bearing on how we deal with China. One, the way he has reached, dealt with India, not very respectful, where you're all aware of kind of negative signals we have got. But there's another aspect which is even more disturbing. That is, in his strategic calculus, India's significance as a sort of counterbalance to China has gone down quite a bit, and Chinese are aware of that. Now, second thing which has happened, his whole stance towards China has changed. Compared to his own stance in 2017, when they have issued national security strategy, or Biden administration's stance, they are looking at China more like as an economic competitor, rather a systemic rival. I'm sorry, I'm using these, sort of these words. But today, they're looking at Western Hemisphere as their primary theater. Look at what they're doing in Venezuela. They are de-emphasizing Asia-Pacific or Indo-Pacific. Again, Chinese are aware of that. And Chinese have also convinced themselves two things. One, that India has become less important in scheme of things. And two, India is seeking better relations with China today from a position of vulnerability. Because we are facing these problems with USA, we are under stress, so we are seeking better relations. As General Narasimhan said, one thing the Chinese respect more than anything else is strength. So when you deal with China from a position of perceived weakness or vulnerability, you have to be extremely careful. That's what I have been advising, that this situation needs to be tackled very carefully. We must show strategic patience. We cannot allow our basic interests to be undermined just to show some progress in relations with China, or for that matter even USA.
Okay, my question is now to Lieutenant General. Nasima, I wanted to ask you that we started off with very complex China and our relationship. So yes, it's a relationship of cautious, it's a relationship of stress, it's a relationship of tact, right? We need all of that. But my question, is it that bilateral, okay, the larger economic piece is more predominant, is more relevant? That's the reason why the other issues, whether it's diplomatic relations or the military situation of the borders, it's taken a back seat. Suddenly, there's more importance on ke dhanda karo inke saath, you know. And if you do that work, that dhanda with them, rest of the things. So, is it something you have to tell us now, straightforwardly? Are there some things which have been thrown under the carpet because the relationship matters more? Because you have the US tariffs issues and you have administration of Trump issues. So tell us that. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, it's an absolute privilege. These two gentlemen are not only experts on China, but they are public commentators. So they take a lot of responsibility of what they say. So it'll be great to hear from them, not the academic only, but insights that they should be sharing with us today.
This seems to be pressure equivalent to the Chinese pressure, right?
We use a lot of Chinese products every day.
Okay, two things I like to say before I answer Amrin's question. One is, we have been insisting on three mutuals. Our foreign minister has been very steadily saying this: mutual respect, mutual sensitivity, and mutual interest. I can talk about it later if somebody wants to know that. That is the underlying factor governing this relationship between India and China. That is one thing that we need to be very clear about. Second thing, just because certain things which are economic are coming to the forefront does not mean the others have been swept under the carpet. That is a point I want to convey to this audience very clearly. There is no compromise on anything. At least we are not compromising on the boundary or any other issue when we are negotiating with the Chinese. That is one point. Second point, there are certain industries, certain industries for which we are critically dependent on China. Like, for example, active pharma ingredients, power equipment, solar equipment, automobile spare parts, electronic equipment, engineering, machinery, like, for example, tunnel boring machines, rare earth materials for your batteries. In all this, we are critically dependent on China. It's no secret. I'm not telling any secret to anybody. You just go to the net, you will find all this. Okay? Therefore, there is a necessity to do this in some manner which is also beneficial to us. That is the way you need to see this certain amount of relaxation that is being talked about. Having said that, please note there is a press note 3 which was announced in April 2020 before the Galwan incident, which said any investment from the India's neighborhood will go through the government approval route, and that has not been rescinded. There is pressure on it to be rescinded. A lot of recommendations have been worked on. We'll see how that gets modified or whatever, but at the moment it holds good. So while we say that we want to improve things, and we have not stopped anything from China, by the way. Even when this press note 3 was effective from April 2020, approximately more than 300 applications from Chinese were received, out of which 117 have been approved. Some of them are under consideration, some of them have been rejected. The basic thing is we are looking at what is good for us, and we should do business in those particular places.
So I've already got the signal to, we will take 4 questions from the audiences if you have the time. We must.
If I could just add a little bit on that.
Very briefly, because he's a hard taskmaster. He's a hard negotiator. So
no, I know. I've been watching him in action, and it's good to have someone like him.
I have to. I'll lose my job otherwise.
Yes, sir. On your basic question, can we sort of disentangle our overall relations from economic engagement? No, we cannot, because there's no way you can take out security concerns, the geopolitical concerns with China from economic engagement. But we'll continue to trade. As General Simon said, 2 aspects I just wanted to highlight for you. Then you should understand why even economic engagement is not sort of routine business. We have figures for last year, Chinese data. First 11 months of last year, our trade deficit with China was $105 billion. Our total exports to China was $17.5 billion. It's completely out of balanced trade. More important is what General Narasimhan has referred to. Chinese learning from Americans have weaponized interdependence. They have an elaborate regime for that, and they're deploying it effectively against us. In recent months, they stopped selling rare earth magnets to us, which are very important, many of you are aware. They stopped selling tunnel boring machines, which are very important for border infrastructure. They stopped selling many other critical items. So they can, they use these things as pressure points. So we need to reduce our dependencies on China. This is what China has done vis-a-vis USA, and in fact here we need to learn from them.
The questions now reduced to 3. We'll come to, but we have missed out on geopolitics. We've missed out on many other questions which you could raise, but we would definitely like to take one young, very young, everyone's young, but especially, like a school-going child, because I saw there was a gentleman yesterday sitting there. He must have got at least out of the entire quiz, he must have got 7 answers right. So would love to get you to answer or ask one question. What's your name? Dhruv?
Please pass
Please
on the
give
mic
him
to
the
him.
mic because he's very well researched. Tejas. Yeah.
Well, thank you for the compliment, and I don't have a question prepared.
But what worries you, or how hopeful are you about Indo-China relationship?
So this question is addressed both to the ambassador and to Lieutenant General Narasimhan. And in the event of a war, will this huge trade deficit and the amount of dependence we have on the Chinese for component goods have any impact? And if so, since the trade deficit is so large, running into the hundreds of billions, would the impact not be devastating?
This is a very good question. First we need to understand, you referred to a state of war between India and China. This war will be very different from what we think. It will not be fought only along the front line. It will be what is called multimodal warfare. So we will be subjected to attacks in cyber domain. They will subject us to attack in vulnerabilities you are referring to. It's a given. Even in trade contestation with USA, why USA blinked? The main reason USA blinked because China had a choke point on something called rare earth magnets. People didn't even know what is rare earth magnets. Everyone knows about it. And Americans couldn't do it without it. So they had to come down from high horses and seek a truce with China. When it comes to war situation, we'll be subjected to pressure, attack in different areas. In fact, this war may be fought without our realizing that a war is being fought. They can do things to say compromise our critical infrastructure. So it's going to be a very different kind of war.
See, just in one line, okay. Any war with any country will affect us. There's no doubt about it. What we need to be doing, which we are doing already, when you're sourcing your stuff for the military, particularly for the equipment, vehicles, etc., you are trying to do something known as sourcing them from trusted sources. Trusted sources is what we are looking at. As this progresses along, that difficulty will reduce. But difficulties will definitely be there in any kind of war.
Anybody for a geopolitical question? So
Yes, somebody in the front.
Anyone from this side. So I would request you to be very brief and. Yeah, but we'll have to
let's
be
do
very
one thing.
brief
One by
because
one,
we've got
we'll
time.
walk
We'll
towards
take 2
all
more
the corners
questions.
of the hall.
Yeah.
I'll request everybody to please keep
Sir,
your
can you
questions
just share
crisp.
your question and then we'll just club in the questions and answer and keep it answer together.
Okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Upendra Verma.
Sir, please hold the mic closer and please increase the volumes of all the mics. Ha. It's on, boliye.
Yeah. So my question is that what I have gathered from both the speakers is that probably we are stuck in this very unpalatable situation where we will be probably number 3, number 4, I don't know, as compared to China. And China will keep us, keep pinned us down for indefinite period. My question is, are we willing to accept it?
Thank you.
And one more, there is an adjunct to it.
Sir, there are plenty of questions.
Keep it very short because
we'll
we have
reduce it to
No,
one.
my question is that shouldn't we go for some out-of-box thinking? Is it not possible
Good question too.
that China, if we are willing to compromise on territorial, China, India and Russia, some access can be made. Otherwise, in this particular traditional way, I think we are not going to make any progress.
Please conclude.
Thank you so much. What about
Jain sir, a burning question in my mind for both of you. First,
can you identify yourself?
my name is Colonel Nirmal Upreti, and I am asking this question as an Indian citizen, not as a Fauji. First is, while China has settled down all land dispute with rest of the countries, this remains one burning issue with India since long. China has proven to the entire world that they are willing to settle down the boundary issue, less India. So in that particular case, doesn't it reflect on us and China that they are willing to settle it down and we are somewhere to be blamed for dragging it so long? This is a question to Ambassador. Just would like to know the insight.
Thank you.
Second.
Can we keep it short?
Sir,
Because I'm going to
we are
request our
already
speakers
running
also
short
to
of
be
time.
brief.
White papers.
So you can have
we
this
need to-
conversation once we are out.
One question per
Thank
person,
you.
please.
Thank you. One more question, please.
Yeah, sir.
Jan, hi.
Hello. My question is, you talked about power play, that China usually admires power play. So what are the 3 most important power plays that we have as Indians when we talk to China? And my second is, every time when they hinder, we know that they, do we just make new standardizations or we bring up new policies or we really act upon it? How do we act upon it?
Excellent.
हम
What
और
about
सवाल
just
अभी ले
gentlemen,
सकते हैं
huh?
या
And
फिर हम
only one more
जवाब
question.
सुनेंगे पहले?
बस that's
ठीक है.
And then we'll sum it
वहाँ
up.
पीछे से भी
Sum
एक
it
हाथ
up.
खड़ा हुआ है.
Just this gentleman.
हाँ ठीक है, ये आगे यहाँ पे दे दीजिए एक बार.
And then can we sum it up?
Trailing off from that gentleman's question, I'm curious about the same thing. Like, why India? Why is China not compromising with us? Or like, I don't know the details of what has been done with the other countries, but what is in this case that it's lagging behind so long? Mao fought in so many border skirmishes with many countries, the Soviet Union, Vietnam. Why is it lingering here?
Okay.
Okay, let's get to the answers. और उसके बाद समय बचता है तो we might take a couple of questions. General and Ambassador. Yes.
Okay, let me actually begin with 2 questions relating to sort of why China is not compromising and how somehow we are to blame for the fact that India-China border issue has not been settled. Let me just put things in perspective here. China actually has very major ongoing border issues with several countries. It has moved to maritime domain now. With India and Bhutan, it's land border. In South China Sea, East China Sea, Taiwan Strait, they are imposing their own contested territorial claims unilaterally on the ground in a manner which is highly destabilizing. So please don't think that somehow onus is on us. What has changed is that there's a new China. Today's China is a powerful China. It's the 2nd largest economy in the world, 2nd largest military in the world. Xi Jinping says repeatedly will not cede an inch of territory. So, their mindset has changed. They're not willing to make any concession. Moreover, they believe that when it comes to border issue, time is on their side. There's absolutely no hurry to resolve. So please don't think that border issue is not being resolved because of lack of effort on our part, or somehow we are being cosset. No, our negotiators are just defending our national interests. They should continue to do that. Coming to second, what was his question?
He's concerned that why this situation doesn't get better.
Yeah. Why situation doesn't get better?
Because maybe we don't have.
And also, what we heard from gentlemen in the back, will China keep us pinned down in this situation? They'll be quite happy doing that. I think the only answer lies investing in our own capabilities, reducing the capability gap. Then Chinese will be more inclined to find a new sort of modus vivendi, which will be little less stressful. It will remain stressful. So this is not something which can be resolved by what sir you referred to, Russia, India, China kind of configuration. So it's not going to work. It is not going to in any way help problems, issues we have with China or with USA for that matter.
Just 2 lines, the question this lady asked. No, we do have certain strengths. One is, they're looking at a market where Chinese exports are under pressure from various tariffs and other things. That is one. Second, they also respect our military. I'll just give you a small anecdote. Once I was traveling to the airport in Beijing, the taxi driver started speaking. So when I was conversing, he says, you have a very good navy. I said, why do you say that? You have aircraft carrier from such and such a time, and they have been operating, you're very experienced, etc. So in the Chinese mind, the military, they're very shrewd watchers of whatever is happening around them. So they see the kind of wars that we have fought, Kargil, others, everything. So they do take note of these things, and they do respect the military. So we have certain amount of leverages. Second thing about the questions which came up, please be under no tension for time. The moment you want to cut short the time to get a resolution, you will start compromising. No. Let it take as many years as it wants. We need to get what we want, and we need to negotiate from that particular position.
Wonderful. We're going to take 2 more questions, but one question could come from this gentleman sitting here, Uma, who is an expert on external affairs. It'll be great to see what an expert on external affairs would ask the 2 very distinguished speakers here. Okay. And we will club in another question.
Please pass on the mic.
Please pass on the mic. To,
please
Uma,
raise your hand,
just
sir.
Raise your hand, please. And one more question.
And उसके बाद पीछे वहाँ सर काफी समय से इंतजार कर रहे हैं, उन तक माइक पहुँचाएंगे.
Hi, I'm not an expert. I'm just a journalist, and I have a lot of focus on covering Indo-China relation for last 25 years. अशोक कांत जी से कई बार हमारी मुलाकात होती है MEA के कई फंक्शन में, तो हम पुल साइड जो बातचीत करते हैं उसमें उन्होंने उतना कुछ बताया नहीं जितना आज इस मंच से इन्होंने बताया हमें. तो पहली बात तो मैं जी BLF की मन से बताया इन्होंने. अभी आपने बहुत बातें की, आपने कहा पैटर्न की बात की, आपने डिटरेंस की बात की. 1999 में मुझे देमचौक मुझे थाकुन OP पे जाने का मौका मिला था, जहाँ से रिजैंगला और श्रीजैप का जो इलाका है मैंने देखा. जब करगिल वॉर चल रहा था उस समय चाइना ने उस मौके का फ़ायदा उठाकर जो अगर फिंगर 4 या फिंगर 8 की बात करें तो उस बीच में एक अलाइनमेंट बना लिया था, जिसको मैंने नंगी निगाह से देखा है वहाँ पे. फिर उन्होंने 20 साल वेट किया. जब कोरोना के टाइम में हमारी तरफ से पेट्रोल नहीं जा रही थी, तब उन्होंने जाके वहाँ पे ज़्यादा और अपने आप को फोर्टिफाइड किया. मेरे कहने का मतलब यह है कि क्या हम दूध का जला छाछ को भी फूंक फूंक कर पीने की नीति पे चल रहे हैं, कि अगला वो मिस एडवेंचर इस तरह का कब करें, उसके लिए हम डिटरेंस हमारा तैयार है.
जी, थैंक यू.
Second question.
Last वहाँ पे पीछे सर, प्लीज आप हाथ खड़ा कर लीजिए, उन तक माइक पहुँचा दीजिए. And that's the last question, and we'll wrap the session after the answers.
So, as a layman, I want to ask, as we can see with the term Trump in the helm, the world is getting unipolar, and Russia entangled in the Ukraine war. So, do we see China flexing its muscles militarily, or any timeline which you can see? That is maybe everybody maybe wanted to know about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
आपने बात की कि चाइना को कैसे रोका जाए, ये जो प्रोबिंग उनका होता रहता है, और उसके पहले मैं आपने जो एक कमेंट किया था कि मैंने पुलिस साइड में ज़्यादा बात नहीं की, वहाँ एक्चुअली अमरीन ने वो मौका पहले नहीं दिया, तो मैं खुद उस मौके का फ़ायदा उठाना चाहूँगा। जैसा अमरीन ने कहा, जनरल नरसिम्हन और मैं, हम लोग काफ़ी लिखते हैं, और भी हाल में हमारी एक किताब भी आई है, उसी पर ये सेशन बेस्ड है, डिकोडिंग चाइना हार्ड पर्सपेक्टिव्स फ्रॉम इंडिया। मैंने उसमें 73 पेज का एक चैप्टर लिखा है, उसको आप पढ़िए। उसमें ऐसी कोई चीज़ मैंने आज नहीं की कही जो मैंने पब्लिक डोमेन में पहले नहीं कहा। तो ये एक तो चीज़ है। दूसरा जो आपने डेटरेंस की बात की, देखिए जनरल नरसिम्हन जरूर मुझसे सहमत होंगे कि हमें पता है कि चाइना कोशिश करता रहेगा कि कहाँ हमारा चिंक्स है, कहाँ वो घुस सकता है। तो वी कैन नेवर लेट गार्ड डाउन, एंड दिस इज़ नॉट ओनली इन वेस्टर्न सेक्टर, मिडिल सेक्टर में। मैं अभी देहरादून में था, आर्मी तीन दिन पहले आर्मी सेमिनार में, वहाँ जिसमें सब लोग थे, GOC सेंट्रल कमांड थे, सबसे बात हो रही थी। हमारे लोग बहुत तैयार हैं और उन्हें पता है कि चाइना कहीं आ सकता है। ईस्टर्न सेक्टर में वही चीज़ है, तो प्रोबिंग चलता रहेगा, लेकिन तैयारी भी हमारी चलती रहेगी और तैयारी बढ़ती जाएगी। तो ये मैं आश्वासन, मैं सरकार में नहीं हूँ, लेकिन मैं कहना चाहूँगा।
जी, आप कुछ
just 2 lines, okay, on the Pankungsu thing that you mentioned. इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हमारी तरफ से भी बनाया जा रहा है बॉर्डर के एरिया के अंदर, वो जारी रहेगा, लेकिन उसी को रोकने के लिए तो वो टनल बोरिंग मशीन बंद किया था। तो चाइना भी कोशिश करेगा कि हम आगे ना बढ़ें इन चीज़ों के अंदर। तो हमारा कोशिश जारी रहेगा कि हमारा किस प्रकार का तैयारी करना चाहिए। हम कभी भी we will not let our guard down on any of the area across the land, not only in the western sector, northern sector, both. There is no way that you can trust anybody and say, okay, I'll leave this place vacant. No. The entire area has to be guarded, and that is the way we work. The second thing is about this US-China-Russia relationship that gentleman asked. The only answer I want to give in one line is that international relations are not permanent. There is no permanent friends in the international relationship. There are only permanent interests, and even that is coming under question with what is being happening now.
Yeah.
So these things will come, these things will go, but we need to concentrate on Viksit Bharat 2047. That will give us the voice.
Wonderful. Huh? It's not as gloomy as it appears. With these two gentlemen, you know there's a lot of hope. Right? Are you satisfied? आप लोग मुतमईन हैं? That's wonderful. We're quite hopeful. Now, the last question comes from Mr. Raghav Chandra.
So this is a question to Ambassador Kant. How far is India's relationship with China hyphenated with China's relationship with the US? And in a situation where, say for instance, in a hypothetical situation where China attacks Taiwan and the South China Seas become all that turbulent, which is not impossible, having seen Trump enter Venezuela by force, that China should want to do the same in Taiwan with some element of perceived legitimacy. Do you think that that would be the moment where India-China relationship can move towards a rapprochement?
Raghav, that's a very good question. Actually, you've asked two questions. Both are very, very important issues. In fact, when we talk to Chinese, and now for me it's track 2, track 1.5 discussions, we always tell them that don't keep making this mistake of looking at India through prism of your strategic contestation with USA. Then you're not giving us agency. And India is one country which follows independent foreign policy, so don't make that mistake. But they keep doing it. They are doing it. I referred to that earlier. Today, the level of their interest in sort of accommodating us, which was low to begin with, has become even lower, because they think that we are in a difficult spot vis-a-vis USA. So that is being deployed against us. So this problem we'll continue to face. It is a triangular relationship: India, USA, China. We get more strength when China, USA was looking at India as a sort of counterbalance, strategic counterbalance to China. That situation changing, so it has become a bit of a problem for us. Coming to Taiwan issue, I feel that that moment, instead of providing an opportunity for rapprochement between India and China, will become a very difficult foreign policy moment for us, because we have very vital interests in Taiwan, not just bilaterally in terms of trade, etc. But any situation where China forcibly occupies Taiwan will completely change the geopolitical landscape of at least Western Pacific, if not Asia Pacific, to our disadvantage. So this is something we are aware of, and it will embolden China to take more action along India-China borders. How we do deal with that situation, to what extent we want to get involved, I'm sure we'll not get involved directly, militarily, but in terms of diplomatic articulation, I have no doubt we'll come out with a strong position. Possibility, if India-US relations return to an even keel, there might be support in other areas. We have foundational agreements with USA, but it's not going to provide an opening for rapprochement between India and China. This much is very clear to me.
Just one line on China-Taiwan, Mr. Raghav. See, people start comparing Russia, Ukraine, and other things with China-Taiwan. Please understand there's a Taiwan Strait in between, and that is going to be extremely difficult because it is going to be an amphibious operation in case you need to do that, and that is one of the toughest operations ever can be planned and conducted. So let us not forget and let us not compare other things with this. This is going to be far more difficult. There is a report of the US Department of War that has just come out. It clearly states where the capabilities of Chinese are. So you have issues there. When it comes politically, of course, that's a different call that we need to take. But militarily, it is still not a very easy option.
Thank you very much, both of you. Now, I'm going to take half a minute to sum it up. Okay,
Sure.
with my style of asking questions, if you will allow me. I'm definitely, you can employ me to be a negotiator, because I would manage to do some things. So this is going to be the rapid fire format, and you have to respond only in either one line or one word. And there'll be 3 questions each.
Sure.
First question is to you. How do you think people will communicate in a perfect world? What would be?
So, Mike. Please.
How do you think people will communicate in a perfect world as a military man?
Perfectly.
Good one. Okay, now once a diplomat is always a diplomat, but let's try. Some choices you have to make. Xi Jinping or Putin?
I will any day prefer Putin.
One line.
Putin.
Okay.
Putin.
Putin.
Because
Putin.
he's not a challenge for us.
Okay, Putin or Trump?
Putin.
Putin. Okay, good one. Now, the second question comes back to you. One comment that interests or disturbs you about this very famous film recently launched or released, Dhurandhar.
Sorry,
one comment, okay, that interests you or disappoints you as a military man about this film, Dhurandhar.
It is a cinematized version. It is a cinematized version.
Cinematized version.
Okay, so that is what?
That means it may not be actuals. It may be more
Make a note of
into a fiction, whatever.
Actually, for Indian Express, we should have reached out to you to do a review of this film. So now the last question is with Ambassador Kanta. one completely different and unique trait of a military man, a lieutenant general who's served there, and a diplomat who was dealing with China who was dealing with China in diplomacy. Completely opposite trait of a diplomat versus an army officer.
Well, I can say that a diplomat, no matter whatever I said, I think we are always looking for common space. How can we work together? Whereas their mandate is very different. I mean, their mandate is to defend, our strength, our border. There's no margins, no flexibility there.
In one line, if you had to describe him, and one line if you had to describe, because they do a lot of talking together at not only India, but international platforms. And we'll end with that.
Great guy.
No, I will use two words, great guy and scholar general.
Oh, what an amazing discussion.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it was just not my privilege, but everyone's, because we had one great guy on my left and a great guy and a scholar on the other. Thank you very much for sparing time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Ambreen for making this engaging. I believe we have enough headlines now. Thank you so much to Ambassador Ashok ji and Lieutenant General Narasimha ji. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं. मैं अभिलाष खांडेकर जी को मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा और उनसे निवेदन करूँगा कि वो अपने शुभ हाथों से हमारे गेस्ट और हमारी डिस्कशन का सम्मान करें.
The very famous book, Decoding China, is available in all stores, at Amazon, and here. Please buy your copies and get the copies signed.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure listening to both of them, and I must say, Lieutenant General Narasimha ji का नाम जितना भारी है, उनकी आवाज़ भी उतनी ही भारी है. और wonderful bass voice and amazing insights by Ambassador Ashok ji and wonderfully curated by Ambreen ji. एक बार हमारे तीनों गेस्ट मेहमानों के लिए तालियां होनी चाहिए, please. That was an insightful session on the Indian and Chinese relationships. The next session, dear ladies and gentlemen, is titled as Raja Man Singh, Emperor Akbar's favorite general. Meanwhile, we set the stage ready. I would like to invite on stage Dr. Reema Ahuja ji, and she is going to be in conversation with one and only the director, Raghav Chandra ji. I would like to welcome them on stage, and I would request my wonderful co-host, Parul, to please be onto the stage and brief us about the session. Check. Podium mics की volume थोड़ी बढ़ाइए, please. Check. Sound check. We'll just ask everybody to settle down.
Life, leadership and legacy of Raja Man Singh, a pivotal figure in Mughal political and military history, and for which I invite Dr. Reema Ahuja. Can we have a round of applause for our speakers? Thank you. Dr. Reema Ahuja is a respected historian and author with extensive scholarship on Rajput and Mughal history. Her work begins academic rigor along with narrative clarity to historical figures. Dr. Ahuja will be in conversation with Mr. Raghav Chandra, a seasoned moderator known for curating thoughtful cultural conversations, himself an author of acclaimed novels Center for Game, and Kali's Daughter. I would request our speakers to begin the session, and we have a presentation, and I request if this can be uploaded.
Let the cover of the book come. Okay, there we are. So delighted to launch a conversation about Rima Hujaji's book, The Emperor's General, The Life and Times of Raja Mansingh of Amber. As most of us are aware, Mansingh is a very, very common name. There has been a Raja Mansingh of Gwalior, who laid the foundation for the Gwalior kingdom, the Gwalior Empire. But there was an even more famous Raja Mansingh in the 16th century Mughal India, when the Mughal Empire reached the zenith of its glamour, its ability to manage things. And at the height of Akbar's reign, one Rajput prince who stood out at the center of all the battles and politics was Raja Mansingh of Amber. He was a loyal commander, and Akbar referred to him as his Farzand, or his son. Mansingh bridged two worlds, the proud martial traditions of the Rajputs and the expanding ambitions of the Mughals. From the banks of the Indus to the fields of Haldi Ghati, and he is known for the Battle of Haldi Ghati. And who else is known for the Battle of Haldi Ghati?
Quiz time. Maharana Pratap.
About whom Rima ji has also written a book, and she was here earlier to talk about her book on about that book. From Kabul's mountain passes to Bengal's swamps, Mansingh's career was a relentless sequence of campaigns, alliances, and acts of statesmanship that secured the empire for Akbar, and that is what made him so beloved to Akbar. However, his story is not confined to the battlefield alone. It is also the tale of a builder and a patron of arts who commissioned many famous temples in Vrindavan and Varanasi, and that was Akbar who permitted him to do that, and transformed Amber into a thriving seat of art and architecture. Rima ji has had the position of a curator, of an explorer, who has traveled extensively through Rajasthan. She's the modern Todd of Rajasthan, associated with the royal gharanas, the royal families. She is even currently the curator of the City Palace Museum. So if you ever go to Jaipur, she can, sort of guide you and help you. So her insight into Rajasthan, into the affairs of the princes, of the kings of the various kingdoms of Rajasthan is absolutely immaculate. And at this biography's heart lies Raja Mansingh's complex bond with Emperor Akbar, marked by loyalty, kinship, and political calculation. He was extremely shrewd, and through Mansingh's life we see the larger currents of the age, the alliances and rivalries of Rajput states, the consolidation of the Mughal power, and the cultural synthesis that defined that era. She has drawn on chronicles, bardic traditions, and architectural evidence. The Emperor's General is therefore, to begin, much more than just a biography. It is a portrait of an age, the era of Raja Mansingh and Akbar, told through the life of an indispensable general. It's a definitive narrative that restores Mansingh to his rightful place as a titan of Indian history. And I'm going to hand it over to Rima ji with all her superlative knowledge of Rajasthan, of the Rajputs of Rajasthan, of the kingdoms of Rajasthan, of the wars and battles that were fought on that soil, to talk about Raja Man Singh. Was he a good man? Was he a bad man? Was he evil? Was he treacherous? Or was he benign? Was he an artist? Or was he just portrayed to be an artist? And where did things go wrong? And she can bring in her insights into Prithviraj Chauhan's reign to tell us all about Raja Man Singh, the reign of Akbar, and provide us a deeper glimpse into that beautiful and yet unusual era. Reema ji.
Thank you, Raghav ji. And since I have the mic, my thanks to BLF. We are all part of the BLF family, all of us here, but we are also part of the decision makers. And therefore, I know that it's when I or any of us get to launch a book or to talk about a book, we have got our place here. So thank you for that very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
you. And you've asked the right question. You know, Amreen, I was thinking when you were doing your rapid fire, how do we judge ourselves, assess ourselves in just a few words? And when you asked in all those, was he this or was he that? Let's have the slide back, please, and then go on to the next. Unless there's, nahi, pehla wala slide, sabse pehle wala. So we have a couple of images of Man Singh, but who was he? Was he the young man or whatever age man on the horse there? That's not from the time period. There are no horse images, even though my cover has a horse image. There are no horse images of Man Singh of Amer, mainly because at that time, perhaps the Rajputs, none of them were painted on horses other than the imperial Mughal family, maybe. So we have art historians who can look into it. And then you have somebody leaning on what is actually a teka. You will see an image of it in a few later on. But because they had to stand in court. And our volunteers have been doing a lot of standing. Everybody stood at some point when you're students or younger until you get offered chairs because you're old. But he's leaning over. This hunched back man. There's more to a life than just that. Next, Lilije, please. Next image, or fir uske baad wali. Acha. This is one image we have of Kumar Man Singh, Prince Man Singh. His father is alive, his grandfather is alive, wrestling with Akbar. Wo jo niche dab raha hai, that is Kumar Man Singh, and the one above him is Akbar. But the fact that they are wrestling means ek aad mukka ya ek aad lagta hi hoga. This is contemporary. This is from the Akbarnama. This is now in Ireland. But there must be more to it. Was he just somebody? So let's do a close-up and then another one, please. Next. ये थोड़ा सा आपको जो दिख रहा है वो साफा जिनका खुले जा रहा है, slightly dark. There's a thing about it. So at some point they say, next भी ले लीजिए, that Akbar once teasingly said, they have this strange complex relationship. There's about 10 years of difference age-wise, 8 years of difference. Akbar is older. And Akbar is also the uncle. And Maharana Pratap is slightly older than, so you know, they're kind of contemporaries.
Akbar is whose uncle?
Akbar marries a princess from Amber. Amber is the capital city. The kingdom is Dhundhar. And the clan is the Kachwahas. So the Man Singh of Gwalior is a Tomar. And the state is much larger. Okay. So there are these complex relationships, but at one point, because they're very close, they're almost, you know, the Farzand part is beta. So you say to someone, if an emperor says it, it's not just, "Arey beta, wo pani ka glass pakda do" kinds. No, it has a meaning because you're conveying a meaning in a Mughal, which means mainly Turki, Changezi, multi whatever, but Islamic court. Cosmopolitan, the Padris eventually arrive, lots of people arrive. They have this strange relationship. But anyway, to get back to the story, at one point, Akbar said to him, ki bhai, you know, everything is there, you're a great warrior, but where did you get your looks from? And he says, you know, when Bhagwan jab khubsurti baant rahe the, I was in the prayer room praying, but when it came to getting manliness and valor and the power to lead with a sword, I was standing in the front row. So that depiction comes through. But now, why do I have Atak? In a long career, what people think of him for is, as you said, he fights with Maharana Pratap at Haldighati. And he was 25 at that time, 24, 25. But that's not the end of his life. He died in 1614. So 1576 is when Haldighati is fought. And he has many, many years in between, not chasing Maharana Pratap, but other things. One of them is to do with, I don't know how well you can see it. We can have, agle do teen aap chala dijiye. I would like to quickly just read something, just to convey what he's all about. And bas, ab aap rok lo phir se. This is the prologue. I'm going to say things that will still make you want to read the book. So I'm not going to summarize the life. The river lay ahead, wide and fast flowing, swollen with the melt waters from the Himalayas. Prince Man Singh allowed the reins to lie loose, while he and his mount surveyed the dark water at their feet. Wapas le lijiye ek baar slide. The angry current stretched from the near bank, foaming towards the distant shore across the Indus. It looked as wide as the sea. There was little choice, however, despite the river being in full spate. The empire was under threat, and that threat had to be repelled. Kuwar, Prince Man Singh, son of the ruler of the Kachwaha kingdom of Dhundar, whose capital was Amber, was a warrior, and a Rajput warrior at that. Haan, isi pe 2 minute rakh lijiye. He also served the Mughal Emperor Akbar and now had to lead the imperial troops massed behind him across the Indus, even though the men hesitated before the wildly frothing waters. The small settlement, already being called Atak Banaras, on the site where the emperor had begun work on a new fortress that would become Atak, or Attock in the early British things, stretched out behind Man Singh. You can see Atak Banaras and the fort. While Kabul and Kandahar lay miles ahead, danger lay there too, along with the ever-real possibility of dying in battle or through accident, murder, or treachery. Man Singh glanced back at the group gathered on the riverbank. Some were from his father's realm, chiefs and nobles in their own right, fief holders of ancestral or newly awarded estates, jagirs or other things, who formed part of his personal forces. Others belonged to various units of the Mughal Imperial Army, now placed under his command. Most of them wore expressions of deep concern. Man Singh gathered up the reins of his horse. He paused for a moment, then loudly declaimed, "Sabe bhumi Gopal ki, ya mein atak kahan? Jaake man mein atak hai, so hi atak raha. When the world belongs to God, where is the place to hesitate and be stuck? Atak." Stuck. Let the person with atak, you can read it as hesitation or the fort, let the person with atak in his mind remain atak at atak. Punning on the place name Atak, which in Hindi, Urdu, Rajasthani echoes the word atak, meaning to be stuck or to hesitate, Man Singh challenged all who were wavering at the river crossing to trust in God and in their prowess as warriors. Without a backward glance, he urged his steed confidently into the fast-flowing water. Seeing their commander ford the river, the rest of the army followed his example. That crossing would become part of the legend surrounding the indomitable Man Singh of Amber. So, at this point, this is just a preface to have people who maybe want to know what it's all about, have a flavor of someone who's young, who is going to war because he is a warrior, but it also brings in what is happening in the kingdom. Threat is there. Akbar is the grand emperor, but his own half-brother is threatening him, which is why this race for Kabul. And if we take the next couple of images, but then you come in with your question. This is another painting from Akbar's own time of Man Singh. And he is an elderly man leaning on the teka. And then there's another one. This is at the Metropolitan in New York. Ek dusri ek aur hai, wo bhi le lijiye. This is from Amber. And again, here he's got a Qatar. If you just, people who are not really looking at art history earlier, do Google searches. Look at the clothes they're wearing. Plain, fine malmal. There's a whole, life beyond it. But he's leaning there. These are the few images we have. They don't tell us much about the man.
Which museum are they in now?
This one is in a royal collection of the Jaipur people. The earlier one was at New York. The first one was at
in
Dublin.
Ireland, Dublin.
Dublin. And if there were more, they are painted afterwards. So there will be more towards the end. But if we quickly go on to the next, and then Raghavji can, all right. We were talking about that long stick. It's a teka. And this is from a book. It's a long court stick where you put your chin or your arm, or you just hold on to it. And this one is gold with enamel. The handle is jade studded with precious stones. For those who think about Jaipur and the Meenakari and the Kundan work, and people in Delhi or Mumbai buying polki, Lahore was a big center of enamel workers. And Man Singh was, even then, gathering people. So he brought back a lot of people from here, 5 families, who remain Sikhs, and they are practicing. They speak Rajasthani in their homes, because this is what happens in 500 years, 400 years. And they eat Rajasthani food. They will celebrate all the Sikh festivals. But this is an example of that kind of work. Man Singh also brought back Afghans.
Exquisite, absolutely
It's
beautiful.
exquisite. I wouldn't mind having this. I don't know where it is
And where
now.
is this preserved?
That we do not know, because this was drawn in the 19th century in a book called the Jaipur Album.
Studded with jewels.
Studded with jewels.
Wow.
Studded with Meenakari. So
Meenakari.
It's
Inlaid,
actually
inlaid.
jewels. Inlaid, but it is actually a form of jewelry in itself.
So Reema, tell me this. Man Singh led various crucial campaigns, for Akbar, across regions like Bengal, Bihar, Orissa, Punjab, Kashmir, even Kabul. And he annexed Kabul after Mirza Hakim's death in 1585, where he managed to establish peace and control and governed that area. All that showcased his strategic foresight, founding, very strong fortifications in places like Akbar Nagar, Rajmahal, etc. But Rajput history, if you were to look at, would probably rate him as a traitor. As somebody who was not honest and fair to the Rajputs, while being fair to Akbar, to whom he owed his loyalty. So how did he manage to reconcile these two roles and yet continue to be liked broadly? I mean, to continue to be a Rajput, to be recognized as a Rajput without being totally ostracized or to be thrown out of favor? Was it because of the influential position that he held? Or was it because he was essentially, and I have a sense while I read your chronicles and understand it, that in his hearts of hearts he was not disloyal to the Rajputs. It was only politically that, because of the situation that he was in, because he was Akbar's trusted general, that politically in terms of wars and all that he betrayed them in that modernistic word. But perhaps at that time there was no betrayal. It was just all politics. And you could have Rajput fighting Rajput. You could have Mughal fighting Rajput. So what's your sense of this whole complex situation? What is the truth behind
I
it?
think, Raghav, you've done a brilliant, analysis of what is happening. Look, it's very easy to judge someone. Why did they do this? Why do you do something under pressure? Why do you do something as a thoughtful policy? Why do you do anything? And are you the same person through your life? What is a biographer trying to do? We are trying to get a sense of the person. Acha, let me tell you, by the way, that if you are doing a good biography, you are meant to be neutral. Right? But can we be neutral about anything? Because we are carrying ideas in our own mind. So as you say, what was he? We don't get anything written by Man Singh. What we have are poetry that he composed something. He had this quote, everyone did at that time, and they wrote about things. We have things about him from his quote, which will naturally be Man Charit and stuff like that. Stuff like that meaning Man Singh ke liye Man Charitra, to Man Charit, and other things. The Akbarnama and some of Badawini's writings make clear that he's not 100% liked by a lot of Akbar's courtiers. He's not disliked. But the fact that he is this Hindu Rajput at the center of a lot of decision making. He's close to the emperor. And he gets to lead campaigns. And they can't even say, why him, why not me? Because he is a good general. He's a good general because from childhood, like a lot of other Rajputs, he's learned how to use his sword. He was 12 when his grandfather opts to have a matrimonial, but it is actually a military alliance with the Mughals. And looking at it from the 21st century, you know, kyun kara, kya kara? Look at history through the ages. So much earlier, in one of the places around modern-day Jaipur, it's about 100 kilometers, we have a small place called Chartsu. It was once called Chartsu, and then they've changed it in the 20th century. 20th century हम कई नामों को अपने हिसाब से सोचते हैं कि चाटुकार होंगे. उसका अपना अर्थ था चाटसू का. Inscription much earlier than Mansing's time talks about the local chief that in the service of his Param Bhattarak Maharaj Adhiraj, the imperial Pratihar ruler of Kannauj, this guy, Shankaragana, goes from Chartsu, to the confluence of the sea and the ocean in the God land that ruled by the Palas, that is Bengal, and having fought and defeated the Pal king, Devpal, he washes apni rakt ranjit talwar ko Ganga ke sangam mein, Ganga, yes, he doesn't mention Ganga, Nadi or uske sea ke sangam mein dhoya. So what is happening here? You have a notion of an overlord somewhere else. These are things we kind of try and read into it. And the other bit which comes is this 12-year-old goes with his father, his grandfather, all the various fighting forces. Undino, the fighting force also would mean people who are shoeing the horse for your campaign, who are the lohar who's doing something, your dolchi, everybody. The grandfather has taken a thing of allegiance, a vow of allegiance. So what happens? Do you inherit it? I'm not going to answer on behalf of Mansingh, right? But I want all of us to think. It's so easy to say, main us jagah hota. You know, when you're a kid and you see a film and you say, why are they doing this? Main to ye karu. But what would you do at that point in time? And what would you have the thing to do? So why the decision is taken was probably not in his hands. But like in another thing, when I was doing a book on Dr. Karni Singh of Bikaner, who was our time period, I mean, he lived in the 20th century and was a parliamentarian. He was an Olympian shooter. And his grandfather, the famous Ganga Singh, after whom Ganga Nagar is named, was very much anglicized, but still very desi. And he wrote something called the famous minute, what becomes part of the Minto Morley reforms also. He sets up the Narendra, whatever it's called, the Chamber of Princes, Narendra Mandal. And he wrote somewhere in 1917, okay, Ganga Singh also, if you think I'm going too far away, everyone's life is knit together. Ganga Singh in 1917 has his ship stops and he writes this Rome minute. And he says, a Rajput has 3 simultaneous loyalties. It's interesting. One to the land. And when he says land, he means Bharat, India, Jambu Dweep. The other to his kingdom. So he's got a category within a category. In his case, his kingdom is Bikaner. And third,
why Bikaner?
He was from Bikaner. The Ganga Singh was from Bikaner in the 20th century. So his loyalty is to the land of India. He's not ruling over India. But the second is to the land just where he has been made the ruler of by grace of God. That is the kind of, interpretation you have. Somebody becomes a ruler because they are chosen. And the third loyalty is loyalty to the people of that area, but to the vows given by his ancestors to somebody. So, Zabandi. And then to break it, you need, it will also help, my just saying it like this, will also help you understand when later on during the Indian freedom struggle, Raghav, when you have the boycotting of foreign goods, and you have the then elite, rise of the middle class, English speaking, trying to say, who am I? Am I Indian? Gandhiji giving away his Western or giving up his Western attire. They're not easy decisions. For us, looking back, why did they not do this? So what was he? What was he? In the case of the Battle of Haldighati,
So there is this thing that you narrate in your book that he, despite defeating the other Rajputs, he gave away and spared the lives of a lot of normally you would eliminate in those days. Those were barbaric days, and you would kill everyone who was defeated. But he spared their lives. So what was this sort of thought that would have gone into his mind that he spared the lives of those who were vanquished? And what would have been the motive? What would have been the impulse, the thought process? Could you figure that out? Why he spared the lives of all of those who were defeated in the Battle of Haldighati?
Let us also see what Akbar is doing. Akbar is quite harsh when it comes to his own family members. He may not kill them because, that is still guna, that's still a pap. But you can kill an enemy, that's a different thing. Mind you, when Hemu was defeated and Akbar was quite young, and the wounded Hemu was brought before him, and Behram Khan, who was the guardian of the young Akbar, said, kill him. He says, nahi, घायल दुश्मन पे अपना मैं हथियार नहीं चलाऊंगा. So Behram Khan does the beheading. But that was not queasiness. That was his ethics coming in. Ethics were, everything is fair in war. I don't know about love, but in war certainly everything is fair. But who are the people who you usually spare? Either a very valiant enemy or somebody you're related with. And in the case of Akbar, he didn't want the Turks and the Afghans and the others who could be a potential challenge to thrive. So they could give up their weapons, their lives could be spared. Rajputs, he knew, were a different kettle of fish. So try and get them on your side, because once they give you their word, they would stay true to their, namak khaya type. In the same way, the Rajputs did not try and kill each other. What happens in battle is fair. What happens off the battlefield, you're not meant to kill. And we find that despite all the stories we now have through TV and things about their, what is said about Maharana Pratap said, jao apne phupa ko leke aao kind of things, that actually probably never happened because they were also related. Man Singh, one of the many step-dadis, if there is such a thing as a step-dadi, but dadiyon mein se ek was Maharana Pratap's relation from the same royal family, Raimal's sister, so Pratap's grandmother. They're a generation apart, but so they are related. And what history books cannot focus on, because how much can you put into a child's head? How much can anyone research? Is that Jagmal, the brother who takes away Maharana Pratap's throne but is not able to, who is kind of, again, like a traitor, he eventually dies, but his daughter is then brought up by Maharana Pratap as a princess of Mewar. And one of them, we don't need to go into all the details, but they do have intermarriage with the Amer family also. So they have this complex relationship. And then something, and I will keep it brief there and let you have the next question, something called Deori Band. The doorway, Devli, if you're not crossing it, means you're out of imperial favor. So after Man Singh forbids, this we know, this is the complaint made against Man Singh by Badawi, who is at the battlefield. Abul Fazl was not. Akbar never was, of battlefield of Haldighati. They say he allowed Maharana Pratap to go away. He didn't chase him. And he forbade the army from chasing him. So, and that question remains to this day, was it deliberate? It probably was. The excuse used was, hum Rajput andhere mein war nahi karte. But that war has happened in the past. I mean, even Prithviraj Chauhan, different generation, for so many years, 400 years earlier, 300 years earlier, has made a night attack against another Rajput state at Mount Abu that people know of as a tourist area. So, some values you have, but you don't use. But in this case, very definitely, he forbade the army following. Later on, Man Singh, his father's alive, all the various people fighting on behalf of Akbar, who are chasing Pratap, Maharana Pratap and his troops, they never quite managed to stop them. And so the thing has always remained, were they going soft? So much so that there is period, further on, a period of history where Man Singh and his father are told by the local governor, chasing Maharana Pratap, I don't want you in my army. And Akbar kind of counters it. He's the emperor, he can do anything, by posting them as subedars to the Punjab. And by then, Akbar has moved from Delhi and Agra, mainly Agra, to Lahore. And that's where the new capital is. So actually you're letting these people who might be traitors to the Mughals closer to you. And that's the stage where Man Singh then becomes governor of various areas. One of the few people who was successful in conquering Afghanistan. So the Afghan issue, when our ambassadors talk about the geopolitics of the area, or when the Americans look at their defeat in that area, or the Russians look back to that period, even the Rambo part, whichever of those films it was.
There were no Mujahideens at that time, were
So
there?
they were Mujahideens. The local Afghans didn't want to be under anyone. They had their own Kabaili system. And Akbar's half-brother, Mirza Hakim, who had been there, had probably not been a very nice governor. Because all the flack that now Man Singh gets, that he was very strict with the Muslims. But a lot of those Muslims had converted from the further valleys. Some were Afghans who had converted previously. Some, under the very rigid thing of Mirza Hakim, had been forced to convert or be beheaded. But, so they were the Mujahideen in that sense. And if the Badshah wants this area subdued, then I shall do it. It wasn't easy. There was snow, there were these narrow passes, they lost a lot of people. Raja Birbal died in one of these many attacks. And, basically one of the Navratans dies there. And Man Singh is able to win over that area. And I don't know, let's have another couple of slides. I don't know what we have there. But, I mean, I do know what we have
Play the next
there.
few slides, please.
Just a list of some of the rulers, not emperors. Just to say, Raja Man Singh's name is second from the bottom. Next ले लीजिए कि मुगल उसमें काम करने के बावजूद वो अपने एरिया के राजा रहे या कुंवर
And
या
this is very important because, Rima, this photograph, this picture shows the Govind Dev temple. So Raja Man Singh, despite a Mughal era, despite Akbar's era, constructed these temples.
Yes.
And so he was a true Hindu in that sense, that he did not change his religion.
Correct.
He was not forced to convert, managed to stay on his own. And that shows that he had some character and some credibility that he was able to establish.
Correct, absolutely.
And there was another famous temple,
Next.
I'm told, some other temples also that he built.
So I don't know if the Dakshineshwari temple of Dhaka was originally built by him, but that's a later phase. This is just one of the Battle of Haldighati, but let's go on to the next and come back to, this is the Amer that was built by Man Singh, but let's come back very quickly to the Govind Dev Ji temple part. See, he's brought up,
Back, please. Back, please.
he's brought up in the religion of his parents. And by this time, there is a lot of Krishna Bhakti spreading across northern India, eastern India, southern India. I mean, any part you can think of. His own great-grandmother is given a couple of famous, they were not giving huge statues. They were normally given small wooden or stone statues. One of them is a statue of Sita Ramji, basically of Ram, Bhagwan Ram. And we always add the name of the Shakti before. And the other is the temple he makes. So his ancestor had got the Sitaram thing from someone called Krishnadas, Pehari Krishnadas, who was a saint, who gets rid of the local Nag community, who were very strong. They were Shaiv Bhaks. We still have them as a very strong force. Gorakhnath, all of them, down to present day thing, they're powerful, but they leave because the Vaishnavas, and actually the Ramanandis take over. That's another story. I won't go into it. That's why I said there's enough here to keep anyone who thinks, what have we missed? But the point is, he remains devoted to his religion and builds temples wherever he can, whether in Sialkot or up in the Nilab fort in what is now, I think, occupied Kashmir. And wherever he goes, he is doing it. He also builds mosques. Well, at least two we know of. He made the famous temple that now everyone knows as the one renovated by Ahilya Bai at Gaya. He makes the temple, the Patneshwari temple at Patna. So he's making temples where he goes. But come back to the Govind Dev Ji temple, what is interesting is, you collect donations very often for some noble cause. And when he is to make this temple, he gets the land from the Badshah, and he says, and the donation. So in an inscription, it says what Akbar has given, Akbar Shah, and what Prince Salim Shah have given. They donate to making this temple. So there is this aspect to him. And what you asked about, he didn't convert. Akbar is also toying himself with religion. He's meeting people from the Jesuits, he's meeting, Tulsidas Ji is of that time period.
Yes, he was a contemporary of Akbar.
Akbar.
And he managed to write, Ramcharitmanas in that era, which shows that how resilient Tulsidas Ji, but also perhaps how forgiving Akbar was that he allowed that to happen.
So Man Singh's son, eldest son, who dies before becoming a ruler, Jagat Singh, was a Shagird, he was a disciple of Tulsidas Ji, among other things. So this is a very complex relationship that they have, and in this whole process, when the Sulh-e-Kul is about to be, being considered by Akbar, the Din-e-Ilahi, Man Singh's father, who by then is the Raja, is asked. So Raja Bhagwan Das is very much also in the Mughal court. We only think of a few characters. Now we leave out the subplot. When you see a film, you are concentrating on the hero and the heroine and the villain. But
nowadays you also look at
the side.
At the side, you don't look just at Ranveer Singh. You also look at Akshay Khanna.
Akshay Khanna, exactly. So, but I won't bring in the Akshay Khanna, but the equivalent. Man Singh's father is asked by Akbar, ki, consider this, and that old man kind of says, look, I know what Hindu is. I know what my dharma is. I know what your dharma is. I know the dharmas I've seen around me. What you're talking about makes no sense. I am not changing. Now, can we say such things to figures of authority? Usually. People say it in much more mild words. But he's a blunt soldier. He says, at the most you'll kill me. If I'm fated to die, I will die. That they kind of go with that. We can have a couple of pictures and you can maybe talk about
Did
them.
Man Singh's, any of his daughters or anyone get married to Akbar or become part of his harem or any such thing?
So, Man Singh's sister marries Shehzada Salim. She is the mother of Prince Khusro, who almost became the emperor. Jahangir's eldest son, who Jahangir probably hated. Jahangir didn't get on very well with his father, but he seems to have had a soft spot for his first senior most queen, who was this Rajput princess. She gets titles, and later on, so there are many marriages by this time, even with the Marwar state and others, into the Mughal royal family. And somebody was saying that one of the ladies, a junior member really, of the Mughal family, but an imperial relative, marries Man Singh also. Man Singh had over 20 recorded wives. And this is a power play. This is not just men wanting to have many wives. It's a way of connecting various places. In the case of, because we are running out of time, in the case of going to what is today the Jagannath Puri temple, that had been occupied by the local Pathans of the Odisha area. So he fights there, wins it back, and then having defeated the Raja of Khurda, makes the Raja of Khurda the Raja of Puri, and that descendants of that family are still there. Can we quickly go through some of the images while you decide what we are? So Haldi Ghati. Ye Amer was made during Man Singh's time. The point to remember is, next bhi le lijiye. This is a view of the fort that is being made. This was
an
not
extensive fort.
correct. And we'll show you Rohtas in a minute. He doesn't live here very much. See, he goes away to fight. Then he comes back. When does he come back? When his father is dead, he needs to come for his Raj Tilak. So he comes back. Towards the end of his life, he is posted to the south, to what is now Achalpur near Nagpur, then called Ilichpur, क्योंकि राजा इली था. हम नाम बदल देते हैं. हम सोचते हैं पता नहीं कौन विदेशी होगा. But Raja इली था. And he dies there. But during that brief time, he starts more activities of building. So next le lijiye. Amer, this is the part that was built by him. Later, descendants built other areas. Next le lijiye, please. More of Amer, but next, please. Yes, we need to open it for questions, so keep going. slides और दिखा दीजिए. This is the Galta Valley. While we are showing, come to the next. One of the images जो मैंने कहा, ये मान मंदिर वाराणसी में, जो मान मंदिर पे जो जंतर मंतर है, that was made by Man Singh's great grandson, Raja Jai Singh. Next ले लीजिए. This is Govind Dev Ji temple again. And next, Jagat Shironami's eldest son dies. He brings a different style of architecture in. Next, and I want to tell you the story of this while we are about. Akbar commissioned translations from Sanskrit into Farsi of well-known Indian stories. So one book which is known as the Razmnama, uski 4 copies bani thi. One has recently been published, it's available, and that's the collection of the Birla family. But this is from something that is now not available, it's under Supreme Court thing. But it is the story of Arjun looking at the water and shooting at the eye of the fish. So again, Badayuni complained when this was happening, when this translation project starts. He says, why is he doing all these things for these people? You know, like he says kafir, mujhe bhi kafir bana rahe hain by my, this good man not. Anyway, next. Rohtas in Bihar. So this architecture goes there, and next, couple from Rohtas. अब ये हालात हैं यहाँ के, तो यहाँ के क्या हर monument के, next please. Next. And next. Very quickly, this is the mosque he makes. When he gets posted, we won't go into the chronology. Just keep, like in somebody's life when they're telling you a story. He gets posted as governor of Bihar, and then of Bengal, which means with Bengal was the Subedari of Odisha. And he had found that in this area, the older capital was not useful anymore from the point of view of strategy, from the point of view where the river went. So he finds a new place, which is in the Santhal Pahadia hills, Rajmahal. It was known as Rajmahal Pahadia. The Daniels made a collection of paintings there. But this is one of the places he built. Shah Shuja, if you have been reading, you heard William Dalrymple earlier today, but when he talks about Shah Shuja's time and the death and everything, Shuja makes Rajmahal his capital for a while, then he escapes towards Burma, Myanmar, and dies there. So, that it's all connected, and we are going to open it for questions, but let's have another couple of slides as we go. So again, this, not contemporary, but a larger than life figure. Next, please. Fatafat. Not contemporary. This is contemporary. I think we are almost through. Agla le lijiye. I think just for half a second. Eventually, he supports the wrong person. He doesn't support his brother-in-law, also his nephew, that is Jahangir. No, his cousin. Jahangir is also his cousin because aunt ne shadi ki hai. And he gets posted to Achalpur or Ilichpur, which is where he dies. This is where he was cremated. Chota sa mandir hai. Next.
But cremated as per Hindu rites.
He remained a Hindu. Yeah. And the next. And this is his Chhatri at Amer, near where he was. And while we are next, we'll just open it for questions while they're raising their hands. Yeah. One of the statues of Jaipur, one of the images of Jaipur of Sita Ramji, used to go with the armies to every battle. The Rath would go. And it does even today when we have Tej and any of the festivals, the Savari comes out, the chariot comes out from the city palace. So the saying says, Gola khave Sita Ramji, Gola meaning top ka gola. Gola khave Sita Ramji, Ladu khave Govind Dev Ji. Because Govind Dev Ji is happily in our temple, getting the bhog. And Sita Ramji most of the year is in a much smaller shrine. He does go out, but not to face Golas, we hope, ever again. Because I think that's where Man Singh would have wanted to be. If the kingdom was threatened, they would want to be out there. So let's hope we never need to use.
So this young lady here, please tell your name and ask the question.
Hello everybody, my name is Neena. I'm one of the influencers of BLF, and also I'm studying psychology and less of interest in history, yet I'm a student of economics doing my PhD in economics. I would want to ask a modern question to it, that when you were studying Man Singh, what were the 2 great history lessons that you feel that, that should be taken from the history and can be used in the present?
So I don't know what are, it's very can you boil down anyone's life to two things is something that I have not
It is
learned.
just because
I have
of the
not
time.
learned to do. No, it's a good question. It is a very good question. I think the point about loyalty that you brought out, who are you loyal to?
Right.
So the main thing is, can you be true to yourself?
Right.
In which case, any action you take is a valid action.
Right.
You know that, all those Hindi films which would say, agar tum apne aap ko aine mein nazar mila sakte ho, I think that would be a takeaway. What does loyalty mean? But also, because they are on the battlefield, what does loyalty mean when it comes to something in battle? So there's a small story of a much younger Mansingh, and Akbar is the emperor, and Akbar sees some Rajputs, and he says, what are you doing? They say, we are playing this game. It's like Russian roulette, where instead of shooting with a gun to see who gets killed, they had a spear or a barcha in a wall, and they would run full speed at it, particularly when they were drunk, and whoever survived. So the emperor said, I will do this, and they tried to stop him. He says, hum badshah hain. Maybe he had had a little too much. But anyway, he ran at it. So Mansingh blocks him. And you saw the various images, but he was well built enough. And the Badshah says, don't you know I'm the Badshah? He says, it's because you're the Badshah. I'm not letting you do this. So to have that logical head, to have
And
that
loyalty.
clear mind. Loyalty, but a clear mind. What am I doing? Why am I doing it?
Right.
I'm not saying he's perfect. His own brother seems to have mysteriously died. Not the one who was in the movies, but his brother Madho Singh, who has his own little estate. And the descendants are alive today, but we don't know whether they were at the end of it still brothers
Or not.
or like the TV show Versailles, where the younger brother says to Louis the whichever, that you think being king is difficult, try being a king's younger brother.
Yeah.
Because everyone looks at you, isko to takhat chahiye.
That's why Prince Harry renounced everything and
My question is more from the point of view of a career counselor, therefore I asked you.
do we have another question?
I hope you got something out of the answer.
We have a question right. I think
Good afternoon, this is Yash Dikshit. I wanted to ask, was Raja Mansingh more of a Vaishnav or a Shakta?
That's easy. He was a Vaishnav, but they also, because the family, so the Ambikeshwar for Amer, now it's just Amer, but it used to be Amber, so Amba ka sound aata hai, is from Ambika Mata, but it's also from Ambikeshwar. Both things. So what they do is, it's very practical. In the Navratras, the sacrifice would be done. He was in Bengal, he would have done all of those. What are you at heart is your personal thing. No? And therefore, if you see not the Chhatri, but the Samadhi at Ilichpur, you saw the Nandi, which means the temple is of a Shiv temple. That small, it's not even as high as the table perhaps. But that's what remains of a man at the end of it all. Thank you, Yash.
we have one more question. We'll make it the last question because we have to start our next session. Can we give her the mic, please?
Use the mic because then you get recorded. Sorry, we say that in last session. I said it to
Thank you
earlier.
so much. Ma'am, I'm Princy Pehlwani, currently a student in third year. And I love to read about politics in general. So a little question from that perspective. Is the recent politicization to the history making us ignore the valor of a lot of heroes in the history right now? Or is it making us come closer to the roots of our history?
See, that's a very good question. When we look at somebody, can we today be impartial? We were discussing yesterday in another session that in order to know yourself, you also need to know your enemy. But actually, who is your enemy? Right? So, how are we looking at the figures from the past? Are we only trying to see them from our perspective and from a more narrow perspective than anybody's life can be? You're in your third year, but you're no longer what you were in third grade, or when you were 13, for that matter. So like you change, your thoughts continue to evolve. The person you are, you become a real person. But I recall something, I took away a eraser from somebody's school box and I felt very bad about it, obviously didn't tell anyone, and went and replaced it. Now, that sort of thing happens to everyone, but that's minor. If you've actually done something which involved giving a judgment that led to death, like the famous story of Kannagi and the Shilabadikaram of South India, where 49 Nadus sank in the long ago, Sangam age, because a king was too hasty in his judgment. That king, of course, dies in the drowning. But, you know, something like that, if you wiped out, if you caused massive killing, genocide, if you pressed a button, that guilt never goes away. So how are we looking at our past? Only by what others say, only by what WhatsApp says, only by others saying he's good or bad? Can we look for the shades of grey? Again, not to excuse them, but to understand what goes on in their mind. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Reema ji, for those lovely answers and for this great book. I'm sure history students would love to read it.
I'm going to give this to you to read. I'll sign it off stage.
Reema ji, is this available at the bookstall? Please go and buy this book. And also your passionate discourse, I think, has inspired a lot of people to go buy this book. Thank you so much. And I would request former Union Minister, Mr. K.J. Alphonse, to come on the stage and felicitate our speaker, Dr. Reema Ahuja, with the BLF memento. The memento is created by Padma Shri Gond artist Durga Bai Vyamji, and it's titled Little Gorlaya.
We'll save time by taking this. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reema Ahuja and Mr. Raghav Chandra. What if we all know not one, not two, but 52 ways to success? A dream come true, isn't it? Our next session will help us understand those 52 ways. The book, The Winning Formula, 52 Ways to Success, is an illustration of what motivation and faith in oneself can accomplish. To share more on this, we are joined by the author of this book, Mr. K.J. Alphonse. Welcome. And I would also invite Mr. Vineet Nahata and Ms. Rupinder Barar for a conversation with the former minister. Mr. K.J. Alphonse is a former IAS officer who rose to national prominence as an effective administrator and anti-corruption crusader. He was the commissioner of the Delhi Development Authority and a pioneer of the literacy movement in India. The mass contact program he started as a district collector won him the highest UN award for innovation in governance. He was also featured in the list of 100 young global leaders by the Time magazine. In 2006, he left the civil service and joined politics. And during his tenure as tourism minister, India was ranked third in global tourism. He's joined by Mr. Vineet Nahata, founder director of Power Guild Treasuries and member of the Central Board of Trustees of EPFO. He also chairs the Economic Affairs Committee of PHDCCI. Ms. Rupinder Barar is an Indian Revenue Service officer. She was responsible for creation of Promotion Contact of Incredible India, and some of those films went on to win prizes in the international travel trade forums. Over to you, Mr. Alphonse, Ms. Barar, and Mr. Nahata.
Thank you for that lovely introduction, and thank you, Mr. Alphonse, for joining us today evening. A very formal introduction's been given, but I want to add a couple of things to that very official sounding introduction to a very, very interesting man that we have today for all of you. He's fond of music, and if you look at him, you possibly think, oh, it might be classical music. No, Pink Floyd. He loves going to the discotheque. I am trying to find out what are the timings, so I join him next time. And the song that's closest to his heart is John Lennon's Imagine. And that inspires him. And I think that gives us a great way to start. The book, 52 Ways, 52 winning ways, 52 formulae. I don't know what it is. I've read the book, but since we have him right here with us, what is it that you imagined?
Yeah, Roop, really nice to see you. Vinitha, happy to see you here. And Raghav, thank you for inviting me. In fact, I had the great privilege of inaugurating the Bhopal Lit Fest when I was the Tourism Minister of India in 2018. So I'm so happy to be here. And it's organized so perfect. I can't really find another Lit Fest which is better organized. I keep going to all of them so I can compare. I think it's incredible organization, Raghav, and the team. It's amazing. So very happy to be here. So Rupa, yeah, I'm a bit of a crazy guy. So if you guys want to listen to crazy stories, this is, I think, the session and the book. Because I was a very unusual person to succeed in life. I studied under the kerosene lamp. I was son of a school teacher from a non-electrified village. When I went to write the exams, the 10th exams, the board exam, there was no 12th. My headmaster said, ask your father to come. My father was also a school teacher. So I went with him. He said, this kid can't write the exam because he's going to flop and it's going to bring such bad reputation to the school. So let him repeat one more year. I said, no, I can't because I can't sit with my junior girls. So this argument went on. Finally, he said no, and I said no. Finally, I managed to go and, put some makan on the clerk who was dealing with the application form, and I smuggled in my application form, and that's how I wrote the exams. And when the results came, the first miracle in my life happened. I passed. Big time celebrations in my house, and guess how much I got? I got 42%. Yep. I couldn't speak one sentence in the English language. I don't come from a poor family, so I don't want to sell you the sob stories. I come from a middle-class family, lived in a 5-acre farm, 9 children. I see a lot of eyes popping out. Doesn't stop at that. My parents adopted 2 more from the orphanage, so we became 11. So my parents it's in our DNA to be crazy, so you can expect plenty of crazy things. Fast forward to 1978, when I wrote the IAS exams. I had only 9 months to study, and I'm a student of economics. I wrote in my diary, I had to study, unlike today, when you do only 1 option paper, we had to do 3 optionals, lower papers, 2 higher optionals. So I didn't take economics, I took history, sociology, philosophy. I had only 9 months to study. I was in Delhi. But I was stupid, crazy as of now. I wrote in my diary, I am going to be the topper. Imagine 1.5 million people write the exams, and this guy with 42%, not one sentence in the English language. I wrote in my diary, I said, I'm going to be the topper. When the results came, Rube, crazy again, I topped the written exams. All the papers. So my life has been crazy. So after I learned a bit of English, I took the Oxford Dictionary and learned the English language. I spoke to the wall. I said, I want to become an orator. First time when I went, I spoke to the wall for 6 months before I went up, 2,000 students in the main auditorium. And I was so atrocious that when I started, within a minute, all the kids started howling. I didn't stop. Then they started throwing paper at me. I didn't stop. Then they started throwing books at me. I didn't stop. Finally, they started throwing shoes at me. When I finished my famous debate, I had 250 shoes on the stage. I could have started a shoe store because I'm a Syrian Christian business community. I said, no, I want to be an orator. Went back to my room. After a few months, came to take part in another debate, and the miracle happened. No shoes thrown at me. Wow, that was a miracle. Then, of course, for a long time, I got no prizes. Then I started getting tiny little prizes, became bigger. Eventually, I became the best national debater for 3 years. So, my dear kids, the entire idea of this book is to tell you that none of us are born stupid. None of us are born idiots. You can do whatever you want if you want to. That's why I've written this book. Anything under the sun.
But let me take you back to your 42%. And I read from your book. There were sarcastic remarks wherever I went. I couldn't bear. And then, on a fateful day, you sat on the trunk of a tree and you dozed off, the lazy that you were. And the fishing rod fell into the water. My only weapon to a meaningful world was gone. So tell me, and please share with all of us, what is it that snapped inside you? Because that's when you seem to have gone, no, I'm going to do it. What happened? And I want you to share with us, how did that link with your first posting as SDM in Munnar, when you were confronted with a situation with a chief minister like Mr. MGR, who was no less than a god for the Tamilian community there? What happened in both these situations? What did the little boy think when he was just out of 10? And what was this young officer thinking?
So I was a tiny little kid. I was always a front bencher. I was tiny, absolutely tiny. So after I got my 42% big time celebrations in my house, the only thing I knew was how to catch fish. My father, though he was a school teacher, was great at throwing the net. I learned how to throw this, the fishing rod and catch a fish by the hook. So I was, relaxing on a tree with this fishing rod. I dozed off and suddenly some fish bit the damn thing and then went off with my fishing rod. I said, my only route to an existence is gone, because I knew how to catch fish and that was gone. Then I said, hey, what am I going to do? I asked myself a simple question. Everybody says, I'm an idiot. Am I an idiot? I said, sorry, no. This is my moment of realization. I said, it's not my parents, it's not my teachers, it's not my friends who will decide whether I'm an idiot, whether I'm intelligent. I said, I am intelligent. Point, period. Number two, I'd never gone in front of a classroom to take part in a competition. Never, ever. I was dumb. I said, sorry, it's not again my parents, my friends, my colleagues who will decide whether I have the talent. I said, I have the talent. I've just decided. My dear kids, I went to college. I won a prize in everything you can imagine. Not only in debates, I was in the university choir. I was a member of the university basketball team. I was director of dramatics in college. I became everything. If somebody imagines I became everything overnight, sorry, no. The way I became a debater, it's every day an application of mind. But the point is, all these talk about by parents, and I keep telling people, the biggest enemy of a child, number one, is the parent, telling you how dumb you are, how clever, smart the neighbor's kid is, and then the teacher telling you, reinforcing what the parent said, that this kid is extraordinary, this kid is a genius, this kid is average, this kid is dumb. The moment you are in LKG, in kindergarten, they put you, classify you. I said, sorry, it's none of them who will classify me. I will do it the way I want to, okay? So that's it. This is what gave me the courage to write when I was appearing for my IAS exams, to write in my diary that I am going to be a topper, because from nowhere, from being abused, exceptional abuses, I became everything. And I was possibly the ugliest looking guy in the university, but I was president of the university. I went to Missouri Academy. I had long hair. I had almost as much hair as you had. I chopped off a little bit when I went for the interview. So from being a topper, obviously they didn't like me the way I looked at it. And I spoke all against the government, everything against the government. Remember, I mentioned in my chapter, don't ever do that. Okay? I got 50% only in my interview. I spoke exceptionally good, so I came from the top position to the 8th rank. So in Missouri Academy, I said, I was the worst probationer in the history of the IAS Academy. All right? There was a moment, every moment I could be chucked out. I said, I am not going to follow anybody's rule. I said, I will not read the IAS rules, the All India Service rules, as you know, because Ravindra is also from the All India Services. I will not. I said, I will set my rules. So, ladies and gentlemen, read my book. It's a crazy book. How you can break the rule, get away, do everything. Let me tell you, in 27 years in the IAS, the story after that, of course, I quit. Not one politician ever called me. And I was in some of the most powerful jobs in the country. I was district collector of Kottayam, possibly the most important district in the country, because that's the only zero poverty district in the entire country as per the Niti Aayog. I was district collector there for 4 years. I met the chief minister only thrice. Today, you have IAS officers in India standing on the border of the district to receive a petty minister. Forget about chief minister. Yes or no? Why do they do it? You are being a doormat because you want to be a doormat. I said, no. I had 4 ministers from my district. And I was the district collector, including the revenue minister from my district. I said, sorry, it's not my job to be a doormat to wait on them. I must have met them maybe 3 times, 4 times. So, ladies and gentlemen, what's the most important thing in your life? It's not your brain. It's not your heart. It's your backbone. And your backbone is not at the back. It's here. Your backbone is right here. Stand up. Decide. Don't be a doormat to anybody under the sun. Not your parents, not your teachers, not your bosses, not your political masters. And mind you, I have extremely good relationship with my political masters, political bosses. Every time anybody went to see the chief minister, he would say, go and meet Alphonse.
So I'm going to interrupt here and remind everybody, there's an ad. You might have seen it. Maggie sauce. It's different. So Maggie sauce, you're different. We need you.
Guys, just one remark on this. Remember this. You are a unique creation. Remember this. There's nobody like you has ever existed in the history of the world. Nobody like you will ever exist in the history of the world. Nobody like you is alive today. Be yourself. Think, don't ever follow anybody. Okay? Nobody's rules. Break rules. All right? But nobody can catch me. I even wrote the Prime Minister of India is corrupt when I was Commissioner, DDA. Front page signed article. They suspended me. They initiated action for my dismissal. Finally, all the IAS officers around, secretaries, they refused to inquire. They said, this guy, he's got a backbone, so let him be. I got away. So guys, have the backbone. Check every morning when you get up. Is the damn thing there? Not at your back. Up here. All right? Up here. Okay.
Good afternoon. I come from the world of finance, economics, money. I would like to ask Mr. Alphonse, what is your conception of money? What does money mean to you? And I would request him to refer to the story of the airport where he badly wanted to have sugar, and the story of the coffee for the benefit of the audience over here to grasp things better.
Hey, nice story. Money. I think money is very important. Making money is fantastic. Guys, go make money. Money has plenty of uses. Fast forward to the story, I'm a diabetic. The other day I was in Cochin airport. I was hungry, I need to eat. I needed a coffee desperately because my sugar was going down. I went to the coffee counter. I said, I need a coffee. How much? He said, 372 rupees. I said, 372 rupees for a coffee? I said, can you give me 2 pouches of sugar? Free. I grabbed that. He was kind enough. He said, there is something wrong with this guy. Yeah, I grabbed that, swallowed. Then I said, I'll get my next meal in the flight. I never, ever had a coffee, any of these coffee day. What's the name, Roop? I don't even know. I never had a meal in a 5-star hotel except for the marriage of my IAS colleagues, ever. I never had a party in a 5-star, 3-star hotel. I don't. Is it because I'm poor? No, I was pretty rich. I was pretty rich. Yeah. I've sold, you people say politicians steal. Yes or no? Yeah, I mean, this is what you guys say. I've sold 9 properties after getting into politics. 9 properties, including my wife's seaside house in Cochin. I built the biggest subsidy in the country as Commissioner DDA, Dwarga. 5,000 acres, I acquired, I designed, I built. As of now, I do not even own a studio apartment anywhere in the world. I'm an extremely happy man. When my mother passed away of COVID. Today I saw an advertisement in Times of India of an IAS officer who passed away today. quarter of a page and my eyes popped out. I said, how much money is spent on this advertisement, man? So no ads for me. I'm the tourism minister of India, former MP, I'm a member of parliament, former MLA, former IAS officer. No ads, no prayer meetings. I said, this was during the COVID. I said, we're going to give away 1 million meals. We ended up in one year, we ended up giving 5 million meals during the COVID. I gave away 3 crores of my own money. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I don't live in a single bedroom apartment. I live in the hearts of 5 million people. Now, Maneet, that is the use of money. That's the use of money. I think money has plenty of uses. So guys, make tons of money. Make it legitimately. But whether you are a civilized person or not depends not on the way you make money, but on the way you spend money. Let me also tell you, Rube, we pretend Vasudeva Kudumagam, blah, 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 whole universe is one. We are such a fake people. We are a bloody fake people. We blame the white man. The white man, 40% of them contribute to philanthropy, to charity, while India, it's less than 2% of the people contribute to any charity. Less than 2%. Why? We are such a bullshit people. We say something, we go to the temple, donate gold to the gods. Come on, man, be real. Your gods don't need your gold, don't need your money, don't waste your time. Heaven or hell is here. You create it. You create it for people. You understand? Don't waste your time. I'm a Catholic. My God was born in a cow shed. When I see these huge mansions, cathedrals coming up, I said, my God doesn't exist there. You understand? My dear people, be clear about your fundamentals of your life. Money has plenty of uses. Make plenty of money. Use it. All right? Even today, the only blue blazer I have is the one which I took to Mussoorie Academy. It's 46 years old. The only blue blazer I had. This is what I wore as Tourism Minister of India very proudly. I have exactly one black shoes, which is 13 years old. None of my clothes are less than 35 years old. Why do I need new clothes? I have plenty. Yes or no? That one blue blazer is plenty. Yeah. Am I a great guy? No, I'm not. Yeah. I'm just being a simple human being who believes that anybody out there is as good as me. I'm not bigger than anybody else. Not because I was an IAS officer, not because I was an MLA, not because I was an MP, not because I was a union minister. I'm not bigger than anybody under the sun. I am just like anybody else. Get these fundamentals into you, everything will go right. Yeah.
So just to set the context behind the fiery man that you're hearing, he also carries 150 bullets. But, yeah, you're hiding them somewhere, I'm sure. But on a more kind of topic, I think, which is very close to your heart, is a story, one of the 52 different stories of people's lives that you have touched is compassion. And that comes out in different stories in different ways, but one that truly touched me was about the little dog that your wife rescued and who continued to stay with Silky the little dog. What does compassion mean to you?
To me, power means the power to bring a smile on the face of people. When I went to Mussoorie Academy, I've decided, for me, power is not the red light and the police salute. Sorry, that is not to me power. For me, power means the ability to bring a smile on the face of people. For me, that is power. And I'm very clear. Not one person was walked into my office when I was an IAS officer, when I was an MLA, when I was an MP, when I was a union minister, has not met me. And no person has ever walked out of my office without a smile. It's something which we have because the Constitution gives it to you. Now going back, I forgot to talk about the Munnar story. I started my job as sub-collector of Munnar. Now, MGR, the chief minister, the demigod, wants to come and take over my temple in Thekadi, the Kannagi temple. He says Kannagi is a Tamil goddess, so that should belong to me. I said, you come and worship, fine for me, but you can't take it over, it's in my territory. He said, I will come. You know what I did? 27-year-old sub-collector. The collector doesn't know. To get the collector, he takes a trunk call, which you will get after 2 weeks. So collector gets to know what the sub-collector does only through newspaper. So I went to the place. I declared 144. They built a helipad on the other side for the chief minister to land. Declared the time, 11 o'clock on a date. I declared 145. I said, you shall not enter. I had 2,000 cops with me. I said, if you come this side, I will arrest you. Oh my God. They declared a price on my head, the Tamilians. Any Tamilians here? Hey, guys, spare me, okay? Yeah. 50,000 bucks. Well, the entire media is waiting. Well, we don't wait, 11 o'clock. No helicopter. MGR, the demigod, backed out. Ladies and gentlemen, I got away. This is where I got my backbone. My first job, I got my boat. I said, if I can take on MGR, I can take on anybody under the sun. Okay, fast forward to being Commissioner DDA. In 1991, I get an order saying, Alphonse is posted as Commissioner DDA. I said, I did not opt to go to Government of India, and IAS officers cannot be sent to Government of India without me opting for it. And I called the secretary personnel. What happened? He said, sir, there's only one Alphonse in the IAS, so it has to be you. You know why they sent me? I wrote the dissenting note in the famous Palmolin case, where Chief Minister and 8 IAS officers are accused in Kerala. And they are all, criminal cases still going on. I wrote the dissenting note, so I was exiled to Delhi. I becomes Commissioner DDA, the first South Indian Commissioner. And everybody said, this Madrasi can't do anything. We are all Madrasis. Yeah, I said, fine. He has no political influence, doesn't know the language, and I have 36,000 employees under me. I said, let me see. I said, make out a list of all the land under encroachment. DDA has got 150,000 acres of land in Delhi, most of the land in Delhi. When he made out the list, you know what we found? All the top 10 encroachers were politicians. Number 1 on the list was the biggest mafia leader of India, H.K.L. Bhagat. You know who he is? The man who burned alive 5,006 in 1984 after Indira Gandhi's assassination. I said, he's my number 1 target. Guess what was the size of the encroachment? 200,000 square feet, 2 lakh square feet. My guys came and told me, sir, you will be burned alive tomorrow evening. You want to do it? I said, yes, we must do it. I have a very simple theory. When you catch a thief, catch the biggest guy first. Not the petty guy who's a pickpocket. All the big guys are IAS officers and politicians, both my tribe. My ex-tribe and my present tribe. I said, no, catch the biggest guy first. So H.K.L. Bhagat. Now, ladies and gentlemen, remember this. Have the backbone. Have the backbone to take on the biggest guys. This Madrasi. Next step, plan. Kids, remember this. Don't just jump into it. If I go there with 100 cops and 2 bulldozers, yes, I'll get burned. Now, here is the biggest mafia leader. Congress is in power in Delhi, and Congress is in power in the center. And I'm this lone guy, so I have to plan. 10,000 policemen with guns in open trucks, a show of power. In front of that, 25 massive bulldozers. In front of that, now, listen to this. Open jeep, me and my dog, 4 feet tall dog, me in my Stetson hat, my gun on my hip, my cowboy boots. When we arrived at Model Town at 5:30, everybody thought Pakistan invaded India. Yeah. We said, relax. Over the next 36 hours, I stand on the road for 36 hours. For the next 5 years, I stood on the road, not issuing orders from my air-conditioned office, till the 200,000 square feet was reduced to dust. And next day's newspaper, the demolition man comes to Delhi. You can Google and see the demolition man. Over the next 5 years, ladies and gentlemen, my people and me, just not me, my team, it's like the BLF team. We knocked down 14,310 illegal mansions in Delhi. And as Roop asked me, yes, I carry a gun 24 hours. My wife went to market under police protection. My kids went to market under police protection. I said, you touch 1 inch of my land, lay 1 illegal break. I said, I'll blast your brain. Remember this. I said, I'll blast your brain. Now, everybody thinks I'm a lunatic, including this guy, including Roop sitting here. And I'm a lunatic because I do things different. Everybody believes me. Not 1 inch of my land was encroached. Not one illegal brick was laid in Delhi between 1992 and 1997 when I was commissioner of DCA. Nobody before me did it. Nobody after me did it. You come and see Delhi today. It's complete anarchy. Who is responsible? You know, IAS officers will say political interference. Absolute bullshit. Nobody ever called me because they know it's no point calling me. I'm there to do a job. God has given me this job, okay? The Constitution of India has given me a job. Sorry, I don't even know where I'm a believer, though I invoke God, okay? I mean, you don't need to bring God in between. Poor guy, let him look after other things, yeah. Why? Why bring God in? Yeah. I should have been dead long ago. To be alive is a miracle. My wife was beaten up, left for dead. She survives. My kids were beaten up. It's fun. It's fun. If you ask my kids which is the most exciting moment, they will say when we got beaten up. Yeah, my wife. So my wife is a huge animal lover. She's adopted 7 dogs from the street who live with us. Then she feeds 50 dogs in North Avenue where I live, gives them chicken biryani every day. A happy dog does not bite. Supreme Court, Justice Vikram Nath, you stupid judges. I hope it's being recorded and telecast. Yes. Happy dogs don't bite. You are being stupid when you keep issuing these orders. I hope this is being telecast on the national media. I don't care. I don't care. Hold me up, yeah, come on, if you can. Yes. Happy dogs don't bite. She feeds 100 monkeys every day in North Avenue with fruits and vegetables. Fruits, vegetables, and chapati. So we have a separate maid to look after that division. Okay? Monkeys division, dogs, stray dogs division. Why do I look so famished? Because I get whatever is left over. Okay? My IAS pension, my MLA pension, my MB pension, everything goes. Roop, adopt me. Okay? Yeah.
I will send out a plea
so the
very
point is
soon.
this dog, Silky. So when she was driving Cochin, she heard screaming from the ditch nearby. She goes there and she sees this little piece of flesh. She has a cardboard in her car. She picks it up. It's a piece of flesh which looks like a dog. She took it immediately to the veterinary hospital. Government veterinary hospital said, no, we can't do anything. Took it to the private veterinary hospital. They said, it's a dog which has no skin, no fur, nothing. It was a Pomeranian. Eyes were bulging out. It was in a private veterinary hospital ICU for 3 months. My wife spent 100,000, a lakh of rupees. Eventually, it grew back hair. Eyes couldn't come back. It was blind. It became the prettiest dog. It became so much part of our life. When she passed away last year, we were so distressed. It would only sit with me in the sofa. It would only sleep with us in our bedroom. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about Vasudeva Kudumagam, God has created things and told you, you look after, yes or no? And then the way you have destroyed human species is the most wicked species on the face of the earth. The most wicked, the most nasty. Animals don't bite for fun. When they are hungry, they will bite you. I suggested a simple solution to the Supreme Court. Listen, Justice Vikram Nath. I said, if every family at the end of the day, you waste so much of food, if you put one chapati and little dal on your doorstep at your gate, all these dogs will come and eat. They will never, ever bite anybody. In North Avenue, no dog bites because my wife takes care. Come on, Justice Vikram Nath, there are simple solutions. Yeah, instead of being stupid. Okay?
Winners don't do different things. They do things differently.
Yeah, so said my friend, Shiv Kera.
Sir, you have been a topper in the civil services examination. Times magazine has put you on the list of the young global leaders, 100 best young global leaders.
Yeah, we were 2 of us in the list. The richest, possibly because the other is Mukesh Ambani, so they wanted the richest man and the poorest man, so I'm in the list. Yeah. So you had to be below 40 to be in the list, yes. You had Bill Gates, you had Jeffrey Sachs, you had guys like that. Abhi, how does an idiot like me figure on the Time magazine cover, Roop? It's stupid. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, but let me tell you stories. I won the Best Collector Award for 4 years as District Collector of Kottayam. I pioneered the literacy movement by making Kottayam town the first 100% literate town in the whole country. I took my entire district administration to a pre-selected panchayat, my 2,000 people to the panchayat, sorted out all the problems which won the highest UN award. We achieved a quality of health index in my district better than the United States of America, as good as the European Union. We built a cancer hospital in 1 year with contribution from 8.2 million people. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we can do it. We just can do it. I'm just another IAS officer. If I can do it, why can't everybody do it? It's my simple question in the book. And also to everybody in the humanity. You know, one of the people I've spoken to, written about, is a chap called Pew Thomas. Pew Thomas is a peon in the Kottayam Medical College, of which I was a chairman. He's been a peon for past 45 years. He feeds 7,500 people breakfast, 7,500 people lunch, 7,500 people dinner in 5 hospitals in Kottayam for the past 45 years. He has a place where he's accommodated 100 disabled people, a beautiful 5-star facility, and he is only a peon in Kottayam Medical College. If Pew Thomas can do robe, can't we do it? Are we not better? Tell me. What is his excuse? I'm still a kid. Come on. Why can't we do it? Why can't we? I think this is where the global responsibility is. You know, the title of my first book is, my autobiography was published by Penguin when I was 42. That's title, Making a Difference. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's not the Prime Minister. I have a huge faith in the Prime Minister of India because I was a cabinet minister in his cabinet. It is not the Prime Minister. It's not a Chief Minister. It's not your MP. It's not your MLA. It's we, you, who are born to make a difference. You do it. I mean, I've narrated stories of 32 people who done it. There's this guy called Sri Ram. He supplied now 1.5 lakh mud pots. He said, keep it on your window. Your 3-year-old kid can pour a little water. Birds will come and drink. They will not die of dehydration. Can't we do it? I'm talking about a girl, blind girl, who is now 18. She speaks 13 languages. Completely blind girl speaks 13 languages, including Mandarin. And she wants to be in the foreign service, and she will get into foreign service. There's a chapter on her. I've written about another girl, Shireen, from Wayanad. Her father was a very poor guy. She got married from the Muslim community, married when she was 16. Toxic marriage, got beaten up. Then she fell from the rooftop after her father died. No means to survive. She went to spread clothes on the terrace. She fell. She was absolutely on a bed. Then she started taking tuition. She was done only first year graduation. She finished, enrolled for private graduation, graduated. And last year, she got into the Indian civil service. Sharon. She's still on a wheelchair. Ladies and gentlemen, there is unlimited capacity in your brains, in your heart. Go. Do it. Love the world. Love the universe. Spread that love. Can't we? Can't we do it? I'm not a great guy. Come on, I don't have more brains than any of you. I don't have more talents than any of you. But I just decided this is my mission. And you can do it. You can just do it.
Sir, during your stint as the DDA chairman, you attended DDA commissioner.
Commissioner, the chairman is the lieutenant governor.
Yes. You had attended law college in the evening and studied law in a formal way. So what prompted you or what inspired you to take up a formal law degree?
Yeah, I said, in any administrative job or any job you are, a knowledge of law is going to have fantastic uses. Because as district collector, let me tell you one of the things which I did. Now, remember this. Never quote the law and deny justice to a poor man. So, there is this 3 youngsters walk into my office where I'm a collector. And they come and tell me there is this 2.5-year-old child dying. And the child needs blood transfusion. And the family refuses to give blood transfusion because they belong to a Christian sect called Jehovah's Witness, who do not allow blood transfusion or treatment. So, I could have said, tell me which law, under which law is a collector empowered to issue an order or do anything. You know what I did? That's why I said I'm very stupid. I called my PS and said, take a dictation. To the SHO of the police station, 3 lines. This child has a right to live irrespective of the religious beliefs of the parents. Take the child into custody and take him to the medical college and get treated. Now, they went there, the parents refused. They took the child into custody forcefully, took him into the medical college. He's only 2.5. He was given blood transfusion and he was saved. 1 week later, they filed a writ petition against me in the High Court saying this is against their fundamental rights. They have cases all across the universe. You know, Jehovah's Witness. So, when the case came up in the court, the AG called me and said, sir, please file counter. I said, my counter is those 3 lines. Come on. He said, don't be stupid. It's 1,000-page writ petition and you're saying your reply is 3 lines? I said, that's all. He said, then you come and argue. I said, okay, leave it to me. I went to the court. I argued for 6 hours. The High Court upheld my order. The Supreme Court upheld my order. Ladies and gentlemen, never, thank you, never ever quote the law to deny justice to anybody, to a citizen. Don't. I break the law left, right, and center. To me, there are no laws. The only law is a human law of bringing happiness. But nobody can catch me because I did not break a law for the rich man. I will do his work, of course, but I will not break a law for the rich man. I will never break a law for my family. I will not break a law which will benefit me. So nobody under the sun can catch me. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, do not ever turn away anybody saying, sorry, I can't do it. You can. You will. Let me go to another case. I'm appointed as Chief Observer for the Election Commission of India in Madhepura, India's most notorious constituency, Lalu Prasad Yad's constituency. So before I go, I watch a documentary saying the gangs of Madhepura, how on the election day they come on horseback, take the booths, and then they win the elections. So when I'm packing my gun, my wife said, I always pack my gun. She says, don't try to act smart in Bihar. If you got away in Kerala and Delhi, they'll just chop off your head. I said, okay, I'll be very well behaved. I'm always nice to my wife, you know. Yeah. But I forget the moment I cross my door. That's all. That's my problem. So I go in, I have 4 fellow observers, and then in the evening I decide to obey my wife and to be a nice guy. We go for a walk. 1 kilometer down the line, I see a lady campaigning from a jeep, and there are about 500 people around. I go closer, and I see, guess who it is? The Chief Minister of Bihar, Rabri Devi. I go closer. I have this eagle's eye. I go closer and I see this jeep doesn't have a registration. My blood pressure, BP jumps up. Yeah. I go for my gun. I don't pull it out. I check that my gun is there. I said, stop. I said, I'm KG Alphonse, Chief Observer for the Election Commission of India. I said, your campaigning is illegal because your jeep doesn't have a registration. I'm taking it into custody. And the 500 people got agitated. They had sticks and all that, but she told them, behave yourself. They are from the Election Commission. I called the collector. Hey, collector, please come. Take this vehicle into custody. He says, sir, she's a chief minister. Should we? I said, precisely why we should. Yeah. He came with the SP, large force. And then she says, sorry, I'm not getting down. I said, okay, keep sitting. We got a truck. We towed the vehicle. And she said, I'm not getting down. I said, keep sitting. So we are towing the vehicle to the SP's office. These 500 people shouting slogans. And then when we reached the SP's office, she said, I'm still not getting down. I said, okay, keep sitting. I got her, gave her pakoda, nice chai, okay, lemon tea and all that. After 2 hours, she got bored and she left. Now, knock at 3 o'clock in the morning. Guess who? Lalu Prasad Yadav. Very smart guy. You see, generally what would they do? He said, don't you know who I am? This guy is very clever. He did my horoscopy. Where I was born, you are a famous collector, you are a famous commissioner. He said, my people will not create any problem. I said, thank you so much. That's all what I want. Next day, opponent, Sharad Yadav comes, same thing. I said, fine. I told my fellow observers, go to the villages, tell them this time you can vote. 1 week before the elections, I barricaded my entire district, not even a fly can enter the district. Make sure no arms, no weapons, On the election day, not even a dog barked in Madhepura. Simba. A powerless, useless, Raghav knows, powerless, useless election commissioner's observer made sure not even a dog barked. Can we do it? Why are the bureaucrats so bloody backboneless? Tell me, why? We are betraying the Constitution, yes or no? Say it loud, yes or no? Raghav, it's not you. You're a great guy. And Roop, you belong to audience, not you. Yeah, there are people, they're so comfortable. The moment you get into Masuri Academy, my dream is realized. Now the Lal Batti, the salute. When I was a minister, I never used security. I said, stay home. I jog every day 5 kilometers. Nobody to accompany me. On Sundays, nobody to come to my office. I go to Sunday to my office, to my minister's office. I have the key. I'm in my ripped jeans and a t-shirt. One day I went to the office and I said, I'm the minister. They said, a lot of people say that. Then I had to get my PS, my private secretary to talk to the security guys to let me in. Okay? I do crazy things. When I went to my village, 3 policemen with guns in front of my house in my village. I said, what's this? No, sir, this is protocol. I spoke to the SP, he said, I can't remove the gunman. I spoke to the DGP, he said, I can't remove the gunman, this is protocol. I said, I'm giving it in writing. Within 5 minutes, I want these guys out. Otherwise, I lock my gate. So, they removed the security. I said, no pilot for me, because these guys will blah, 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 blah in front of your car. Everybody will look back and see Alphonse is sitting there and say, this bloody guy, he's from a village, now he's doing this peep, 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 and then running over our cars. Yes or no, citizen? What bloody right do I have here? If people elect me, if people of the country elect me, what bloody right do I have to run over them here? To get them off the road? Who am I here? You elected me, isn't it? Yes or no? And IAS, just bloody luck here. Out of 1.5 million people right, you get in and then you think you are a god? Come on, have a heart here. It is a citizen of the country who's the ultimate to me, Roop. It is the ultimate to me, to him, I will do anything. I'll break any law. That's
So
it.
we'll quickly get some questions.
No, but Raghav, our session started very late, so we have another half an hour.
Yeah, but a lot of them want to ask questions.
I waited
so
outside for
more
half an hour.
stories. Yeah, there are lots and lots of, I can see hands coming up.
Ask me anything. Love, sex, anything.
I can see the revolvers jutting out. I'm going to be careful. Yeah,
Actually, frankly, Rube, I had 150 bullets when I got my gun. Even today, I have 150 bullets. Even if a mosquito bites me, my wife says, you can't kill it. Just let it go. I'm a compassionate man. I overflow with compassion. But the perception is I'm ruthless. And let me tell you, I'm ruthless on myself. No excuses. No excuses. Pardon?
But he's told you he's never killed anybody.
Is anything getting
Not
out
even a
of here?
mosquito. But I'm worried. I'm not a mosquito.
No, ladies and
We'll
gentlemen,
get the question.
the important thing is get away. I got away with the image of being ruthless. Nobody dared to call me star on my bay because they thought Alphonse was a lunatic. Okay? Have this. Tell your mom when you go home today, Mom, I'm a lunatic. I don't want your dream. I want to dream for myself. Tell your teacher. I was member of the drafting committee of the NEP, New Education Policy. The introduction is mine. I want you guys to have your own dreams, not your parents, not your teachers, not your best friends, not your boyfriends, not your girlfriends. Dream for yourself, man. Come on. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. So it was interesting to listen. I have few very basic questions and I might sound a lunatic myself.
Thank you so much. One more person.
Though I am a psychiatrist by default, so. So my basic question is, does India need the civil services? Number one, did you ever visit Vatican? Number three, I'm a huge animal lover and I have a silky. stray dog indies. I have also 7 of them at my
Wow,
place.
okay.
Yes.
I'll give you a hug after this. when you get
Yes,
out.
please do. So does India need the civil services, and do these IAS officers always need these drivers and orderlies and people like that? And can't they just manage things like every citizen does?
And
Do they need cooks?
chicken.
And yeah, to him, of course. So did you have all that luxury when you were an IAS? Just simple questions.
Yeah. Wow.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. Number one, Kerala does not provide the civil service with any servants at all. No servants. You drive your own car. Yes, when you become a senior secretary, you get. When I was deputy secretary in the secretariat, I traveled by the DTC bus into Antrim. As a probationer, I traveled by bus, and yes, after that, when I became district collector, I had a car provided by the government. Yes, I had a driver also. Point is, the civil service has done an incredible job, if you look at it. When we became independent, we were in a horrible shape. Imagine 10 million people moving this way and that way, and maybe 1 million people getting killed. It is a steel frame of India which held the country together. Let me not mince words. The IAS and the All India services have done an incredible job in a lot of places. There are a lot of people today in the civil service who are doing an incredible job. Just today I visited the Tribal Museum. I posted in my IAS group, I said, what an incredible work, man. It's so fantastic, the curation, the work, and the way it's maintained. You can build, but the maintenance, I think it's so incredible. I can tell you there are plenty of IAS officers today entering the service, serving today, who are doing a fantastic job, okay? She is still in the job. She's Additional Secretary, Special Secretary Cole. She is doing an amazing job. We had Raghav, who did an amazing job. I know a lot of other people. I think Upendra Verma is there. And a lot of civil servants. Many of them from Madhya Pradesh, Kada, M. and Buj. Yep, whole lot of people have done fantastic job. Mr. Sharma, who was an expert in tribal affairs. I can tell you any number of people in my own batch who done fantastic job. Aditi Mehta spoke here the other day. You know, my batchmate. Oh, yeah, there are plenty. But I wish everybody does. Because if you are 100 from 1.5 million people chosen, come on, everybody needs to stand up and do what is done in my book here. It's so simple. Is it complicated? No. Is it, am I a boring person? As Roop said, I listen to music, I go to a disco and dance. I can beat any of you. Challenge. Okay, take me there. I do everything under the sun. I jog 5 kilometers a day. I love what my wife does, because if we can bring happiness on the face of animals or the happiness on the face of the earth, I think that's a great thing. So I think life is being great fun. Yes, madam, the civil service is necessary, but I wish all of them have a backbone. I wish. Yeah.
Can we have the mics there, please? The volunteers with the mic. We have a lady here. She's raised her hand. The mic? Yes, you are.
Maybe
Ronak, we
they are
have a mic
recording.
now.
Yeah. Hey, volunteers, be a little faster, man. Come on.
Okay, how to overcome this lal batti? This lal batti happens even now, 15 minutes, roads are jammed because VIP gaadiyan nikalni hai. So that's really pathetic and annoying at times, because there are at times where we as civilians have to reach a place on time, so we get stuck badly there. So
yeah, lal battis, I think Supreme Court has banned lal battis all across the country, isn't it? Delhi is not allowed. No, I don't know where in Madhya Pradesh, Bhopal is allowed.
but in general,
No,
how
this whole sense of entitlement, saying that you are the king, the new king, I think this is completely wrong. To me, as a district collector or as a minister, to me, I'm here, the person sitting opposite to me is more important than I am, must be. I have no bloody business running over somebody, chasing somebody off the road. I can't do it. It's completely illegal, unconstitutional. And again, how many IAS officers and ministers or MPs are available on the phone? As a tourism minister of India, I took every call. I responded to every message. Very simple. I slept only 3 hours. How do I do it? Very simple. After every meeting, I take a 10 minutes break. I respond to every call. I respond to every message, get the stuff done and respond. It's very simple, care to do all these things. But do we care? Do we treat the citizen as somebody who is on par with you? If you don't think it, don't have it in your heart and your brain, well, you will be arrogant. You'll be arrogant. How dare officers not meet people? When I was tourism minister, my door was open. I said, no appointment, just walk in. And everybody walks in, gets a coffee, and I sit with them, have a coffee. They feel so good. Get me? They feel so good, treated like a human being.
We have time for two more questions. Quickly, if we
What
can get
is
them.
your idea of success?
Ma'am, you got an opportunity. Can we request the
Sir.
others? Can we request the mic to...
Sir, I am Mukund from Bhopal. Sir, I requested you, you are doing the both job, as an administration and as a politicians. So please guide our children, which job is the best for you and what is the best?
Well, which job is the best? Which job is the best?
For services of the people.
Okay, I mean, I resigned from the IAS when I was 52. I would have become the Chief Secretary of the state in a few years. And I became an independent MLA after 32 days. I spent only 9 lakh totally. And I completely changed the definition of being an MLA. What MLAs generally do is attend marriages and funerals. I said, no, I'm not elected by people to attend marriage and funerals. My job is to bring development. So at a predetermined panchayat, I had no driver. Madam, again, no driver. I drove myself, my Scorpio, with the panchayat president and members in a jeep. We spent the whole day in the panchayat, took extensive note. In the evening, we had a Mahapanchayat, told them, look here, you have 25 suggestions, out of which you tell me 3 which is priority. In 4 years, I brought in 350 crores into my constituency, 10 times what the Chief Minister got for his constituency. Now listen to this again. More important, I built every bridge in 100 days. The mini civil station, which was finished, supposed to be finished in 4 years, given on contract. Both my engineers were ladies. We sat with the contractor, did a reverse engineering, and we said we will finish it in 1 year. Exactly in 1 year we finished that. Why can't India, why can't we do it? We can do it. So point, sir, every job is fantastic. If there is a rebirth, I'll get into the IAS for the next 13 births, but every time I will resign. Because I don't believe in a rebirth.
Hello, sir. My name is Ina, and I'm a career counselor by profession. Like you said, when we talk about success, there is a lot of different version of success which is coming in the modern era, as you can see. So my question is, as you've been very powerful, like as in positions, so has this played a very important role to get your actions done very well set in the society? And basically, I would also want to tell you one thing, this lecture should be more in the parliament. Parliament needs more motivation than us. We have been actually doing our jobs. I think a lot of people here who are here have been helping dogs out here and have been doing it out. You can see it in Bhopal anywhere and you'll love the city.
And this will be our last question,
Yeah,
sir,
I mean, what was the question?
My question is, as you have been into power...
Oh, yeah, I got it. Yeah. You see, my basic fundamental is, why are we here on the face of the earth? I'm very clear, to be happy. But, the rider, I can be happy only if I make others happy. I'm clear on this. Okay? I'm very clear on this. The only objective of being on the face of the earth is to be happy, but to be happy, you can do it only if you make others happy. And that means a hell of a lot, and that means a very easy thing to do. Now, my request to you guys is, don't buy this book from the bookstall. It is, you will get it on Amazon, and the price is less than that of a kilogram of chicken. It's only 325 rupees on the Amazon. It's 52 chapters. Each chapter is 4 pages. There is not one word which an 8-year-old will not understand. I would advise you read 1 chapter a week, think about it, but you will all finish it in 3 hours, I know, in one go. Please read this. This will dramatically change your life. If you guys have the guts to do it, read my book.
And we buy it from Amazon.
See, all the money goes to charity, so it's not even for me to make money, because my money all goes to charities. You know, let me tell you about another guy whom I admire a lot. Can I take 1 minute?
Yes.
This guy, he's the director of the leprosy home in Bangalore, 100 acres of land, Sumanahalli. It's the biggest leprosy home in Asia in 100 acres. There are 3,000 lepers. He's the director of the leprosy home for 16 years. He handles hundreds of crores. He's built 1,700 houses for the poor, beautiful two-bedroom houses, which is as good as any luxury house with European closet and everything, marbles. 1,700 houses. He runs a school for children of prostitutes, for children of HIV patients. He runs the biggest eye donation campaign in the country, Project Vision. He's got 1 million people eyes donated. And he runs a place for alcoholics, for drugs, okay? And this guy who handles hundreds of crores of rupees, he lives in a room as small as a toilet. He's got exactly 3 trousers and 4 short kurtas and a rubber chappal. And the guy just happens to be my youngest brother.
Oh, wow.
There's a chapter on him here. So sorry, it's in the DNA.
Yeah,
One more
I
case.
was going to say
One more
that.
case. My sister sold off her farmhouse in Bangalore, 12 acres last month. She moved into a rented house. I am never going to buy a flat. I'm not going to give any money to both my children. Last month, it was freezing in Bangalore, unusual. First day she went and bought 100 blankets. Finally, she ended up giving 4,600 blankets. She contributes huge amount of money to the housing project of my brother. And she says, sorry, this money is not for my children. So it's not my money, it's not for my children. My dear guys, there is a world beyond you, your children, okay, which needs you. Go out, go change the world. Say, from now, I am going to do it. I'm not going to crib against a chief minister or anybody. I am going to do it, okay? Just believe in this. And
Wonderful.
this winning formula, this winning is not against somebody else. The winning is against yourself. Your apprehensions, your fears, all right? And there's no formula. Yes, there is a formula. Have a dream, have the guts to chase it, okay? That's it. Thank you.
Power-packed session, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. And I'm sure there were a lot of questions
We want
which...
to thank the Bhopal Lit Fest also, sir. On
Oh
behalf
yeah,
of all
Raghav.
of us, yeah.
Thank you for inviting
having
me.
us, yeah.
Invited me to inaugurate it when I was minister. I never knew it was going to grow into this. I go to the biggest festivals, but Raghav, this is fantastic. This is you and your team. I'm really great in finding fault. I told you I have a eagle's eye. I can't find one thing wrong here. You and your team of people, it's just amazing.
Thank you so
incredible
much,
people.
sir. And Mr. Chandra, can I request you to please come on the stage and felicitate Mr. KJ Alphonse? What a powerful session, full of life quotes, full of takeaways for all of us. Now, if you can decide to implement just one thing from what he said, and he said so many of those, I think we would have cracked the success code. This is the BLF memento for 2026. The memento has been created by Padma Shri Gond artist Durga Bai Vyamji. And please remember to pick up your copy of the book, The Winning Formula. And there are 52 ways to success described in that. Let's hear it for our speaker, please, once again.
Check. Sound check. Thank you so much, everybody. Mr. Alphonse is certainly a man with a spine. Let's move ahead for the next session. अगले सेशन में जो हमारे गेस्ट हैं, मेहमान हैं, उनके बारे में आप सबको पता है. उनका नाम है आलोक श्रीवास्तव. साथ में शीर्षक है आमीन से आसान तक आलोक. It's a lyrical poetry discussion. मैं चाहूँगा कि आलोक जी को इस सभागार में बुलाया जाए, अंदर बुलाया जाए और उनके साथ कन्वर्सेशन करेंगी मंजू मेहता जी। मैं उन दोनों को इस मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा। प्लीज अ राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज, जोरदार ताली। जो कविता लिखना, सुनना, गाना पसंद करते हैं, बैठे रहें। कैन वी इनहेंस द वॉल्यूम प्लीज? पोडियम माइक्स की वॉल्यूम थोड़ी इनहेंस कीजिए प्लीज। चेक साउंड, चेक साउंड, द राइट वन। हाँ, चेक। मैं सभी से निवेदन करूंगा, कृपया जो कॉरिडोर है उसको खाली कर दें। जो भी आपकी बातचीत है, आपसे निवेदन है आप प्लीज हॉल के बाहर जाके करें, ताकि जो लोग बैठे हैं उनको ज़्यादा डिस्टर्ब ना हो। सभी से मेरा विनम्र निवेदन है, प्लीज़ जितने लोग यहाँ खड़े हुए हैं प्लीज़ विराजमान हो जाइए, बैठ जाइए। या मैं कहूँ जितने भी कविता प्रेमी हैं सब बैठ जाइए। सेटल डाउन एवरीबॉडी एंड कॉरिडोर खाली कर दीजिए प्लीज़। आने और जाने का रास्ता उसको खाली कर दीजिए सबसे पहले, ताकि हम आराम से, अच्छे से, बेहतरीन तरीके से और जल्दी से इस सेशन का शुभारंभ कर पाएं। ठीक है, आलोक जी के बारे में आपको हमारी मॉडरेटर ज़रूर बताएंगी, पर मैं आपको हमारी मॉडरेटर के बारे में ज़रूर बताना चाहता हूँ। डॉक्टर मंजू मेहता जी BSS कॉलेज में, भोपाल के कॉलेज में पब्लिक रिलेशनशिप ऑफिसर हैं और प्रोफेसर भी हैं, और बीते 32 वर्षों से DD न्यूज़ मध्य प्रदेश में प्रतिष्ठित न्यूज़ प्रेजेंटर रही हैं। आपने काफ़ी बार इनको टीवी पर देखा होगा। शिक्षा, पत्रकारिता और साहित्य, 3 क्षेत्रों में आपका महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा है। आपने कविता, पत्रकारिता, व्याकरण और अन्य मीडिया विषयों पर अनेक पुस्तकें और शोध आधारित कृतियां का लेखन किया है। साथ ही यूनिसेफ और राज्य शिक्षा निगम के लिए आपने पाठ्य सामग्री में भी अपना कर्तव्य निभाया है और निर्माण में सहायता करी है। शिक्षण, पत्रकारिता और समाज सेवा जैसे मुद्दों पर आपने अनेक राष्ट्रीय व राज्य स्तरीय सम्मानों से आपको नवाजा गया है, और आज आलोक जी के साथ इनके द्वारा हम कविताओं को एक बार दोबारा जिएंगे, पढ़ेंगे और सुनेंगे। मंजू मेहता जी के लिए तालियां होनी चाहिए।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सिद्धार्थ। ये सोचना गलत है कि तुम पर नजर नहीं, ये सोचना गलत है कि तुम पर नजर नहीं, पूछ जरूर लिया आपसे मगर बेखबर नहीं। ये शेर आलोक जी का, विदिशा की मिट्टी से निकले शब्दों के ये सुल्तान हैं। भावों की हर बूंद में बस इंसानियत का गुमान है। आमीन से आसान तक शब्दों का आलोक फैला है। हर मिसरा जैसे नया सूरज, हर शेर रोशनी से भरा है। गीत जिनके जगजीत, पंकज उदास, हरिहरन, राशिद खान से लेकर अमिताभ बच्चन तक गाते हैं, और जिनके लिखे गीत हिंदी के शिव तांडव स्त्रोतम आशुतोष राणा भी गर्व से सुनाते हैं। आलोक हैं वो जिनके शब्दों से रोशन होता हिंदुस्तान है। हिंदुस्तान ही क्या, अमेरिका, रशिया और कई देश रोशन हुए हैं। इल्म और फिल्म की शख्सियत आलोक श्रीवास्तव, उन्हें मैं आवाज दूं उससे पहले हम देखते हैं एक छोटी सी रील जो उनके फिल्मी और इल्मी सफर का बयां करती है। देखते हैं एक छोटी सी रील।
इतिहास का मैं आईना हूं, तहजीब का रंग सुनहरा हूं। गंगा जमुना मेरी आंखें,
देखिए सर, मैं आपको बता दूं कि आज जो हमारे एक्सपर्ट हैं वो बहुत ही प्रख्यात कवि और पत्रकार हैं, जिनका नाम है आलोक श्रीवास्तव। आलोक जी की पुस्तक आमीन काफी लोकप्रिय रही है।
नमस्ते सर। मुझे अपनी 2 पंक्तियां आपके लिए याद आ रही हैं कि मंजिलें क्या हैं, रास्ता क्या है। मंजिलें क्या हैं, रास्ता क्या है, हौसला हो तो फासला क्या है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आलोक जी। इन पंक्तियों को मैं याद रखूंगा।
मंजिलें क्या है, रास्ता क्या है, हौसला हो तो फासला क्या है।
तुम सोच रहे हो बस बादल की उड़ानों तक।
अब जो एक नई नस्ल खड़ी हो रही है और आ रही है, वो उसको उर्दू और हिंदी दोनों इस्तेमाल करते हो। इसमें जो मैं सबसे पहला नाम लेना चाहूँगा वो है आलोक श्रीवास्तव का। आलोक श्रीवास्तव उर्दू के एक निहायती बासलाहिया शायर है, और जब आप उनकी हिंदी की शायरी सुनेंगे तो आपको लगेगा कि भाई ये तो सिर्फ हिंदी का ही कवि हो सकता है।
बावरी समझा तो करने बोलियां सखीरे पिया को जो मैं ना देखूं तो कैसे काटूं अंधेरी रतियां।
हुआ जब जब अकेला मैं, मुझे तू याद आई माँ। मेरा आसमां, मेरा आसमां, अभी इस जहां को पता नहीं मेरा आसमां।
कण कण शिव शिव शंभु शंभु है, महाकुंभ है, महाकुंभ है, महाकुंभ है, महाकुंभ है। वाम त्रिवेणी शंभु शंभु है, महाकुंभ है, महाकुंभ है, महाकुंभ है, महाकुंभ है।
राम का कोई पर्यायवाची नहीं, राम जैसे तो केवल प्रभु राम है। राम जैसे तो केवल प्रभु राम है।
मैं बड़ा पसंद करता हूँ आलोक को, आलोक की तमाम गज़लों को, नज़मों को, गीतों को, क्योंकि आलोक व्यक्तिनिष्ठ बात नहीं करते हैं। वो भले ही उनके अपने अनुभव की बात कर रहे हों, लेकिन जब उनकी कलम झरती है तो उसमें उनका अनुभव नहीं, सबका अनुभव हमें दिखाई देने लगता है।
जटाओं से है जिनके जल प्रवाह माते गंग का, गले में जिनके सज रहा है हार विश्वभुजंग का। डमट 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 डमरू कह रहा शिवय शिवम, तरल अनल गगन पवन धरा धरा शिवय शिवम।
अब चांद पे पांव जमाना है, सूरज से आंख मिलाना है, एक नया सवेरा लाना है, संकल्प नया दोहराना है। न ठहरा था न ठहरा हूं, न ठहरा था न ठहरा हूं, मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूं, मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूं, मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूं।
आलोक श्रीवास्तव, स्वागत, अभिनंदन। झीलों के शहर में आलोक श्रीवास्तव का स्वागत। आलोक जी, सबसे पहले तो झीलों के शहर में आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आमीन से आईना तक, आसान तक, आमीन से आसान तक, इस खूबसूरत सफ़रनामे पर हम बात करें, इससे पहले मैं आपको बधाई देना चाहती हूँ। और बधाई ये कि आसान आपकी नई किताब इंडिया टुडे के सर्वे में 2025 की बेहतरीन किताबों में शुमार हो गई है। आप बहुत बहुत बधाई के हकदार हैं। ऐसा लगता है आपकी पहली पुस्तक आमीन की तर्ज पर उसी राह पर ही आगे बढ़ रही है। सो बहुत बधाई के हकदार। और इसमें आपने आमीन के लिए आपको कई प्रतिष्ठित राष्ट्रीय पुरस्कार मिले, आपने अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पुष्किन पुरस्कार भी रशिया में उसके लिए पाया, सम्मानित हुए। तो इन सारी चीज़ों के लिए हम आपसे बाद में बात करेंगे, लेकिन आपकी किताबों पर बात करने से पहले एक चीज़ बहुत धूम मचा रही है, और आलोक जी वो ये है आपका सोलो शो आलोकनामा। अगर हम आलोकनामा की बात करें तो आप इंग्लैंड में करके आए, इंदौर में किया, अभी भोपाल में रविंद्र भवन दैनिक भास्कर के सौजन्य से, और ये हमेशा सोल्ड आउट रहता है। आलोकनामा है क्या, उसकी क्या खासियत है? सबसे पहले तो हमारे सभी दर्शकों को ये बताइए आलोकनामा क्या है।
सबसे पहले तो आप सबका शुक्रिया, भोपाल लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल का शुक्रिया। मैं जब भी भोपाल आता हूँ तो यहाँ से अतिरिक्त अपेक्षाएं होती हैं, क्योंकि भोपाल जो है वो मेरा ददिहाल भी है, मेरा ननिहाल भी है और मेरी ससुराल भी है।
बहुत बढ़िया।
तो इस नाते जो है मैं आपका पोता भी हुआ, नाती भी हुआ, और दामाद जब बैठा हो और बेटी भी बैठी हो साथ में, तो आपका फर्ज, आपका फरीज़ है ज़्यादा बढ़ जाता है। मेरे माता पिता ने मेरा नाम, जो हमारे टेक्निकल दोस्त हैं मैं उनको बता दूं, मेरा नाम आलोक रखा है। तो मैं अपने आप में सांवला ज़रूर हूँ, लेकिन उजाला ठीक ठाक है। तो ये जो हार्ड लाइट है इसको स्लो कीजिए ज़रा पहले तो भाई, ये चेहरे पे बहुत तेज़, ये थोड़ी देर में मुझे ना पूरा मेरा जलाभिषेक कर देगी, तो इसको कम कीजिए किसी तरह। हाँ, और कीजिए, और कीजिए। हाँ बस ठीक। मैं आपको दिख रहा हूँ ना, और सुनाई भी दे रहा हूँ, ठीक है। तो इन दोनों जश्नों के लिए एक बार मुझे इजाज़त दीजिए अच्छी क्लैपिंग के साथ। देखिए, मैं उस तरह का लेखक साहित्यकार ना तो कभी बनना चाहता था, ना कभी बनूंगा, और ना अपने नौजवानों को बनने की प्रेरणा दूंगा कि जिसके आते ही माहौल बहुत संजीदा हो जाए। काम आप संजीदा कीजिए, लेकिन भरपूर जिंदगी को जीने के साथ कीजिए। नामवर जी ने इसमें एक बड़ी अच्छी बात लिखी है आमीन की भूमिका में, कि हमारी हिंदी कविता को, ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, नामवर जी कह रहे हैं, हमारी हिंदी कविता को संजीदगी ने मारा है। तो सबसे पहले तो ये कि कोई बात हम संजीदगी से करें, हम पूरी शिद्दत से करें, लेकिन हमारी ज़िंदगी में कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी होती हैं, कुछ एहसासात ऐसे होते हैं जो हम बड़े लाइटर नोट में भी समझा सकते हैं, हम बड़े आसान तरीक़े से भी समझा सकते हैं। जैसे इन दिनों मैंने आपको हिंदी शिवतांडव स्तोत्रम समझाया, हमारे प्रदेश का ही गौरव है। सुयोग से मेरे बड़े भाई हैं आशुतोष राणा जी, प्रख्यात लेखक हैं, ख्यात अभिनेता हैं। उनके मार्गदर्शन में और उनके कहे अनुसार उस पर हम आगे चर्चा करेंगे। तो पहला सवाल आपका ये था कि आमीन से आसान तक की जो यात्रा है वो कैसी है। तो आमीन से आसान तक की जो यात्रा है,
आप इस यात्रा के पहले मुझे आलोकनामा क्या है ये ना बताएंगे?
हाँ,
पहले मैं ये जानना चाहती हूँ।
आलोकनामा जो है वो, मैं उसके लिए अगर आपको एक छोटी सी कहानी सुना दूँ तो इजाज़त है? बहुत छोटी सी कहानी है ना, और अब मेरे पास अभी 60 मिनट हैं। तो हमारे हिंदी सिनेमा के बड़े अच्छे राइटर हुए जयदीप साहनी, उन्होंने शाहरुख खान साहब से चक दे इंडिया में कहलवाया था, लिखा था जयदीप साहनी ने। अब लोग कहते हैं साहब जावेद शाहरुख खान ने कहा था, लेकिन शाहरुख खान ने नहीं कहा था कि ये जो 70 मिनट हैं, है ना, चक दे इंडिया देखी है मतलब, तो ये जो 60 मिनट है ना, ये आपके अपने हैं। अगर आप नहीं चाहेंगे तो ये 60 मिनट आपसे मैं भी नहीं ले सकता। तो सबसे पहले तो मैं आपसे गुजारिश करता हूं कि अपने ये जो 60 मिनट हैं आप अपनी मर्जी से मुझको और मंजू जी को सौंप दीजिए, ठीक है? तब तो हम इस कॉन्वर्सेशन का, इस वार्तालाप का लुत्फ ले पाएंगे, मज़ा ले पाएंगे। आलोकनामा जी, मैं एक छोटी सी कहानी आपको सुनाता हूँ, बहुत छोटी सी कहानी है। मैं बहुत दिनों से एज टेलीविज़न जर्नलिस्ट, राइटर, मैं ये देख रहा था कि हम जो स्टोरी टेलिंग देख रहे हैं, सुन रहे हैं, उनमें फ़िक्शन बहुत है, उनमें ख्वाबों ख्यालों की बातें बहुत हैं, रियलिटी उतनी नहीं है। कोई एक पात्र आपने गढ़ लिया और बस वही है। कहीं ना कहीं संघर्ष की कहानियाँ मिसिंग हैं, कहीं ना कहीं ऐसी चीज़ें मिसिंग हैं कि एक छोटे से शहर से कोई निकलता है। तो मैं आपको बताऊं कि एक बहुत छोटा सा शहर है भोपाल के पास, वहाँ मेरा एक मित्र था, वो मेरी ही तरह राइटर बनने के ख्वाब देखता था। तो मैगज़ीन्स 80 का दशक, तब ये व्हाट्सएप और फेसबुक और ये सब इंस्टा वगैरह नहीं आया था। तो हम लोग हंस पढ़ते थे, कथादेश पढ़ते थे, वागर्थ पढ़ते थे, पहल पढ़ते थे, सब पत्रिकाएं पढ़ते थे। तो ऐसे ही पढ़ते पढ़ते अचानक एक रोज़ उसके हाथ में एक बड़े अखबार की संडे मैगज़ीन आ गई मेरे उस दोस्त के हाथ में। तो उसने ऐसे ही बस मन में सोचा कि काश कभी मैं इस अच्छी, जिसकी रीच बहुत थी उस वक्त, अगर आप उसमें छप जाइए तो तमाम प्रदेश में नहीं पूरे देश भर में नाम होता था, काश मैं कभी इसमें छप जाऊं। तो वो हैंड राइटिंग जो थी, राइटिंग उसको विरासत में मिली थी। फादर की हैंड राइटिंग बहुत अच्छी थी और भाई जो थे बड़े वो राइटर थे, गीतकार थे, तो राइटिंग घर में थी। तो वो अपनी पोएम्स हाथ से लिखकर और उस अखबार में भेजने लगा, उसके संडे परिशिष्ट में भेजने लगा। एक रोज़ उसको फ़ोन आया उसके क्रिएटिव हेड का, क्योंकि उसकी हैंड राइटिंग बहुत अच्छी थी। तो उन्होंने फ़ोन किया कि मैं आपसे मिलना चाहता हूँ। भोपाल आया, वो छोटे से शहर से निकल के मिला और उसने कहा कि मैंने आपको अपनी पोएम्स भेजी थी लिख के। तो बोले कि वो तो हम छापेंगे, मगर हमें आपकी हैंड राइटिंग बहुत अच्छी लगी है
जी,
लिहाजा हम ये चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी हैंड राइटिंग में क्लासिक्स जो हैं, निराला, बच्चन जी, गालिब, मीर, इनकी पोएम्स लिखकर हमको दें और हम उसको एज इट इज़
छापें,
कैलीग्राफी को छापेंगे। तो उसने कहा ठीक है, मैं ये भी कर लूँगा। देखते देखते हर हफ्ते उसका वो कॉलम छपता था कैलीग्राफी के तौर पे, और वो कॉलम देखते देखते बहुत मशहूर हो गया। मशहूर हुआ तो जो अखबार के मालिकान थे उन्होंने पूछा कि भाई ये कौन है? मतलब छोटे से शहर से कहीं से आता है और ये हमको लिख के दे जाता है। ये आपको बात कर रहा हूँ मैं लेट 90s की
जी।
तो उन्होंने कहा भाई बुलाओ इसको, बात करते हैं इससे। तो उन्होंने बुलाया उसको और उसको बुला के कहा कि ये जो तुम बार बार अपने शहर से आते हो और यहाँ काम करते हो, दे के जाते हो, इससे बेहतर ये है कि क्या तुम इस अखबार में नौकरी करोगे?
जी।
तो उसने कहा सर नेकी और पूछ उसको उस अखबार में उस वक्त साल 2000 में इतनी बड़ी सैलरी मिली जो बड़ा चर्चा का विषय बनी थी, और उसको उसकी मैगज़ीन का फीचर डिपार्टमेंट में जॉब मिल गया। 20 साल बाद वही लड़का उसी अखबार के प्रेजेंट किए हुए शो में खड़ा होके रविंद्र भवन में हाउसफुल शो में अपना आलोकनामा सुना रहा था। तो ये जो है ये आलोकनामा है कि हम जो छोटे छोटे शहरों से निकलकर अपनी आँखों में, अपनी छोटी छोटी आँखों में, अपनी छोटी छोटी नींदों में जो बड़े बड़े ख्वाब देखते हैं, उसको डेस्टिनी, उसको यूनिवर्स और उसको हमारी अपनी शिद्दत कैसे पूरा करती है, इसकी कथा कहानी जो है वो आलोकनामा है।
और आलोकनामा की वो खूबसूरत राइटिंग मेरे हाथ में इस समय। जब मैंने भी इस राइटिंग को देखा तो मैं सोचती थी कि ये प्रिंटेड है या वाकई किसी की राइटिंग है। तो ये आलोक जी के हस्ताक्षर, ये ऑटोग्राफ मेरे हाथ में है। बहुत खूबसूरत
जी, बहुत शुक्रिया
जी। आलोकनामा जुबां पर छाया हुआ है। भोपाल में भी अभी जब शो सोल्ड आउट हुआ उस टाइम उस शो में मैं भी आना चाह रही थी, लेकिन कुछ
पास नहीं मिला या टिकट नहीं मिला?
इत्तेफाकन मेरे पास आमंत्रण था, लेकिन कुछ व्यस्तता के कारण मैं अटेंड नहीं कर पाई। लेकिन अभी उतना अच्छा है कि मैं आपसे बात कर पा रही हूँ और रूबरू हो रही हूँ, सो मेरी खुशनसीबी। आलोक जी, अब हम बात करते हैं आपकी इन पुस्तकों पर, आमीन और आसान की इस यात्रा का सफ़र शुरू करते हैं। सो ये सोचना गलत है कि तुम पर नजर नहीं। आलोक जी, सबसे पहले ये जानना चाहती हूँ, आपकी गजलों में ये जागी हुई निगाह कहाँ से आती है? पत्रकारिता की आंख है या कवि के भीतर की संवेदना? क्या है ये?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है मंजू जी कि हमारे पूरी उसमें हमारे जो पेशे हैं, हमारे पैशन हैं, मैं हमेशा से इस बात का मुझे एक अकीदा रहता है, एक भरोसा रहता है कि हमारे दो पेशे ऐसे हैं जिसमें एक ही जैसी ज़रूरियात होती हैं, एक पत्रकारिता और एक लेखन। प्रोफेसर और पढ़ाना ये एक अलग मशगला होता है, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है, ये मेरी निजी राय है, उससे बहुत सारे लोग असहमत भी होंगे, स्वागत है उनका, कि अगर आप बहुत बेदार नज़र नहीं रखते हैं, आपको अपने वक्त की, समय की, समाज की समझ नहीं है, आपको अगर बहुत संवेदनशील तरीक़े से मुद्दों को समझने की आपके अंदर दृष्टि नहीं है और आप पक्षों को नहीं देखते हैं, चाहे वो पक्ष हो या विपक्ष हो, दोनों पक्षों को नहीं देखते हैं, तो ऐसा मुझे लगता है, ये मेरा मानना है कि ना तो आप बहुत अच्छे लेखक हो सकते हैं और ना बहुत अच्छे पत्रकार हो सकते हैं। तो ये मेरी खुशकिस्मती रही कि मेरे पत्रकार के अंदर मेरा कवि रहा और मेरे कवि के अंदर मेरा पत्रकार रहा। पिछले दिनों एक घटना हुई थी, तो उसको मैंने अपने तरह से देखा, और वो उठा लीजिए, मेरा भी सलाम कहिएगा। जो दिख रहा है सामने, बहुत सारे लोग बैठे हैं, मेरे सीनियर्स हैं, अभिलाष जी तो हैं ही, खैर हमने काम किया है उनके, अभिलाष जी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, ब्रजेश राजपूत जी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं जो खुद बहुत प्रखर पत्रकार हैं और लेखक भी हैं, तो वो शायद मेरी बात से इत्तेफाक रखेंगे, क्योंकि मैंने देखा था कि वो हाथ ऊपर करके ताली बजा रहे थे मेरी बात पे। तो जो दिख रहा है सामने वो दृश्य मात्र है, जो दिख रहा है। अब इस रचना में मैं ये नहीं बोलूँगा कि मेरा पत्रकार है या मेरा कवि है, जो मुझे दिखा वो मैंने लिखा, हमारे पूरे पॉलिटिकल सिनेरियो पे है और जो हमारे समाज में घट रहा है, और
बहुत सतर्कता से लिखा।
जी जी। जो दिख रहा है सामने वो दृश्य मात्र है, लिखी रखी है पटकथा, मनुष्य पात्र है।
बहुत खूबसूरत।
जो दिख रहा है सामने वो दृश्य मात्र है, लिखी रखी है पटकथा, मनुष्य पात्र है। नए नियम समय के हैं, असत्य सत्य है। नए नियम समय के हैं, असत्य सत्य है। भरा पड़ा है छल से जो, वही सुपात्र है। भरा पड़ा है छल से जो, वही सुपात्र है साम दाम दंड भेद का नया चलन। है साम दाम दंड भेद का नया चलन, कि जो यहाँ कुपात्र है वही सुपात्र है। कि जो यहाँ कुपात्र है वही सुपात्र है।
सुपात्र है।
विचारशील मुग्ध हैं कथित प्रसिद्धि पर, विचारशील मुग्ध हैं कथित प्रसिद्धि पर। विचित्र है समय, विवेक शून्य मात्र है। विचित्र है समय, विवेक शून्य मात्र है। और हृदय में भेदभाव हो घृणा समाज में, हृदय में भेदभाव हो घृणा समाज में, यही तो वर्तमान राजनीति शास्त्र है।
बहुत खूब, बहुत खूब।
हृदय में भेदभाव हो, ये शेर आप लोगों तक बड़ा जल्दी पहुंच गया, क्या बात, मतलब आज वर्तमान राजनीति से आप भी पीड़ित नहीं लगता है। घृणा, हृदय में भेदभाव हो घृणा समाज में, यही तो वर्तमान राजनीति शास्त्र है। घिरा हुआ है पार्थ पुत्र चक्रव्यूह में, घिरा हुआ है पार्थ पुत्र चक्रव्यूह में। असत्य सात और सत्य एकमात्र है। असत्य सात और सत्य एकमात्र है। और इसमें अंतिम पंक्तियां हैं कि कहीं कबीर सूर की, कहीं नज़ीर की, कहीं कबीर सूर की, कहीं नज़ीर की, परंपरा से धन्य ये गज़ल का छात्र है।
बहुत खूब, बहुत खूब। एक तो आपके शब्द और उसके बाद बोलने का अंदाज,
मुझ में इतनी खूबियां आज पता चल रहा है।
आलोक जी, आपकी आमीन प्रकाशित हुई तो नामवर सिंह जी ने आपको दुष्यंत की परंपरा का आलोक कहा। कमलेश्वर जी ने आपको हिंदी और उर्दू के बीच पुल बनाने वाला रचनाकार घोषित कर दिया, और वहीं गुलजार साहब ने यहाँ तक कह दिया कि आलोक एक रोशन उफक पे खड़ा है, नए उफक खोलने के लिए आमीन। तो ऐसे हिंदी और उर्दू के दिग्गजों ने आपकी पहली ही खिताब पर इतने बड़े बड़े स्टेटमेंट्स दे दिए। ये तो आपकी शुरुआत थी। इतने बड़े व्यक्तित्व, इन सब के पीछे की ये जो एक पूंजी है, जमा पूंजी, ये कौन सा आलोक है?
ये कसम से जिस रोज़ मुझे पता चलेगा मैं सबसे पहले आपको बताऊंगा। देखिए क्या होता है, मैं आपको बताता हूँ। आपने जो शेर मेरा पढ़ा, उधर से एक भाई साहब ने भी पढ़ा, सब ने गलत पढ़ा, तो मैं वो शेर आपको सुनाता हूँ और वो वक्त की तरफ से है। एक जब आप किसी यात्रा में होते हैं तो आपको कोई देखे ना देखे, वक्त ज़रूर देख रहा होता है, बड़े चुपचाप देखता है। और मेरा अकीदा है, मतलब मैं महादेव का भक्त हूँ, मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि जो डेस्टिनी है, जो यूनिवर्स है और जो आपके मैनिफेस्टेशंस हैं, वो सारे के सारे एक जगह इकट्ठे होते हैं आके, और वो वक्त फिर उसको तय करता है। तो वक्त की जानिब से एक शेर मैंने कहा था बहुत, हालांकि अब उसका वो शेर जो है वो इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट उसे यूज़ करता है कि ये सोचना गलत है कि तुम पर नज़र नहीं। हाँ, जब देखो तब यार रॉयल्टी भी नहीं देते, पोस्टर बना देते हैं शेर का। ये सोचना गलत है कि तुम पर नज़र नहीं, मसरूफ़ हम बहुत हैं मगर बेखबर नहीं। तो ये वक्त की जानिब से है, और इसमें एक दो शेर बहुत अच्छे बाद में हुए कि हम आपके इशारे पे घर बार छोड़ दें, जेनजीज का इश्क है ये। हम आपके इशारे पे घर बार छोड़ दें, दीवाने हैं ज़रूर मगर इस कदर नहीं। हम आपके इशारे पे घर बार छोड़ दें, दीवाने हैं ज़रूर मगर इस कदर नहीं। और अब तो खुद अपने खून ने भी साफ कह दिया, अब तो खुद अपने खून ने भी साफ कह दिया, मैं आपका रहूँगा मगर उम्र भर नहीं। तो ये सोचना गलत है कि तुम पर नज़र नहीं। मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि आप अपनी यात्रा जब शिद्दत से करते हैं तो आपको वक्त देख रहा होता है, और वक्त की जो सबसे बड़ी अलामत होती है, जो सबसे बड़ी पहचान हमारी सामने होती है, वो हमारे बड़े बुजुर्ग होते हैं, क्योंकि उन्होंने ज़िंदगी देखी होती है। वक्त तो हमको देख रहा होता है मगर उन्होंने वक्त को देखा होता है। इसलिए जब भी आपको कोई बड़ा ये अप्रिशिएट करता है कि आपका सफ़र ऐसे है, तो आप ये जान के चलिए कि वो कहीं ना कहीं अपनी बहुत ही आलोचनात्मक, बहुत ही समीक्षात्मक और बहुत ही एक सी क्रिटिकल उसमें देख रहे होते हैं कि कहाँ आप सही हैं, कहाँ आप गलत हैं, कहाँ आप अपना सफ़र सच्चे और अच्छे तरीक़े से तय कर रहे हैं, कहाँ आप अपने सफ़र में डगमगा रहे हैं। तो ऐसे लोग जब बोलते हैं तो भरोसा तो बढ़ता है, और भरोसा बढ़ने के साथ साथ जिम्मेदारी भी बढ़ती है कि अब आपको उनकी कही बात को सच करना है,
क्योंकि वो एक चुनौती हो जाती है। बहुत सही। आलोक जी, अभी हम आपकी शोरील देख रहे थे, बहुत प्यारी थी, बड़ी बड़ी शख्सियत आपके उन शब्दों का जो पेश कर रहे थे, तो खुद बड़ी गर्व हो रहा था कि अभी उन्हीं आलोक जी से हम मिलने वाले हैं। आप हिंदी पट्टी से आते हैं, मध्य प्रदेश, विदिशा, और हिंदी पट्टी के आप आने के साथ साथ हिंदी के साथ जिन उर्दू शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, और उसके बाद जो गज़लकार आपके शब्दों को सुनकर, उनको पढ़कर जो गज़लें गाते हैं, ये आज तक नहीं हुआ। आपने उस परंपरा को तोड़ा है। और ऐसे में अभी तक हम देखते थे कि हिंदी पट्टी के शायर को कभी भी बड़े गज़लकारों ने नहीं गाया, लेकिन आपने उन सीमाओं को तोड़कर अपनी जगह बनाई, या आलोक फैलाया है।
नहीं, मैं थोड़ा इससे आंशिक रूप से असहमत हूँ।
क्यों?
उसकी वजह बताता हूँ। दुष्यंत जी को बहुत गाया है और बड़े बड़े सिंगर्स ने गाया है। मैं इसमें
लेकिन दुष्यंत जी के बाद आज के दुष्यंत जी तो आप हमारे
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है, और ऐसा बोलिए भी नहीं। अखबार का प्रोग्राम है, कल हेडलाइन गलत छपेगी, ट्रोल हो जाऊंगा। देखिए, मैं बताता हूँ आपको क्या होता है कि जो भी जनरेशन आती है ना लिटरेचर में या राइटिंग में या किसी भी आर्ट फॉर्म में, किसी भी फ़नून लतीफ़ा में जब भी कोई जनरेशन आती है, अगर उस्ताद ज़ाकिर खान साहब के शागिर्द उस्ताद ज़ाकिर खान साहब जैसा ही तबला बजाएंगे तो उनकी कोई शिनाख्त नहीं होगी। शुभा मुदगल जी का कोई शागिर्द या शिष्य अगर शुभा मुदगल जी जैसा ही गाएगा या गाएगी तो उसकी कोई शिनाख्त नहीं होगी।
जी आलोक जी, आपने उन परंपराओं को तोड़ा है और नई जगह बनाई।
मैं तोड़ने में यकीन ही नहीं रखता, मैं जोड़ने में यकीन रखता हूँ। तो आप बार बार तोड़ने की बात कर रही हैं और मेरी पूरी लेगेसी जोड़ने वाली है। एनीवे, तो मैं तो ऐसा है कि जब आप किसी भी फॉर्म में आते हैं, किसी आर्ट में आते हैं, तो अगर आप ये नहीं, बहुत सारे नौजवान यहाँ बैठे हैं, इधर का एक्चुअली मोहल्ला बहुत जागृत है, तो मतलब मैं थोड़ा सा इधर हो जाता हूँ। इधर कुछ मतलब इधर का ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे इनको ये साबित करवाना है कि हम बहुत संजीदा हैं, है ना, तो हम ऐसे ही सुनेंगे तुमको, ठीक है। तो खैर कोई बात नहीं, अपना अपना तरीक़ा है सुनने का और उसको रेसिप्रोकेट करने का। तो मैं आपसे ये अर्ज़ कर रहा था कि जब भी आप किसी लिटरेचर के या आर्ट के या सिंगिंग के फॉर्म में जाते हैं, मैं बहुत बेसिक एग्जांपल देता हूँ, मैं फिल्म इंडस्ट्री से भी एसोसिएट हूँ, लिखता हूँ। अरिजीत सिंह को रिजेक्शन सहना पड़ा था, है ना, जावेद साहब जज कर रहे थे, अरिजीत सिंह को रिजेक्शन सहना पड़ा था। लेकिन जब उसने रियाज किया, उसने आत्मावलोकन किया कि मैं ऐसा क्या करूं कि मेरी आवाज़ जिस वजह से रिजेक्ट हो रही है वो मैं बाद में कहीं ना कहीं उस चीज़ को मैं अपने हुनर में तब्दील कर सकूं। तो मुझे ऐसा कहना है मंजू जी कि जब मैं हिंदी में गज़लें कह रहा था तो मैं सोचता था, मेरी शुरुआत हुई थी टू बी ऑनेस्ट जगजीत जी को सुन के, पंकज उदास साहब को सुन के, मेहदी हसन साहब को सुन के, ग़ुलाम अली साहब को सुन के, फरीदा खानम को सुन के। मेरे घर में माहौल ऐसा था, हिंदी उर्दू लिटरेचर का माहौल था। भाई बड़े मेरे आनंद सहर साहब हिंदी उर्दू के बहुत अच्छे शायर थे, गीतकार थे, बहुत नाम था उनका, प्रतिष्ठा थी। तो मेरी शुरुआत ही ऐसे हुई। तो मैंने फिर ये सोचा कि जब मैं बन सकता हूँ इन लोगों को सुन के, और बाद में फिर वो कन्वर्ट हुआ, फिर ये प्रेम जी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, और भोपाल और विदिशा की जो ख़मीर है, इसकी एक ख़ासियत ये है कि आपको कुछ भी करने देगी, आपको भटकने नहीं देगी। ये विदिशा और भोपाल की ख़ासियत है। आप अगर बहुत तेज़ सांस भी ले लेंगे ना अंदर, तो या तो म्यूज़िक चला जाएगा या लिटरेचर चला जाएगा। और या अगर आप मान लीजिए भारत भवन से खड़े होकर कहीं किसी को फेंक देंगे गुस्से में ना, तो जाके किसी न किसी जनवादी राइटर के सर पे ही गिरेगा या किसी शायर के सर पे गिरेगा। तो एक यहाँ की आबो हवा ही ऐसी है कि हम लोग जो जितने भी हमारी जनरेशन के लोग हैं, उन लोगों ने हम आँखें ही लिटरेचर के साथ खोली, आँखें ही म्यूज़िक के साथ। भारत भवन हम आते थे, यहाँ का तो बड़ा अच्छा वाक़या है मेरा। मैं रविंद्र भवन आया था, मैं अपने शो में भी बताता हूँ, तो 3:30 बजे रात को मैं घर पहुँचा था। और उस महीने यहाँ कुछ प्रोग्राम था, कवि सम्मेलन, मुशायरा था बहुत बड़ा। तो मैं जब पहुँचा 3:30 बजे रात को, पिताजी ने दरवाज़ा खोला। और हमारी जनरेशन में तो पिताजी जब 3:30 बजे रात को दरवाज़ा खोलते हैं तो दरवाज़ा नहीं खुलता है, तो एकदम ब्रह्म मुहूर्त में पूजे गए थे हम। और इतने पूजे गए थे, हमारा घर जो है विदिशा में गंगा जमनी तहजीब का बहुत बड़ा गहवारा कहलाता है। इतने ज़ोर से पूजे गए थे हम कि ब्रह्म मुहूर्त में पिटने शुरू हुए थे, फजर की नमाज तक पिटे थे। तो हमने अपनी माँ से कहा था, हमने कहा कि देखिए हमको कितना ही मारें पीटें कुछ करें, बनेंगे तो हम राइटर ही। और एक दिन हमारी जो गज़लें हैं वो जगजीत सिंह आएंगे। और हमारी माँ भी माँ थी, हमारी भोपाल की थी, हमारा ननिहाल भी यही है जहांगीराबाद में। तो उन्होंने एक ही लफ्ज़ बोला था, आमीन।
और ये है आमीन।
तो ये किताब आई 2007 में, और थैंक्स टू माय स्टेट्स एकेडमी, साहित्य एकेडमी, उसका अवार्ड मिला इसको। इस पर क्लैपिंग नहीं है। हिंदी पट्टी से आता था लेकिन उर्दू एकेडमी का अवार्ड मिला, इंटरनेशनल पुष्किन अवार्ड, रशियन में ट्रांसलेशन हुआ उसका अवार्ड मिला। तो कितना बुरा वक्त आ गया यार, अपने बारे में खुद बताना पड़ता है। बताइए, मंजू जी ने कुछ बताया नहीं है भाई साहब, तो ऐसे ही बस शायरी सुना के चले गए। तो ये हुआ। तो मैं आपका जो सवाल है वापस वहीं आता हूँ। अगर तुम में से किसी ने भाई जो मेरे बाद हैं आलोकनामा ना देखा हो तो प्लीज़ मुझे बता देना, मैं टिकट नहीं लगवाऊंगा भास्कर से, ऐसे ही बुलाऊंगा, लेकिन एक बार ज़रूर देखना।
और उसमें मैं भी आऊंगी।
अभी लॉ यूनिवर्सिटी में होने वाला है, उसमें प्लीज़ आना। मैं अपने शो का प्रमोशन खुद कर रहा हूँ, आई एम सो सॉरी। उसमें आना। उसके बाद पत्रकारिता विश्वविद्यालय माखनलाल चतुर्वेदी उसमें हो रहा है, उसमें आना। वो हम सब की कहानी है, उसमें कुछ ख्वाब नहीं है, उसमें सपने वही हैं जो एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम ने कहे थे कि सपने वो नहीं होते जो हम सोते हुए देखते हैं, सपने वो होते हैं जो हमें सोने नहीं देते। तो जो सपने हमको सोने नहीं देते, उन सपनों की कहानी आलोकनामा है। और दूसरी बात जो आपके सवाल का जवाब मैं ख़त्म करूं, वो ये कि जब तक मैं या ये जो बैठा हुआ है ये राइटर है या जर्नलिस्ट है या ब्रजेश भाई साहब हैं या मेरे प्रेम शंकर शुक्ला जी हैं, ये सारे मित्र मेरे और बड़े जो सीनियर्स हैं, ये अपनी तरफ से जब तक अपने अपने फील्ड में कोई इजाफा नहीं करेंगे
जी,
इनके नाम के नीचे अंडरलाइन नहीं होगा। भीड़ का हिस्सा मत बनो, भीड़ में खड़े होके अपने चेहरे को आलोकित करो, तभी आप मंजू जी के सामने बैठ पाओगे।
आलोक जी, आप वाकई हर बात में आलोक फैला देते हैं। अच्छा एक बात,
मैं क्या करूं, मैं ऐसा ही हूं।
ऐसा ही हूँ, और इसीलिए मैंने लाइट्स कम कराई थी, क्योंकि आलोक के पास सिर्फ आलोक है। ऐसे ही हम जब आमीन की बात करते हैं तो उसका हर शेर, हर गज़ल ऐसे लगता है वो किसी व्यक्तिगत रूप नहीं है, हमें अपनी बात लगती है। ऐसा लगता है ये सब हमारी ज़िंदगी से जुड़ा हुआ है। आलोक जी, उसमें जब हम पढ़ते हैं तो अम्मा और बाबूजी पर लिखी आपकी पंक्तियों में एक मासूम चमक भी है और दुख भी दिखाई देता है। अम्मा और बाबूजी के लिखे अध्याय पर आप उसको किस आकार में देखना चाहते हैं, किस आकार में बताते हैं?
मेरे ख्याल से अभी जो मेरे आपको पहले सवाल का मैंने एक जवाब दिया कि संवेदना, आपकी दृष्टि, मेरी खुशकिस्मती, मैं बहुत संयुक्त और बहुत अच्छे परिवार में पला बड़ा। और हमारे यहाँ तो उर्दू, मैंने जैसा मैं बिल्कुल अपने कॉन्वर्सेशन के पहले से कह रहा हूँ, मैंने शेर भी कहा है कि बात करो तो लफ्ज़ों से भी खुशबू आती है।
बहुत खूब।
बात करो तो लफ्ज़ों से भी खुशबू आती है, लगता है उस लड़की को भी उर्दू आती है।
बहुत खूब।
अभी नहीं, इसके बाद और मज़ेदार है। बात करो तो लफ्ज़ों से भी खुशबू आती है, लगता है उस, यार तुम लोग इधर क्यों नहीं बैठे थे? बात करो तो लफ्ज़ों से भी खुशबू आती है, लगता है उस लड़की को भी उर्दू आती है। हमने भी तो दिल जीते हैं मीठे लफ्ज़ों से, हमने भी तो दिल जीते। अच्छा, अब इनके ईगो को ठेस लगी। हाँ, थैंक यू। बात करो तो लफ्ज़ों से भी खुशबू आती है, लगता है उस लड़की को भी उर्दू आती है। हमने भी तो दिल जीते हैं मीठे लफ्ज़ों से, हम कायस्तों को भी थोड़ी उर्दू आती है।
बहुत खूब, यहाँ भी जोश आ चुका है।
मैं तुम्हारे ज़मीर पे इतनी चोट करूँगा ना कि तुम खड़े होकर तालियां बजाओगे। तो माँ जो है वो सबके लिए संवेदना का एक बहुत बड़ा केंद्र बिंदु होती हैं। पिता जो हैं, जब आप संयुक्त परिवार में होते हैं, मैं हमेशा एक बात कहता हूँ, हमेशा कहता हूँ कि हमको लगता है कभी कभी, जैसे पिता ने मुझे 3:30 बजे ब्रह्म मुहूर्त में पूजा था, है ना, तो और कोई होता तो वो एकदम से कैसे हो जाता, जैसे शक्ति का अमिताभ बच्चन, राइट? याद नहीं देखी वो पिक्चर? देखी है ना? हाँ। तो इतने धीरे से क्यों बताया? वो उसके अंदर बगावत आ जाती है। लेकिन मुझे ना, हमारे घरों में एक बहुत अच्छी बात होती है, जो मिडिल क्लास फैमिलीज़ होती हैं ना, उसमें एक बड़ी अच्छी बात ये होती है कि वैल्यूज़ जो होती हैं वो बहुत हाई होती हैं। तो हम पिताजी से पिटते थे, ज़रूर थे, और हम उसकी तह में जाते थे कि यार इतना मारते क्यों हैं यार, जब देखो तब मार देते हैं, सुबह दोपहर शाम। एक्चुअली एक तो उस समय हमको लगा कि मानव अधिकार आयोग नहीं आया था, तो पिता को ठोकने का भरपूर अधिकार था। अब आप जो है वो किसी बच्चे को हाथ नहीं उठा सकते। खैर चलिए, वो अब की तरबियत अलग है, तब की तरबियत अलग थी। लेकिन अल्टीमेटली मुझे बहुत अच्छे से ये रियलाइज़ हो गया था मंजू जी कि इनके ठोकने में जो है ना, वो कबीर वाला जो दोहा है ना, कुम्हार वाला, तो वो मुझे बहुत अच्छे से रियलाइज़ हो गया था। और माँ जब फेवर करती थी कि देखो इसलिए तुम नाराज़, तुम्हारी सप्लीमेंट्री आएगी तो डांटेंगे नहीं क्या तुमको, तुम्हारा नागरिक अभिनंदन थोड़ी करेंगे, ठीक है। तो वो रियलाइजेशन जब आपको हो जाता है, और संयुक्त परिवारों में ये चीज़ बहुत होती है। मेरा एक शेर भी अभी आएगा वो गज़ल में उसका।
आलोक जी, संयुक्त परिवार की बात की तो घर के जीने रिश्तों पर आपने बहुत सुंदर लाइनें लिखी हैं जो मेरे सामने, और ये मैं आपके मुंह से सुनना चाहती हूँ।
जी, मैं उसी का जिक्र कर रहा था
घर के जीने रिश्ते। मैंने
तो जब पिता की गज़ल हुई तो उस वक्त ये भोपाल ही उसका साक्षी बना। हमारे यहाँ एक रिचुअल होता है, हम फूल विसर्जित करने जाते हैं। तो हम होशंगाबाद से लौट रहे थे और पहली जो गज़ल हुई थी पिता पर, वो उसमें पिता लफ्ज़ कहीं नहीं है, माँ लफ्ज़ कहीं नहीं है, लेकिन उसके लफ्ज़ में माता पिता है। धड़कते सांस, अच्छा पप्पू पास हो गया, मतलब ठीक लग रहा है आपको? हाँ, तो मुझे एक बार बता दीजिए।
पास हो चुका है।
मैं किसी भी थके हुए साहित्यकार की तरह आपको नहीं थकाऊंगा। धड़कते सांस लेते, रुकते चलते मैंने देखा है। धड़कते सांस लेते, अब ये कविताएं जब मैं सुनाता हूँ तो मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि जिनके माता पिता हैं वो ऐसे सुने कि उनके माता पिता के लिए आदरांजलि है, और जिनके माता पिता नहीं है मेरी तरह, वो ऐसे सुने कि जैसे उनके माता पिता के लिए श्रद्धांजलि है। धड़कते सांस लेते, रुकते चलते मैंने देखा है। धड़कते सांस लेते, रुकते चलते मैंने देखा है। कोई तो है जिसे अपने में पलते मैंने देखा है।
बहुत खूब, बहुत खूब।
कोई तो है जिसे अपने में पलते मैंने देखा है। तुम्हारे खून से मेरी रगों में ख्वाब रोशन है। तुम्हारे खून से मेरी रगों में ख्वाब रोशन है। तुम्हारी आदतों में खुद को ढलते मैंने देखा है।
बहुत खूब, बहुत खूब।
तुम्हारी आदतों में खुद को ढलते मैंने देखा है। एक इकलौता रिश्ता होता है पिता पुत्र का, जिसमें कोई संवाद नहीं होता, सारे संवाद आंखों से होते हैं। मेरी खामोशियों में तैरती हैं तेरी आवाज़ें। मेरी खामोशियों में तैरती हैं तेरी आवाज़ें। तेरे सीने में अपना दिल मचलते मैंने देखा है।
बहुत खूब।
मेरी खामोशियों में तैरती हैं तेरी आवाज़ें। तेरे सीने में अपना दिल मचलते मैंने देखा है। मुझे मालूम है उनकी दुआएं साथ चलती हैं। मुझे मालूम है उनकी दुआएं साथ चलती हैं। सफ़र की मुश्किलों को हाथ मलते
मैंने देखा है।
घर की बुनियादें दीवारें बामोदर थे बाबूजी। घर की बुनियादें दीवारें बामोदर थे बाबूजी। सबको बांधे रखने वाला खास हुनर थे बाबूजी। सबको बांधे रखने वाला खास हुनर थे बाबूजी। 3 मोहल्लों में उन जैसी कद काठी का कोई न था। एक पुत्र के लिए पिता क्या होते हैं? ब्रह्मांड की सबसे अजीम शख्सियत। हाँ, 3 मोहल्लों में, 3 लोक की बात कही गई है हमारे शास्त्रों में। 3 मोहल्लों में उन जैसी कद काठी का कोई न था। अच्छे खासे ऊंचे पूरे कद्दावर थे बाबूजी। अच्छे खासे ऊंचे पूरे कद्दावर थे बाबूजी। उनकी ही आवाज़ हमें हर सुबह जगाया करती थी, और जागो नहीं तो फिर उनकी ही उनकी ही आवाज़ हमें हर सुबह जगाया करती थी। सारे घर का अनुशासन थे, सारा घर थे बाबूजी। सारे घर का अनुशासन थे, सारा घर थे बाबूजी। और जिन्होंने अपने पिता को पहले जाते देखा होगा तो वो इस शेर की संवेदना तक ज़रूर पहुंचेंगे। अब तो सूने माथे पर कोरेपन की चादर है, अब तो सूने माथे पर कोरेपन की चादर है, अम्मा जी की सारी सजधज सब जेवर थे बाबूजी।
बहुत बहुत खूब।
अम्मा जी की सारी सजधज सब जेवर थे बाबूजी। भीतर से खालिस जज्बाती और ऊपर से ठेठ पिता। भीतर से खालिस जज्बाती और ऊपर से ठेठ पिता, अलग अनूठा अनबूझा सा एक तेवर थे बाबूजी।
बहुत सुंदर, बहुत सुंदर।
और वो जो ब्रह्म मुहूर्त में पूजने वाला मंजर है ना, वो भी बांधा मैंने। 3 मोहल्लों में उन जैसी कद काठी का कोई न था, अच्छे खासे ऊंचे पूरे कद्दावर थे बाबूजी। कभी बड़ा सा हाथ खर्च थे, कभी बड़ा सा हाथ खर्च थे, कभी हथेली की सूजन। कभी बड़ा सा हाथ खर्च थे, कभी हथेली की सूजन। मेरे मन का आधा साहस आधा डर थे बाबूजी। मेरे मन का आधा साहस आधा डर थे बाबूजी। धूप हुई तो आंचल बनकर कोने कोने छाई अम्मा। धूप हुई तो आंचल बनकर कोने कोने छाई अम्मा। सारे घर का शोर शराबा, सूनापन तन्हाई अम्मा। सारे घर का शोर शराबा, सूनापन तन्हाई अम्मा। उसने खुद को खोकर मुझ में एक नया आकार लिया है। हमारे शास्त्रों में कहा गया है कि हम पंच तत्वों से बने हैं। मेरा इसमें थोड़ा सा मत भिन्न है, एक छठा तत्व भी है जो मिसिंग है। उसने खुद को खोकर मुझ में एक नया आकार लिया है। धरती, अंबर, आग, हवा, जल जैसी ही सच्चाई अम्मा। धरती, अंबर, आग, हवा, जल जैसी ही सच्चाई अम्मा। और जिसकी बात आप कह रही थी, घर में झीने रिश्ते मैंने लाखों बार उधड़ते देखे। घर में झीने रिश्ते मैंने लाखों बार उधड़ते देखे। चुपके चुपके कर देती है जाने कब तुरपाई अम्मा। चुपके चुपके कर देती है जाने कब तुरपाई अम्मा। और बाबूजी गुजरे, आपस में सब चीजें तकसीम हुई, तब बंटवारा हो गया। बाबूजी गुजरे, आपस में सब चीजें तकसीम हुई, तब मैं घर में सबसे छोटा था, मेरे हिस्से आई अम्मा।
आई अम्मा। बिल्कुल सच्चाई आपने सामने ला दी, सबको भावुक कर दिया और सब जोश में आ चुके हैं। लेकिन अब मैं आपको यहाँ थोड़ा सा बहुत पर्सनल एक चीज़ पे ले जाती हूँ। कुछ दिनों पहले मैं एक पोस्ट पढ़ रही थी ममता कालिया जी की। उन्होंने अपने एक फर्नीचर ब्रांड के एम्बेसडर की बहुत तारीफ लिखी थी। अब जो फर्नीचर ब्रांड का जो एम्बेसडर था वो कौन था आलोक जी? इस बारे में कुछ
देखिए
हाँ,
वो
अब
वो
ये वाक्य हम आलोक जी से सुनेंगे।
नहीं, वो ऐसा है
और
कि
उसके बाद उसको लेके कुछ विवाद हुआ, कुछ बातें सुनने में आई। इस बारे में अब कुछ बात हो जाए।
ममता जी की वो सबसे पहले तो उनके प्रति आदर व्यक्त करता हूँ। एक फर्नीचर ब्रांड है वुडबज, पता नहीं उनको मेरी सांवली शक्ल में क्या रोशनी दिखी कि उन्होंने मुझे अपना ब्रांड एम्बेसडर बनाया था।
ब्रांड एम्बेसडर आलोक जी हैं उसके।
लेकिन क्या होता है, एक मैसेज इससे ही आया सोसाइटी में। 2 तरह के पक्ष बने थे जिसका आप जिक्र कर रही हैं। देखिए क्या होता है, जो बड़ी शख्सियत होती है वो बड़ा सोचती है।
असल में अभी तक हम लोग ब्रांड एम्बेसडर या तो क्रिकेटर्स को देखते हैं या बड़ी बड़ी सेलिब्रिटीज़ फिल्म इंडस्ट्री के, लेकिन आलोक जी उसमें ब्रांड एम्बेसडर हैं। तो यहाँ तक एक हिंदी साहित्यकार का जगह बनाना, आगे तो आलोक जी बोलेंगे।
नहीं, मैं बस इतना बोलूँगा कि मैं ये पूछता हूँ हमेशा, और बल्कि अपने नौजवानों की तरफ ये देख के भी कहता हूँ कि भैया कभी भी कोई ब्रांड आए, ये इन लोगों के चक्कर में मत पड़ना, ठीक है? खूब करना तबीयत से, और करना चाहिए, क्यों नहीं करना चाहिए। क्यों नहीं करना चाहिए, क्यों मैं एक क्रिकेटर को ही प्रमोट करते देखूं। मुझे तो अच्छा लगा था जब जावेद साहब एक पेन के ब्रांड एम्बेसडर बने थे। तो राइटर को ये हक क्यों नहीं हो, क्यों हम बस झोला लटका के फटा हुआ कुर्ता पहन के घूमें? एक सेकेंड, हमारे लिखे हुए पे करोड़ों की फिल्में बनती हैं
जी।
अब मतलब थैंक्स टू जावेद अख्तर साहब के कंटेंट राइटर को एक बहुत बड़ा राइट मिलता है, वरना क्या होता था 10,000 रुपये में कहानी ख़रीद लेते थे आप और उस पर 10 करोड़ रुपए की फिल्म बनाते थे और वो राइटर वहीं रहता था, आपकी फिल्म 100 करोड़ बिजनेस करती थी। ये एक अलग डिबेट है। मैं जिस पीढ़ी से आता हूँ और मैं जिस सोच से आता हूँ, मैं ये कहता हूँ कि राइटर ग्लैमरस क्यों नहीं हो सकता। जिसके लफ्ज़ों पर जिसके शब्दों पर आप बड़ा बड़ा सिनेमा बनाते हो, बड़े बड़े प्रोडक्ट। अच्छा, वो ऐड भी राइटर ही लिखता है, मतलब वो जो ऐड लिख रहा है, एक सेकेंड, जो ऐड लिख रहा है वो ऐड में आ नहीं सकता, वो ऐड लिख सकता है, वो कमर्शियल लिख सकता है। क्यों? तो कमर्शियल लिख सकता है, कमर्शियल में आ नहीं सकता वो। तो अगर आप और आपका साहित्य कूप मंडूप है तो हुआ करे। मेरे लिए तो ये है कि मैं अगर राइटर बनने निकला हूँ तो मैं तो दोनों चीज़ें कमाऊँगा। मुझे तो यश भी चाहिए, कीर्ति भी चाहिए, मुझे तो मन भी चाहिए, धन भी चाहिए। और मैं तो बहुत आत्मविश्वास के साथ कहता हूँ कि मुझे तो चित्त भी चाहिए और ना, अरे यार, फिर इसलिए कहते हैं बड़ों को सुना करो। मुझे तो चित्त भी चाहिए और वित्त भी चाहिए। तो अगर किताब यहाँ रखी है और मैं यहाँ इतनी देर कॉन्वर्सेशन करने के बाद बाहर जाऊँ और मेरी एक भी किताब ना बिके, तो दामाद के ऊपर तो लानत है। देखिए, वो उधर एक किताब उठ गई, आमीन, मेरे लिए वो बहुत है। इतने बड़े सभागार में कोई मेरी किताब लेकर बैठा है और बाहर
दूसरी भी आ गई है सामने।
जी।
बहुत
तो आप
सारी
मेरी
हैं।
बात से सहमत है ना? हाँ, तो ये मोहल्ला मेरे साथ है, इसका मतलब। तो वो ममता जी ने बिल्कुल बहुत अच्छी पोस्ट लिखी और हमारे दिल्ली के बहुत सारे कुछ कुंठित साहित्यकारों ने वो पोस्ट हटवा दी। ये भी मैं बताता हूँ आपको। उन्होंने मेरी तारीफ़ की और मेरी ही तारीफ़ नहीं की, उन्होंने हर लेखक की तारीफ़ की कि मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। ये उनकी पोस्ट है, मेरे पास उसका स्क्रीनशॉट है, कि मेरी आने वाली बात की पीढ़ी जो है वो इतना ग्लैमराइज हो रही है, इतने अच्छे से काम कर रही है कि बड़े बड़े ब्रांड्स जो हैं उनको अपना फेस बना रहे हैं। तो इसमें क्या बुराई है? ये ममता जी ने क्यों कहा? ममता कालिया जैसी इतनी बड़ी राइटर ने क्यों कहा? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं उनके अंदर सुरक्षा का भाव है। देखिए, हमेशा एक बात याद रखिए, मैं अपने नौजवान दोस्तों से हमेशा कहता हूं, हर नाकाम आदमी को कामयाब आदमी जुगाड़ू लगता है, क्योंकि उसकी जुगाड़ नहीं लगी। Am I right or wrong? ये कामयाब हो जाएगा, इसको एक ऐड मिल जाएगा ना, फिर ये भी पतली गली से निकल जाएगा। उनका, ममता जी जैसी बहुत ही वरिष्ठतम साहित्यकार को के कान खा लिए इन लोगों ने, दिल्ली के साहित्यकारों ने, लेखकों ने। मैं भोपाल लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल के बहुत ही प्रेस्टिजियस स्टेज से बोल रहा हूँ कि मुझे लानत है ऐसे लेखकों और साहित्यकारों पर जो अपने आने वाली पीढ़ी को आगे बढ़ता नहीं देख सकती।
दिल की आवाज़ है। और हम ये जानते हैं आलोक जी समाज की संस्कृति को साथ लेकर चलते हैं, बात सकारात्मक करते हैं। कहीं ना कहीं उनको ये पता है कि किस तरह अंधकार से युवा पीढ़ी को ऊपर लाना है, आलोक फैलाना है। आलोक जी, आपको फिल्मी और इल्मी शख्सियत कहा जाता है, और ऐसे में आप क्या कहते हैं, फिल्मी और इल्मी लेखन में क्या अंतर होता है?
फिल्मी और इल्मी लेखन में ठीक वही अंतर होता है जो साइकिल चलाने में और मोटरसाइकिल चलाने में होता है। साहित्य जो है बहुत सारे गियर बदलवाता है आपसे,
जी जी।
बहुत कठिनाइयाँ, आप बहुत आराम से एक्सेप्ट नहीं होते हैं लिटरेचर में, एक बात। दूसरी बात, अगर आप लेखक के तौर पे देखें तो साहित्य में आप वो लिखते हैं या अपनी तरफ से आप वो लिखते हैं जो आपकी मर्जी होती है, आपका मन होता है। और फिल्म लेखन में आपको डिमांड दी जाती है, एक टाइम फ्रेम होता है, और अब तो एक धुन भी होती है, म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर एक धुन देता है। मैं पिछले दिनों रहमान सर के साथ एक फ़िल्म कर रहा था, वो उन्होंने प्रेजेंट की थी, अटकन चटकन। तो शिवमणि उनके ड्रमर हैं, उनकी लाइफ पर बनी थी फिल्म। तो जब उन्होंने धुन दी और मैंने उस पर लिखना शुरू किया तो उनको लग गया कि ये पोएट है, ये मतलब राइटिंग फील्ड का, लिटरेचर फील्ड का पोएट है। तो उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं पहले अब आप लिखिए, फिर उसके बाद कंपोजिंग होगी। तो मुझे ये लगता है कहीं कहीं ये लिबर्टी मिलती है, लेकिन फिल्मी लेखन में बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐसी होती हैं जो आपको ऑन डिमांड करनी होती हैं, ऑन फ्रेम, एक सर्टन फ्रेम में करनी होती हैं। लेकिन आप जब लिटरेचर के लिए लिखते हैं, अपने लिए लिखते हैं, वो लिटरेचर में शुमार होता है, वो आपकी अपनी दृष्टि होती है, उसमें सोच भी आप रहे होते हैं, उसमें देख भी आप रहे होते हैं। इसमें आपको दिखा भी कोई और रहा है कि भाई ये सीन है, इस सीन पर आपको लिखना है, ये कहानी इस तरह से टर्न हो रही है, तो वो वहाँ पे डिमांडिंग राइटिंग होती है। और यहाँ आपके पास एक खुला हुआ आकाश होता है जहाँ आप अपनी शब्द संवेदना को व्यक्त करते हैं। भाई साहब पोडियम पे आ चुके हैं, इसका मतलब ये है कि वक्त समाप्त हो रहा है।
अभी कहाँ?
इसका मतलब ये है कि मैं चाहता हूँ कि जितने वाले पढ़ने वाले हैं वो भी आपसे बातचीत कर सके। हम मैम आप एक सवाल और पूछ लीजिए, उसके बाद मैं चाहूँगा हम ऑडियंस के कुछ सवाल हैं नहीं है
जरूर
बात करना चाहेंगे, तो हम ऑडियंस के सवाल उसके बाद लेंगे।
आलोक जी, आमीन।
अभिलाष खांडेकर, अभिलाष सर कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं। और अच्छा, मुझे आपने ऐसे हाथ उठाया ना, अब चूंकि मुझे अगले बरस फिर आना है, तो अभिलाष सर को नाराज करके या राघव सर को नाराज करके तो नहीं आ सकता ना मैं। तो अब अगले बरस आलोकनामा करेंगे, बातचीत तो हो गई इस साल जी। डन।
ऑडियंस
जी हाँ, एक एक करके हाथ उठाएंगे। सबसे पहले वहाँ पे हाथ खड़ा हुआ है एंड बहुत सारे सवाल आएंगे, तो आप अपना सवाल थोड़ा सा छोटा रखिएगा, यही मेरा निवेदन है। प्लीज़ सर।
सर, अन्य कवियों में आपके सबसे पसंदीदा कवि कौन है?
सर मेरे पसंदीदा कवि जो थे वो अभी तक वही हैं। मैंने 3 लोगों को अपना आइडियल माना था, दुष्यंत कुमार जी, निदा फाजली साहब, बशीर बद्र साहब। ये वो 3 किताबें थी जो मेरे गुरुजी ने मुझे दी थी, और इनको अब मैं अपनी आने वाली जनरेशन को भी देता हूँ। दुष्यंत कुमार जो हैं वो दृष्टि दिखाते हैं, सिखाते हैं। गज़ल की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं, फिक्शन का राइटर हूँ नहीं, मैं पोइट्री का राइटर हूँ। तो और वैसे मैंने अमीर खुसरो, कबीर, इनको सबको अपनी एकदम तिलावत की तरह, या ये कहिए कि रियाज की तरह या अध्ययन की तरह पढ़ा है। लेकिन मैं समझता हूँ कि जो दुष्यंत के पास सामाजिक दृष्टि थी, जो निदा भाई के पास, अच्छा मैं इस मामले में थोड़ा सा ब्लेस्ड हूँ कि इस भोपाल में रहते हुए मैंने मेरा सौभाग्य रहा कि मैंने जिन लोगों को पढ़ कर लिखना सीखा, बाद में मैंने उन लोगों के साथ पढ़ा भी।
वाह।
तो चाहे वो निदा भाई हों, निदा फाजली साहब हों, चाहे जावेद अख्तर साहब हों, गुलजार साहब हों, बशीर बद्र साहब हों, ये तमाम लोग, इनको पढ़ के मैं बड़ा हुआ। और बाद में फिर मुझे अपने मुल्क में और वहाँ से बाहर भी 20 मुल्क में इनकी सोहबतों का शहद चखने का मौका फराहम हुआ।
वाह। दूसरा सवाल वहाँ से एक हाथ खड़ा हुआ है। यस, मैं आऊँगा, मैं सारे कॉर्नर्स पे आऊँगा, चिंता मत कीजिए, एक एक करके। हाँ, तुम तो आगे बैठे हो, बिना माइक के बोल दो यार। हाँ
सर, जब कुछ पाने के लिए कोई छोटे शहर से बड़े शहर निकलता है और पहली बार कमरे में लेटता है अपने, तो उसको या तो पंखा दिखाई देता है या कोने में जाले दिखाई देते हैं, और वो छोटी छोटी चीज़ों को नोटिस करने लग जाता है क्योंकि लोग आसपास नहीं होते। तो जब आप पहली बार विदिशा से निकलकर बम्बई गए थे या फिर कहीं बड़े शहर गए थे, तो आपको क्या नज़र आया था कमरे में?
थैंक यू। मुझे कमरे की छत के ऊपर जो सितारे थे ना, जब भी तकदीर का हल्का सा इशारा होगा, ये मेरी पहली गज़ल थी और ये भी एक प्रतिशोध में हुई थी। प्रतिशोध की अगर इजाज़त हो तो मैं थोड़ा सा बता दूं भाई साहब? ठीक है। वो मेरे शो के जो रनर हैं उन्होंने मना कर दिया कि अगले बार शो देखने कोई नहीं आएगा। जब भी तकदीर का हल्का सा इशारा होगा, जब भी तकदीर का, ये आप ही की नज़र है, आप ही की तरफ से, जब भी तकदीर का हल्का सा इशारा होगा, आसमां पर कहीं मेरा भी सितारा होगा।
वाह।
और एक दिन, ये तब का है, मतलब जब झटके लग रहे थे, एक दिन सब मेरे लफ्ज़ों से उजाला लेंगे, एक दिन सब मेरे लफ्ज़ों से उजाला लेंगे, मेरी मुट्ठी में नई सुबह का तारा होगा।
आहा, मतलब आप झटके के लिए तैयार रहिए। बढ़िया।
वो बहुत जरूरी है, लेकिन सुनो, वो झटका उधर वाला नहीं होना चाहिए, वो जिसमें हार्ट टूटता है, ऐसा ब्रेक आता है, वो वाला नहीं, इंस्पिरेशन वाला होना चाहिए।
यहाँ से कोई सवाल? ठीक है, वहाँ पे सेंटर में, फिर हम उस तरफ आएंगे।
प्रवाल भाई को पूछना है। हाँ भाई, हमारी पत्रकार बिरादरी के व्यक्ति हैं, कुछ लोग मैं अपने भी लाया हूँ।
माइक्स की वॉल्यूम एनहांस कर दीजिए प्लीज।
आलोक भाई, सितारे
हो जाइए आप तो,
जी
लोग देख पाएंगे आपको।
आलोक भाई, सितारे जमी पे कैसे आते हैं?
जैसे आप सब बैठे हैं।
आहा, वाह। यहाँ आगे दे दीजिए माइक, सबसे आगे, फर्स्ट रो।
देखिए क्या है, किसी शायर का शेर है, वो आप सबकी नजर है कि खुशबू को फैलने का बहुत शौक है, मगर मेरा नहीं है, किसी का है, किसी सीनियर शायर का है। खुशबू को फैलने का बहुत शौक है, मगर मुमकिन नहीं हवाओं से रिश्ता किए बगैर।
आहा, वाह। हम सभी से तो रिश्ता हो गया है। यहाँ पे, हाँ आगे प्लीज।
नमस्ते सर।
खड़े हो जाइए प्लीज।
सर, माय क्वेश्चन, मतलब मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, किस तरह से, जैसे हम सभी युवा हैं तो हमारे पास थॉट्स हैं, आइडियोलॉजीज़ हैं, फिलॉसफीज़ हैं, बट किस तरह से, जिस तरह से आपने उनको रिफाइन करा है, कम शब्दों में काफ़ी ज़्यादा जज्बात छोड़ देना, तो वो क्या उम्र के साथ आया या फिर बस कि जैसे यूनिवर्स दे देता है?
एक सूत्र दे के जा रहा हूँ, और मेरे बहुत सारे सीनियर्स, मेरे जर्नलिज्म के सीनियर्स बैठे हैं, मेरे लिटरेचर के भी बहुत सारे सीनियर्स यहाँ बैठे हैं। छोटा मुँह बड़ी बात कह रहा हूँ, लेकिन एक ही सूत्र है, और वो ये है कि 95% पढ़ो और 5% गढ़ो। जब तक आप पढ़ोगे नहीं, आप गढ़ नहीं सकते। चाहे वो अपने व्यक्तित्व को गढ़ना हो, उस व्यक्तित्व को गढ़ने के लिए भी आपको व्यक्तित्व पढ़ने पड़ेंगे, ठीक है ना। तो आप जब तक पढ़ेंगे नहीं, आप गढ़ नहीं सकते। आपके अपने समय की पूरी परिभाषा आपको पढ़नी चाहिए। आपके समय में क्या धड़कनों में क्या धड़क रहा है, वो आपको समझने की संवेदना होनी चाहिए। ये ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि आपने सुबह कोई पोएम कही और दोपहर में फेसबुक इंस्टाग्राम पर डाल दी और शाम तक उसके लाइक और कमेंट्स देख रहे हैं। लिटरेचर एक कत्लगाह है। अगर आपने लिटरेचर में अपने आप को, अपनी गर्दन बचा ली, तो आप फिर बहुत कुछ बन जाएंगे।
नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन प्लीज, वहाँ पे।
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। नो क्वेश्चन सर, जस्ट वन लाइन। दिस इज़, ये मेरी खुद की लिखी हुई शायरी है। सो दुआओं से ही कायम है ये समा, कुछ खुश चेहरों से मिलकर रोशन हुआ आज ये समा, खुशनुमा खुशबू सा कर दिया आपने माहौल खुशफूल की तरह।
क्या बात है, बहुत शुक्रिया। मैं भी आपकी नज़र एक शेर किए देता हूँ, आप सबकी नज़र, कि तुम्हारे पास आता हूँ तो सांसें भीग जाती हैं। भोपाल मेरा शहर है। बहुत अच्छा शेर है कि नुसरत मेहंदी साहिबा का है, डॉक्टर नुसरत मेहंदी का, कि मरकज़, सेंटर कहते हैं, मरकज़ है इल्म फ़न का, मेरी दर्सगाह है। दर्सगाह स्कूल को कहते हैं। मरकज़ है इल्म फ़न का, मेरी दर्सगाह है, भोपाल तुझसे इश्क है और बेपनाह है। तो अपने शहर में आना बड़ा जज्बाती कर देता है। जी
नमस्ते सर, मेरा नाम राघवेंद्र है और मैं विदिशा से ही हूँ।
ये आखिरी सवाल रहेगा प्लीज।
विदिशा के लोग बहुत विद्वान होते हैं।
पता नहीं, ये वक्त के साथ मैं आमतौर पर जितने पुराने लोगों को देखता हूँ, एक बात समझ में आती है कि बहुत लंबा समय रहा है जब उन्होंने एक संघर्ष से कुछ चीज़ों को हासिल किया है। पर आज के समय में, जैसे मेरी उम्र के लोग हैं, एक बात समझ में आती है कि बहुत कम समय में एक शोहरत हासिल करने की एक उम्मीद रहती है, और वही माहौल पूरा सोशल मीडिया और सारी चीज़ों पे देखने को मिलता है। बातों बातों में आपने वो संदेश दिया है, बट आज इस सभागार में भी काफ़ी सारे युवा बैठे हैं और कई सारे लोग, तो हम लोगों के लिए कोई संदेश जो आने वाले समय में जिस शोहरत के हम आकर्षण में ज़्यादा जाते हैं, उसको लेकर आप कुछ अपनी पंक्तियों में बताना।
लोग आपके संघर्ष की कहानी तभी सुनते हैं जब आप अपने संघर्ष में तप कर कामयाब हो जाते हैं। एक नाकाम आदमी के संघर्ष की कहानी सुनने का समय किसी के पास नहीं होता। जब व्यक्ति बनता है, बनने के प्रोसेस में होता है, तो उससे कोई रिश्ता नहीं बनाता, लेकिन वो जब बन जाता है तो उससे सब रिश्ता बनाने लगते हैं। तो कोशिश ये करो कि अपना जो सफ़र है वो इतनी शिद्दत से करो, इतने फोकस्ड होके करो। घोड़े को ब्लिंकर्स लगाए जाते हैं, राइट, ताकि वो उसको सब तरफ दिखता है, तो उसको ब्लिंकर्स लगा देता है जो उसको राइड करता है, ताकि वो सीधा देखे। तो मुझे ये लगता है कि अगर अपने को जीवन में ब्लिंकर्स लगाने आ गए तो बहुत बड़ा हुनर होता है। बम्बई या साहित्य, या अब आप साहित्य में अगर काम कर रहे हैं और आप सोचें कि हर चीज़ लिखूं मैं, तो वो नहीं हो सकता। आपको कहीं ना कहीं एक जगह फोकस होना पड़ेगा। अगर आप फोकस्ड हैं तो फिर मंजिलें तो क्या है, मंजिलें आपके पास हैं।
दिलकश तालियां होनी चाहिए आलोक जी के लिए। मैं जल्द से जल्द निवेदन करना चाहूँगा अभिलाष खांडेकर जी से।
उससे पहले थोड़ा सा एक छोटा सा रिक्वेस्ट आलोक जी से। हम आलोक जी से सुनना चाहते हैं शिव तांडव श्रुतम, कुछ पंक्तियां, इतनी सी इजाजत। शिव तांडव श्रुतम।
वेल, वो अभी कुछ समय के लिए रहेंगे यहाँ। सवाल सबके बहुत है, पर मैं बहुत क्षमा चाहूँगा, बिल्कुल क्षमा चाहूँगा। वेरी सॉरी, रनिंग वेरी शॉर्ट ऑफ टाइम।
So we are really very sorry because there is one more very interesting session, but not as interesting as him. But there is an interesting session and there is a valedictory also. तो थोड़ा समय का ध्यान रखना ही पड़ेगा, उसके अलावा चारा नहीं है कुछ।
थोड़ा सबका ख्याल रखना पड़ेगा। सभी लोग सवाल पूछेंगे तो रात भर आपकी यहीं गुजरेगी। मैं
जी
वो रहेंगे यहाँ, आपसे आके मिल लेंगे।
देखिए मैं ना एक सेकंड, मैं अभिलाष सर जो है वो मेरे सीनियर हैं और जर्नलिज्म में एक बात मैं आपसे कह दूं कि दो पंक्तियों के साथ मैं खुद चाह रहा था कि समापन हो, थोड़ा सा इधर उधर हो गया। अभिलाष सर, मैं आपका जूनियर हूं, अप्रेजल आप ही ने किया मेरे, तो ये अप्रेजल भी आप कर दीजिए।
शिव तांडव।
मैं एक मंजू जी जो है बार बार एक रिक्वेस्ट कर रही हैं शिव तांडव स्तोत्र की। किसी अच्छे कॉन्वर्सेशन का, किसी अच्छे काम का समापन भी अच्छा होना चाहिए, तो मैं उसकी कुछ पंक्तियां आपको सुना देता हूँ।
अवश्य,
मुझे इजाजत है? मंजू जी खड़े हो।
जी।
अरे क्या मोहल्ला है भाई। अंशल मेरा शो देखते हैं आलोकनामा, मैं उनसे गुजारिश करता हूं कि इस मोहल्ले को पासेस दिए जाएं अगले शो के।
राइट पावर में है।
देखिए ये बहुत ही इस कृति की जो जितनी लोकप्रियता है, सर बस 5 मिनट लूंगा, आप बुला के पछताइएगा मत सर। मन में कह रहे हो अगली बार तुझे नहीं बुलाऊंगा।
वाह वाह।
जटाटवी गलत ज्वल प्रवाह पावित स्थले कलेव लंबिकाम भुजंग तुंग मालिकाम। ये रावण द्वारा विरचित। मैंने जैसा जिक्र किया मैं हमेशा करता हूँ, ये आदरणीय बड़े भाई हमारे देश और प्रदेश के शख्सियत आशुतोष राणा जी का ये विचार था और उनका मार्गदर्शन था। तो मैं उसके कुछ छंद सुनाता हूँ आपको और उसके बाद इजाज़त आपसे कि जटाओं से है जिनके जल प्रवाह मात गंग का, जटाओं से है जिनके जल प्रवाह मात गंग का, गले में जिनके सज रहा है हार विश्व जंग का, डमट 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 डमरू कह रहा शिव शिवम, तरल अनल गगन पवन धरा धरा शिव शिवम।
वाह।
तरल अनल गगन पवन धरा धरा शिव शिवम। वे नंदनी के वंदनीय नंदनी स्वरूप हैं, वे नंदनी के वंदनीय नंदनी स्वरूप हैं, वे 3 लोक के पिता स्वरूप एक रूप हैं, कृपालु ऐसे हैं कि चित्त जप रहा शिव शिवम, तरल अनल गगन पवन धरा धरा शिव शिवम। अब शिव क्या है? अंतिम पंक्तियां। शिव क्या है? शिव हमारी सनातन परंपरा के इकलौते ऐसे देवता हैं जो एक लोटा जल से भी प्रसन्न हो जाते हैं। विशेष हैं, अशेष हैं, प्रशेष हैं, विशेष हैं। विशेष हैं, अशेष हैं, प्रशेष